and he does not care. They are making this push on Absers. They want to get the Spirit Link Totem. They want to close out this game. The move. This is their last chance. Beautiful fear coming in. Lasso from Houston, and that's it.
Who's gonna fall? There's no darkness, there's nothing. The hunt comes in. The Spirit Link Totem gets dropped. Sam I Am. Echo pushing for the win here. There's the imprisonment on the Sea.
I mean, Trill's obviously going to want to play this out here, but I think it's really unlikely. He's doing it. He's actually... there's no way! There's no way! No way! No way! 23 Liquid to the finals! Getting shot on Tuna. Another swap onto him. He doesn't have bar skin. He's got Trinket. He's being greedy. He gets none of his Trinket. KO. HOOLIBANG. Group to Championship Sunday. I'm going to catch him out of bear form. If Absers gets some damage in here, Voidtorn fully channeled. Another amazing swap onto Dex. How is he going to survive? He's being way too greedy. Absers clutches it out. And the move crushed Lava Lava.
Looking good here for Liquid as they do it. How? Guz lives at 1% again. I can't believe it. Ironbark lands. Guz is loot. Nightmare. Calvish is dead. Nick is dead. What do they have for Kearney? Do we have a gouge? Do we have a stun? The double pull comes in from Nick as he's looking to turn the tide of the fight, but a full kitty shot lands. A cheap shot on Calvish. Gouge on Kearney. Peekaboo, the boy wonder, making place here on the road. And they close it out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Cup number 3 of the final season of Dragonflight. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Sifties, and Lithy. We're going to be joined with Ben just a little bit later, but you heard me correctly. We are only midway through this final season. We saw teams from North America as well as Europe battle it out for the first 2 cups, and now they have come back, Zico, to claim what is theirs and finish off the season strong.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We had some amazing games, of course, last season and during the mid-season clash. But what led up to the mid-season clash is, of course, our first season's cups. And those points that the teams accumulated has already, been accumulated towards this season as well. So teams already have some of those points. You can see the point standings right here with a 3-way tie for first place here in Europe. I don't think this region could have gotten any closer than last season.
Certainly not, Zico. The competition is really just continuing to raise the bar season after season. But like we said, Lithy, we've got 2 more cups left here to finish off Dragonflight. What are your expectations for the rest of season 4?
Especially for Europe, it's going to be a wild ride, that's for sure. I mean, 2024 has seen so many changes. The Titans got dethroned, Echo in a 3-way tie for first place. Lots of new faces trying to make a run for the crown with CHIBAKU and Lava Lava. And then there's a bunch of new faces combined of ladder players and veterans that are looking to finally have their big shot at the EU Championship and maybe even the total AWC win. So it's gonna be an insane season and I'm super excited for it.
It's gonna be insane. I mean, you kind of already mentioned everything that I think we're all really excited about. Just Echo kind of being dethroned a little bit. Are they going to be able to come back? Some of these new faces, then, that we're seeing create these new sort of powerhouse brackets, and we're going to see a lot of those teams face off against each other today in the games for this weekend. They of course did play on Wednesday. We can take a look at the bracket and what we're going to be expecting. But you can see here, I mean, that's kind of a big point of contention, Ben, already. Echo down there in the elimination bracket, facing off elimination against Wandering Water FURBOLGS, who for now on we will be referring to as WWF.
WWF, this is a team, it's got Swapsy, he was a former member of Echo, but unfortunately his track record against his former teammates, he hasn't been able to win a series throughout Dragonflight. So Swapsy and his team, they got a lot of lessons learned, I feel like, off the previous season here, moving into this final season. But this is their biggest test because Swapsy, this used to be a rivaling team to Echo, right? Like you would expect this to be the grand finals, not an elimination. In this position, this is what you expect to be a grand finals quality match. So for me, I really want to see what the Wandering Water FURBOLGS have brought to the competition to see if they can rise back to that level of glory that they used to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of 2 teams that, they've kind of just been stumbling a little bit. There's been a lot of sort of time, Zico, between now and when we did last see them. Do we have any idea of the practice that these teams have been doing to prepare for these next 2 cups?
I think these teams especially have been taking it very seriously. I mean, I don't have like a big insider scoop on this particular season, but
that's why I handed
general,
it to
these
you.
guys,
You're the EU bro.
I'm the EU bro. Sorry, I let you down.
You did.
I do have a lot of EU scoops, but with this particular team, they always have that work ethic, right? So I'm pretty sure that WWF and Echo both are just putting in the hours, because that's what they always do, and that's why more often than not we see them taking home these tournaments. But like you guys already mentioned, Echo especially, I feel like Echo they had a shaky kind of run up to like the cross region tournament, like the regular season. At the end, I feel like they kind of got going a little bit, and then they carried that a little bit into that tournament as well, which they won. But now again, they're in the lower bracket. Things are not looking too good for them, and I'm wondering, like, are we going to see the Echo that we saw at the start of last season, or are we going to see the Echo that kind of went in and dominated in the cross region tournament?
Yeah, a lot of questions in the air for sure, especially with these first two teams. But let's take a look at the predictions that we had across the board. Production was not lying when they said that we were all over the place in terms of our predictions. Loving to see this. Lithy, I'm gonna toss it to you. Do you want to defend either of your predictions, or tell us what's behind that thought process?
I don't need to defend this. Zico knows what's up, so I think we're both on a very good track here. HOOLIBANG gonna repeat Cup 1 of Season 3. It's gonna be a clean run until the Grand Finals, where CHIBAKU is gonna take the whole thing. There's a lot that goes into this, but I just think CHIBAKU is set up for glory this weekend, and I really want to see them play it out.
I think that's fair. And, of course, Ben, the only one that's not on the desk right now, would love to pick his brain. He's a little, I don't want to say like out of pocket or anything, but certainly the most different amongst the rest of us. But I am looking forward to seeing how these teams do. If you are in chat right now, let us know who you think is going to be in first and or second place for the European region. But that being said, we've got the first game coming up here. It's Echo versus WWF. Like we already said, Zico, do you want to give a prediction for this one in particular?
I think Echo comes out on top on this one. I feel like historically they've had WWF on farm status. Like we've seen, a pretty brutal beating, and it's kind of interesting because we're talking about like CHIBAKU Tensei and Lava and these teams that are basically the second best team in Europe with Echo, and they're like pretty close there. But Wandering Water FURBOLGS used to be that team. It used to be Echo, then Wandering Water FURBOLGS, and then everybody else. So I feel like Wandering Water FURBOLGS, they really need to start picking up some momentum here, see what they have been practicing here during their kind of break period, see if they can come up with some new interesting comps here.
I think that's a very important point that you bring up, but I have the feeling that's something we'll toss to later as we are getting to the game here.
This is a very interesting blind pick from both teams. Compositions you typically don't see, especially from Echo, the Outlaw Rogue Demon Hunter Holy Priest going up against Holy Priest Demon Hunter Elemental. Now, as an Elemental Shaman, a cleave can either be a nightmare or a walk in the park. Now, he is fighting very high mobility melee, so these knockbacks are not going to be super effective. They're already all over him, forcing a lot of defensive cooldowns. Next jumps into that Angel farm. He's going to do his best to stick up to the amount of damage that's being thrown his way. I've not seen either Lone Tar or Next spend a tremendous amount of time in tournament play on Holy Priest. This may actually be like the first time we've ever actually seen them on this spec.
Next has been playing it, but Lontar, yes, I think he hasn't been running it too much. He goes for the Chastised Sphere there, onto Next. Big damage here onto Swaps. He actually trinkets and he gets stunned on his trinket there, so they do manage to get that defensive there from Swapsy, and now they're turning the pressure around back onto Raikou here. Big Chastised stun coming in there on Raikou. He's going to drop the Darkness there, really feeling the heat. Swapsy tries to knock him out of the Darkness there, but Raikou does manage to recover. Little swap here onto Brunhilde as well. Just so much pressure here coming out from the Outlaw Rogue and the Demon Hunter, but I'm not sure if Lontar is going to be able to keep up with the counter pressure right now. Waz dropping very low here, but so is Swapsy. Both of these healers really being tested here. Finally, Waz is going to go for some crowd control here onto Next, allowing Raikou maybe to get a little bit of a solo mission going. They get a full kidney onto Next, cheap shot onto Swapsy. Swapsy is going to pre-wall that one though, and Swapsy on that LA Shaman just been looking super durable, pre-walling following that kidney might have been what just saved them there.
Yeah, crazy pressure back and forth, just yo-yoing health bars. Swapsy with not a lot of defense. A full blind comes through. Brunhilde drops the darkness to try and protect him, and it doesn't look like they have any way to get him out. But Raiku's getting blasted once again. He's pushing in aggressively. Lontar saves him at the final second. Swapsy is now low. His darkness has faded. Next has to power through this. He has his void shift. He's trying to be greedy. A Serenity Charge comes up. Now Waz on the back foot. Damage is crazy in this first game. The teams, they don't really know what to expect as far as the meta for Season 4, and I feel like they're just throwing options that they think could be good, and this is still looking very explosive. Both priests have basically just been stationary, healing this entire game through the pressure. They haven't even been able to cross the midfield to even consider going for crowd control. Swapsy dips low again. Guardian Spirit comes through for next. That's going to amplify his healing, get Swapsy back into the fight. Now Waz is going down low. Brunhilde's getting cleaved. Lontar, he's got Void Shift. He's got to be ready for it. Static Field pulls them away. They snipe it really quickly, and they're immediately getting back onto Swapsy. Angel forms are up for both priests. Waz gets stunned by Next with that Chastise. They're trying to power him down. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to kill him through the Angel of Lontar. They're really close to it, though. He may need to cancel it for a Void Shift. It has faded now, but he gets stunned up by Brunhilde for 4 seconds with that Isolated Prey talent, getting him a lot of extra CC. Now Swapsy's tossing a couple Lava Bursts over as well. Surprisingly, despite the high amount of damage, the mana is still looking at least solid for both sides. Waz gets blasted, though, by... Oh my god! Almost dies through the Void Shift. I would say momentum is swinging for WWF in Game 1.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure there onto Waz, but Lontar does manage to save him. Lontar now pushing in for some crowd control there. Goes for the Chastise onto next. Swapsy dropping super low throughout that exchange right there. But look at Waz, he's not out of the woods just yet. Swapsy as well, it's a race to the finish. Next goes for the Trinket. Void Shift right there. Manages to save Swapsy in the nick of time, but now they're swapping to Next here behind the pillar. Waz tries to go for a solo mission, but it looks like he wants to go back onto Swapsy. There's the kidney shot onto Next. They're going after Swapsy, and I think Swapsy's going to fall here. The Guardian Angel, I think, procs right there. Swapsy on 1% HP gets gripped, but it's not going to be enough. And Echo is going to claim victory in game number 1.
Almost looked like a double kill for Echo at one point. I'm thinking, like, there's no chance. Look at Waz's face after that game. Like, he's pulling his eye. Like, he can't believe it. Like, I don't... I mean, I was not expecting this. I thought we were going to see a lot of balance druids. But seeing this double Demon Hunter melee cleave Holy Priest looks so chaotic. Basically, as a Holy Priest, you have almost no damage mitigation. Your only resource is healing. So you don't get to reduce damage like an Iron Bark from a Druid and stagger the pressure. You just have to immediately respond to these spikes of burst damage. Like right here, Waz almost dies through a Void Shift from Lontar, but his Apotheosis comes up, which makes him get a free charge of Serenity, and it just resets it immediately. So he gets that instant healing. He can recover from the Void Shift, and he gets aggressive. That one Chastise on Next into a full blind starts to put the other team behind, and it seemed difficult for Next to even ever get close to Lontar to get any CC, but that one Chastise. Now look how far behind he is. His entire team is dead off the back of the Void Shift. Waz is babysitting him as well for like an off kick or a crowd control, and there's just nothing left to trade. I also think it's important that Next is playing Gnome. I think he was anticipating a Boomkin from Echo, which didn't come that way, so he's actually losing out on another racial.
Yeah, look at Riku's damage. Like, I was looking at details during that replay. The man is putting 165k DPS. Like, the guy, he's out here just the full Mythic Plus. Like, what is this damage? The guy did 30 million damage that game on his Demon King. Absolute monster. And, you know, the fact that Riku's had that in his pocket for so long and they've actually not really used it, I think up until... I mean, they've used it as like a, you know, last resort type of thing, but now it really feels like a main component in a lot of the compositions that they've been running in these last couple of tournaments. But I don't think Wandering Water FURBOLGS was expecting the Outlaw DH there. So I do feel like Echo comes out ahead on the blind pick. Now, what were they actually picking into? Maybe a Moonkin, maybe a Mage comp from Echo's side?
It was 100% a Moonkin.
I don't know.
Right? Like, you don't pick a Gnome Priest unless you...
Moonkin Rogue?
Moonkin Rogue or Moonkin Demon Hunters. It's something Moonkin is what Wandering War... Like, they're going to get a bit more of an edge, I think, if Next changes off of that. To something that just gives them either maybe an Orc Priest for extra stun reduction, because there's a ton of stuns coming your way from the Rogue and the Demon Hunter. Something to give you a little bit more mitigation against the CC, because the Gnome is just not giving you that, right? Echo, as far as blind pick, this is where things get really interesting. Like, is this something that they really wanted as a matchup? Do they know that Wandering Water FURBOLGS have like a hard counter to this composition? It feels like Season 4. There's a couple of minor tweaks to the gameplay overall, mostly just set bonuses, I think, are a big contributing factor to some of the specs rising up. But other than that, not a lot changed. And still, despite that, we're seeing like this is a completely different series than we saw the last season between these teams as far as composition. So Wandering Water FURBOLGS, now they have the opportunity to counter select. They could do some type of wizard comp. I think they've got Tessia as well. If they wanted to do any sort of mage composition into the double melee, which has historically been pretty decent. Look at the kill contribution at the end here, man. The healers that do damage are going to be the healers that win. Look at Lone Tar. He did 500,000 damage in the kill. Waz only did 450,000. And I've seen some screenshots of other healers from North America that are doing more damage than both their DPS. So, so I feel like if you're a healer right now, the main healers that are strong are Preservation and Holy Priest. And I think because they can contribute this volume of damage into the kill. If you're a healer in this and you want to be winning these games, you have to be contributing on the damage meter.
It really is interesting as well that you mentioned that, because I feel like the healer meta is kind of constantly evolving. Like I feel like during the mid-season or the cross-region tournament, we saw it was mostly about the resto shamans. You know, we saw like Sidu and Lontar go head-to-head on shamans. We saw Absturge. We saw, you know, all of these big shaman players kind of sticking to their guns. But now, I feel like it's been a lot of Holy Priest this season, a lot of Prez Evoker as well. And I feel like it says a lot, actually, about the meta. The fact that Lontar is not picking his shaman, which is for sure, like, you know, he's so good on that. And then also Chanimal on the Destruction Warlock. I feel like Destruction Warlock...
It's fallen off.
Yeah,
Destro Warlock's gone. Destro Warlock is gone.
Yeah.
They lost their rifts.
What happened?
They lost the rift.
They lost the set bonus?
Yeah, they lost the rifts, so they're not proccing rifts off their immolates, and they're crying in the corner. So they're very sad right now. Destro, I don't think we're going to see... I still see it every once in a while in Shuffle, and it seems like it's okay, but maybe that's just because gear hasn't caught up yet on the live servers where everybody else has their set bonuses. But in tournament, I think Destro is definitely not going to be in the same type of powerhouse position, which is probably why Echo struggled in the upper bracket, is because they built that they were the best Destro Demon Hunter Shaman comp, and now that's not the best comp. So they're like, oh, okay, what are we going to do now? What's our next best option here in terms of comps? So they could struggle in this first cup while everybody's still figuring that out. But Wandering Water FURBOLGS are going with what I would think most people consider to be like the best or close to the best composition available, which is a Balanced Druid, Outlaw Rogue, Prez Evoker.
Interesting. Very interesting. So we're going to see Tessia tagged in on his Moonkin. And I feel like this is a very common thing that we see nowadays. A lot of these mage players, they have a Boomkin just sitting there in their pocket. Playstyle's pretty similar, so we're going to see Tessia break that out. I don't know if you've seen him on the Moonkin, actually, for this team before. I know we've seen him on the mage, but I don't think I've actually seen him on the Moonkin yet. So it's going to be exciting to see. And what is Echo going to do here? How are they going to kind of approach this? Because I feel like one of the big strengths of this comp is it is really durable. There's a lot of self-healing on the Moonkin, and you have kind of those guaranteed setups as well. And Lontar as well. What race is he picking here on his priest?
He's got to be a gnome.
Probably a gnome.
He's got to be a gnome.
It's got to be.
There's no way he walk into this not being a gnome. Hopefully he's got it all set up and prepared for that. I would assume you'd have to, right? Moonkin is considered, I would think, to be, well, like, one of the specs you have to be ready to deal with, at least for the first cup. I'm more interested to see how they play it. Are they going to use stuns for setups or stuns to peel? Because if Echo puts enough pressure and forces them to stun them to peel, it could actually, you know, throw a dampener inside of their plan in terms of winning offensively. I think that's what Echo needs to do, is like maybe even attack the healer a little bit and force them to stun you to save the Prez Evoker.
Yeah, it could definitely be a strategy. I don't know. I think just in general for the DH Outlaw, they just need to swap around a lot. But it's going to be tough as well on this map. It's going to be a lot of distance to cover. And Wandering Water FURBOLGS, I'm trying to see here. I have a little document to see. They are 4th seed right now. So they're still, you know, doing pretty decent on standings. But I feel like if they get knocked out in 8th place...
It's rough. You only have one more cup.
Yeah, yeah.
It's rough.
I feel like that can definitely be a big problem, you know, moving forward. So they got, you know, they got a pretty tough opener here. They lost the blind pick, and now they got to beat Echo, which has been their kryptonite for pretty much as long as I can remember.
I'm surprised.
It's a tough one for sure.
I'm surprised it's not Swapsy playing the Moonkin, because he historically was the Moonkin player on the team. And I know he had a Moonkin at the top of the ladder as well last season.
Yeah, he did.
I wonder if it's because they want to use Moonkin Ellie maybe in the future, so Tessia can play the Moonkin and then they can maybe use that. But Moonkin Ellie's not really been like it has at moments, but I'd say in this season, I don't know if I'd say it's like going to be a comp that you want to prioritize on. So maybe Tessia has more synergy, but I don't know if that's true. I feel like Swapsy's been playing with Brunhilde for a really long time. Obviously, maybe there's rogue mage synergy, like offensively. Maybe Tessia and Brunhilde will have better offensive synergy as opposed to Swapsy, I would say, is more defensive oriented. It'll be interesting to see like that playstyle difference because Swapsy's normally the boomkin on this team, I think.
I think this is something that like a lot of teams are kind of having issues with, like even Echo, you know, like we were talking about it earlier, right? That they were expecting a Moonkin rogue potentially from Echo, but I think Waz is the Moonkin and Waz is the rogue, and Waz is the Windwalker and Waz is the rogue, and Waz is the Windwalker and Waz is the Moonkin, you know. So like there's so many kind of issues like that arise, and I think it's the same, right, for WWF. Like Tessia is the Moonkin, oh, but so is Swapsy. So unless you're, you know, planning on running double Moonkin, I feel like a lot of these teams, they need to try to clean up like who plays what, and it's a lot easier said than done because, you know, you have to kind of go back and relearn something that you're maybe not like used to, but at the same time the meta is always evolving as well. So comps that you historically don't see, like Windwalker Rogue, historically it's good. Like you have Trill, he plays Rogue and Windwalker. You have, you know, Waz, he plays Rogue and Windwalker. Like you have Nick, you know, you have all of these players that can play Rogue and Windwalker because historically you never play Rogue and Windwalker together. But now all of a sudden there's teams playing Rogue Windwalker and doing really well with it. So now historically the guy who's been your Windwalker might need to split that responsibility. So I think a lot of it comes down to the meta as well, kind of favoring some teams and not favoring others, depending on which classes go together.
I feel like if Wandering Water Furbolgs were in like an Ellie Outlaw meta, that they would be doing really well. I think that as a team that they would be dominating it. That's just not the case, it seems, at the moment. So they're trying to figure out how they can adapt to a more current meta composition for themselves. The last time they got in the gauntlet, they didn't even get out of it. So they really want to not be in the gauntlet if they can. But given the fact that it's already 180-point three-way tie for top 3, like I don't even know. Like you're not going to do it if you go out in 8th. You have. I feel like you'd have to win this if you're Wandering Water Furbolgs and you want to avoid the gauntlet. You would have to win this cup to even still have a chance, because you'd also be knocking Echo, right? You'd be knocking out somebody who's competing for one of those 3 spots. So Wandering Water Furbolgs really need this series, in my opinion, because I think the gauntlet is going to be really volatile. I mean, look at the predictions, right? Like only you and Lithy were the same predictions. Like it's very hard to anticipate who's even going to be winning this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are back from a little delay. Players had some issue getting into the game, but it's all resolved right now. And we got game number 2 here between Echo and WWF. And we are going to see Raikou immediately making his way towards that Moonkin of Tessia. Kidney Shot coming out onto next. Gouge onto Waz by Brunhilde. Cheap Shot onto Raikou. So Brunhilde really doing a good job here, shutting down that first initial go. And they're turning the pressure back onto Raikou. Huge damage. And that is going to force out the Trinket and Nether Walk. So really good control here from WWF in that opener.
It's 2 birds with 1 stone. They got to peel for Next, and they got to get their setup. But now Next is on the back foot. They're racing him down. They force his time stop. So he's effectively immune himself to damage. He cancels it to go for a deep breath to try and escape as Raikou gets cycloned. Raikou with no trinket is going to be the main pain point right now for Echo, but Waz doesn't care. He's just going for the kill. Next pre-time dilations himself on the cheap shot. He's not going to take likely any damage, but the time dilation now just fades. He's going to rescue Tessia, hover back into the middle of the map. He's going to have to focus on kiting and playing defensive. I don't want to see him going for any sleepwalks if he's getting trained like this. He needs to pull them behind the pillar, pull them into bad spots, and let Tessia free cast cyclones when he's the target. They get the cyclone onto the Demon Hunter. They're swapping to the Rogue, but Waz just gets gripped back to the pillar, and I don't see them taking Waz down. Now they're swapping their attention back onto Raikou, looking to force his blur, or maybe attemptively try and preempt it before some CC, but Tessia can't get to Lontar, and he is playing that Gnome Priest, so they don't get that guaranteed setup. It's got to be like a Gouge Kidney into Clone, something like that, but Brunhilde's dismantled on the go. Nice peel from Waz, but maybe it doesn't even matter! Raikou is getting blasted down just from Next and Tessia, and now Waz gets cleaved as well. That forced Lontar's Trinket, and even despite Waz disarming the Rogue and stopping him from attacking mostly on that setup, they still got what they wanted from that setup.
And honestly, Tessia's got his incarnation coming up here in just 30 more seconds. They got good pressure here onto Waz as well. Can they get the Cloak of Shadows here onto Waz? They're pushing for it, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to find it just yet. Gouge there onto Lontar. Waz dropping quite low here in that kidney shot. Tessia going for the Cyclone there out of that kidney shot. Beautifully done. I kind of want to see them with that next beam Incarn. Just swap to Lontar. Just kidney him and beam on top of it and try to full send him. We've seen a lot of Holy Priests kind of get one shot like that, but right now there's a big setup happening here onto Raikou, but Raikou looks like he is going to be able to stay alive with that, and now they're swapping back over onto Nex, but he pre-walls it, and as a result, takes no dam.
Yeah, Nex is doing a really good job using defensive cooldowns preemptively on stun, so his team doesn't have to emergency peel for him, and they're not using their diminishing returns to peel, which means they can get these setups. Another gouge onto Lontar. Tessia needs to get in position. Brunhilde gets a kidney shot. They're doing it! They're doing the swap. They're sending onto Lontar. Now, they do have Darkness. They should likely maybe consider it. That's a very scary moment. Lontar survives the beam. He jumps into his angel form. They forced Waz's trinket, though, amidst that chaos, and now he's an option for a target moving forward. They may even just attack him out of this angel. He's still quite low. Serenity tops himself. Waz is now low. He's going to use Apotheosis to reset that Serenity, trying to pre-fade some crowd control there and avoid the Cyclone. He's line-of-sighting Cyclone. Tessia is fishing for them over and over. There's a cheap shot. So Lontar's going to cast while the cheap shot is out, but now he's into a cheap shot. Cyclone on Raikou. Waz is isolated. But he is an outlaw rogue. I'm not sure, even with no trinket, if he's still going to be a priority target. They need to work their way through Raikou's trinket and Lontar's trinket again. Brunhilde in a bit of trouble. Next into a Chastise. No follow-up CC. Brunhilde recovers. They swap back onto Tessia, trying to put him on the back foot. Now they swap back over onto Nex. This is a full respect Emerald Communion. It didn't seem like there was a lot of damage there. They didn't even commit the Essence Break. I feel like that might have been a premature move from Nex, and that was a very valuable cooldown that he might not see again in this game.
Yeah, and Nex definitely respecting the situation, but we'll see if they can capitalize on it on the side of Echo. Right now, Mana definitely in favor of Lontar as he gets triple the Arc Cyclone there. Now Lontar finally going to be able to play the game, connects with the Guardian there onto Waz. And Next actually trying to dodge some CC right there. Still completely fine here, keeping his team in the match, and Raikou is taking some damage, but Waz is sitting through a Cyclone, so Raikou shouldn't be taking too much damage, but as I say that, he gets cloned on low HP. Can they find something here onto Lontar? Brunhilde is looking for it, goes for a stun there, but I do believe it was Holy Warded there by Lontar, and he gets a fear onto Brunhilde. Lontar really making some big plays here to actually keep his team in the fight. He manages to top everyone on his team before he gets caught up in that Cyclone, and Raikou still doing a little bit of kiting, nullifying Shroud there, active onto Next. Tessia is taking some damage here, but no real openings now that Raikou has his trinket back, Lontar has his trinket back, Waz has his cooldowns rotating back up, so and with Mana in favor of Echo as well, I would say the game is slowly turning into Echo's favor here, but they're doing a big setup onto Raikou, but the gouge breaks there onto Lontar because he gripped Raikou on top of himself, and now Raikou can get aggressive here back onto Tessia.
Yeah, he's going to pop Thorns. Now a big swap onto Waz. He still doesn't even need to trinket that cheap shot lockdown. Brunhilde's trying to go for the kill. Star Surges with Power Infusion Incarnation. This is a big boost of damage for Tessia. Forces Cloak of Shadows from Waz. That's now over, but Tessia is also taking a beating amidst this trade. Next is trying to rescue him into the corner. He goes for a Cyclone. He gets it onto Waz. Kidney shot on Lontar. Triple crowd control. They need to swap the clone. They swap the clone. They force Lontar's trinket in that setup. So they still have a chance, but not much more time on the clock. Mana is looking so slim here for Next. He needs to get a couple of disintegrates and start regenerating mana, or even go for a drink at this point. He's in a position where maybe he could in that far back point near the pillar. Solar Beam comes down. It looks like Lontar fake casted it. Now Raikou is into a Cyclone. As he comes back out, he's going to connect immediately onto Tessia. Kidney shot on Next. This has to be a Bark Skin, I think, for Tessia. He needs to respond. Heart of the Wild. He's deep into Dampening. He's going to get 2 Frenzied Regens here. Even with 2 Frenzied Regens, he's still just dying. He's trying to Typhoon them away, trying to get distance, but so difficult to kite a Demon Hunter and an Outlaw Rogue. They're still all over him. Next is into a Sap, into a Fear, and Lontar is going for the kill. Tessia wild charges to him to try and escape, but it is not enough. And Tessia will meet his fate. Echo now 2-0.
Really, really nice chain there at the end for Echo. And I mean, for Echo, they did a great job here. They just try to stay alive, try to make sure that you don't fall to those super deadly Lincoln Rogue swaps. And then they found their kind of momentum, managed to chain it with some micro CCs, and were able to clutch out the win. And man, he must have snuck away at some point and gotten a little sip. But we'll see here throughout the replay. So this was a little bit earlier where Waz was kind of low, and then they get the beam there. I think Lontar actually fake casted that solar beam, manages to keep Waz nice and healthy. Next, trying to immune that kidney shot there, not managing to find it, and then they chain it with a blind there onto Next, and then they got, I believe, a gouge into, no, it was an imprisonment into a DR Fear. no, into a sap, actually, into a DR fair. And then they were able to chain that into the win here onto TENSEI. And you know what you were talking about earlier about that one communion? He's got 42 seconds left on that communion. And it goes to show that maybe if Next held on to it for a little bit longer, could have had it there and stayed in the game.
I think also something that's interesting about this patch is that they've put the bullion vendor, I think is what it's called, which lets you get gear from previous seasons, and you can upgrade it to the same as PvP item level 528, and some of them can go even higher to like 535. So Raikou is wearing some of that bullion gear, and some of it is like proccing extra damage, proccing extra shields. I'm wondering if we have like if we can look at the details breakdown for Raikou, because he's wearing 2 weapons that like proc nature damage that look like it's a gushing wounds type of stuff here. Like it's like proc 30,000 nature damage on both his weapons. He's wearing rings that like dealing fire damage gives you a shield and then puts another dot on the target. He's wearing a bunch of gear that previously wasn't really available, and he's gapping damage really hard. So I'm wondering how much of it's contributing on the details for certain items like that.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, Raikou has been doing a lot of damage. Typically Demon Hunters do top the damage charts in arenas, but even when there was a Demon Hunter on the enemy team, he still managed to get a pretty significant lead when it comes to the damage here. So just a pretty solid pick here from Echo, and all of a sudden now you're WWF. It's not looking too good for you. You're down 2-0. Like, what are you gonna do here?
There's the match.
You're in its match point. It's lower bracket. Like, and here we can see actually
the magic snowball.
A little bit on the death log.
That was Trill Tech, dude. Waz stole the Trill Tech. Trill was the only one who knew the snowball existed at the finals, and now Waz is wearing the snowball. I mean, that's like an extra Star Surge. You just throw in a little snowball at his head. You just proc another Star Surge. He's got the 2-piece on. With the Storm Lash for Raikou. Yeah, I don't know if we have a details breakdown to see like what's the percent overall. Does it really matter that much?
He's rocking the double lasher. That's yeah.
He's wearing other stuff too that gives him the shield.
I think it was Samayam, right? He had like a weapon that
the execute.
It only worked in
worked
in Uldum.
I remember
but
that.
It works in Tolvir because Tolvir is in Uldum. I don't remember. It was called like it had like some proc, like some damage proc. And now we're going to Tolvir, so maybe we'll
maybe that's what he's doing on the Moonkin. He wants to get the staff for the extra damage. I mean that's the strat, bro. You got it's a hidden buff for staff wielding casters to go to Tolveron and wear this staff. I don't even know what dungeon that staff is from. I need to figure out where it's from and get it. I want to know how good is this actually. Also, I feel like you can wear older legendaries. So I think evokers can wear their legendary from season 2. Yeah, so they've got a 535 weapon. It's like proccing extra stats and speed for their allies. That's probably another reason why you're going to see a lot of Prez. But honestly, I was expecting the Prez Boomkin Rogue to do a bit better than it did in this matchup. So the fact that they were so far behind on mana, I think was really the biggest problem.
Yeah, I'm just like looking at all the gear. It's going to be really interesting to see what people end up doing. And there was a new season here, and we can table that for a second. That Seal of Duranas Cho. What is that?
Is that the ring?
That looks like an item.
That's a ring. It's got to be a ring. Where's the Storm Lash?
4% damage from the ring.
We need to scroll down. Where's Storm Lash?
The Storm Lash doesn't seem to be doing a lot of damage.
It's literally not there unless it's less than 2%. It has to be. It's 1%.
Yeah, 1.3%. But wait, I think that's these are the hits though. It can crit for 47,000 though. Like the thing is, it's not a lot of overall damage, but
if it procs at the right moment
during a go, like if it procs like as you're stunning the healer and you're sending a full all in, or as like you get a CC and you're trying to take somebody down, having an extra like 50k damage proc is actually really nice.
Okay, if they can find their moments. Let's see if TENSEI puts on the hidden staff that Samayam found. This is the advantage of having Trill on your team, right? Because he's part of the Race to World First, which is like all about this. It's just like, we need to find any advantage we can get that's in the game. Some weird crafted item no one ever considered on like the 4th page of this profession tab. And like Trill will be the one that finds it. And then they try and keep that a secret. But then as soon as it's out, everybody's like, oh, okay. That's my tech now. So we got Waz with the snowballs. Raikou with the Stormlash tech, and Tensei was wearing an offhand, which actually I saw Nick the Druid on the solo shuffle ladder in the #1 spot have, and I was like, what is that? It was like an extra, it just procs a dot and a snare on the target. And I was like, I need to get this offhand. Like, you figure out what this drops from. Like, I need to get this. So it's possible that he might actually just keep wearing the same offhand and not wear the staff. I don't know how much better the staff is given the map. But maybe the staff, I would think it would have to be better given the location for the arena. But they're on last point here. They have to pull a reverse sweep, and they're actually going to their first composition, the Demon Hunter Elemental. Which makes me wonder if they're worried, like the Prez. Usually Prez is not that good into rogues. That can be like one of the main difficult points for Prez. So bringing in the Holy Priest, it might be better for them, but I don't know. This is just going to be unstable for both teams. It's going to be completely unstable. That's not what you want if you're WWF. Echo are leaving the match though. Seems like they've got a problem here, but you are allowed to leave the match before the gates open. It won't be counting as a loss there for them. They left pretty quick there with 1 second left before the gate could open. I actually got kind of close. They got kind of close.
Well, this gives us actually something more to talk about here that I also wanted to mention. I wanted to see if we could get healing done from Raikou, because he's also playing the ring that gives you a shield, right? So I want to see how effective that is.
Oh, yeah,
and
healing done.
Also, in addition to... Yeah, so we're going to need the Raikou's healing done, and then we're also going to need a Waz breakdown here, because Waz is also playing the Fire Ring, and he's playing Shadow Flame Weapon Enchant, which procs it. So this is also new tech for sure, because usually you play, what is it, Sophic Devotion?
On both, yeah.
X2. But he has Shadow Flame Wreath, and then he's playing the Fire Ring as a rogue. And he also has the Fire Crown, the Jewel of the Fire Lord transmogged. So he's really going all out on that Fire Mage theme.
What is the weapon enchant he has on his main hand? I've never seen this weapon enchant before. The illusion.
Procs fire damage.
No, the illusion, sorry. It's like some weird metal.
You're
It's like,
talking about the transmog. I was like,
yeah,
what?
I thought you were talking about the transmog with the Fire Lord. Wait,
I was talking about the transmog.
yeah, okay, so I was talking about the transmog when you mentioned the transmog. I was looking at this like...
I didn't expect you
I've never,
to jump in.
I've never seen this weapon enchant cosmetic. It looks like sparkles or something coming off of his weapon. Where is his sword? Why can't I see what it looks like? What it is? I can't... Oh, it doesn't show the weapon illusion enchant, I don't think. Unfortunately, he's hiding a really cool looking weapon illusion enchant. We can't find it out. But Waz's team with this cleave is doing really well. It seems like so far. It seems like it's pretty well rounded. It's durable. They're winning the late game. It's almost playing like a modern day turbo cleave from like Warlords of Draenor or something. Just two really durable melee DPS, win on mana, pump out big numbers, and focus on efficiency.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it's a pretty well-rounded comp, and it does have, you know, decent survivability, good goes, good longevity. And I feel like for Echo, though, is this the answer, Sid? Is this their answer? Because I feel like Echo, they had kind of a similar thing going last season. You know, they weren't sure, are we going to play Rogue Mage? What are we going to do? Are we going to play Mage Lock? Are we, like, we have so many options. Which one are we going to really invest most of our time into? And I don't know. Rogue Demon Hunter, I feel like it's just a worse version of Rogue Windwalker. In fact, Rogue Windwalker should be better than Rogue Demon Hunter overall.
If it goes head to head, I would think. I feel like Demon Hunter is just...
Yeah, I think head to head, but also like just in general, like you probably have more good matchups with a Windwalker. Also, didn't Windwalkers get a buff this season?
Yeah, Windwalkers are very happy about their set bonus, the Rising Sun Kick.
I'm randomly dying instantly to Rising Sun Kick, so I feel like, yeah, that could be something.
There's a lot on the line here in this Game 3 match point. Echo had some sort of technical difficulty that they wanted to sort out here before jumping into the final game. Wandering Water FURBOLGS are relying on the comp they picked in the first game, which, I mean, it looked decent. It actually looked like they were winning throughout the midpoint, and then there was just a teetering point where it was like they just fell over. It looked like they just all died immediately, and I think it's when Lone Tar actually was able to get just one CC on next. That's how high intensity the game was. It's like he just got one chastise on him, and then next just fell apart. He couldn't keep up with the damage that was coming out, and it got chained, I think, into a kidney shot. I also wonder maybe if next whether he should play chastise stun or play regular chastise, because he has the Demon Hunter on his team. It's also possible Swapsy can maybe abuse Hex a little more with no decurse on the side of Echo. There might be some opportunities. I don't think he was playing Unleash Shield either, which I was kind of surprised. I think if you actually run Static Field, Unleash Shield, and Thunderstorm with 3 knocks, you can get like a bit of distance. Every once in a while, you just focus it all on the Rogue. Or you can force him to vanish to get out of extra root or something, and then you can't use it as offensively. But we'll have to see here. The gates are about to open. Are they ready for it? Because honestly, if WWF go here, I think their best shot is getting in the gauntlet. I don't think they're going to have much hope of getting into the top 3.
Yeah, but we can't ever count them out. We'll see what they can do here. WWF on match point right now against Echo in the lower bracket. Loser is immediately knocked out of the tournament. And already both of these priests are chilling here in Spirit of Redemption form. Spamming out the heals, already seeing a darkness dropped here for Raikou as he looks to try to pause the damage here on his team for a second. Fear coming out here onto Brunhilde. Was looking for the setup.
He faded.
That was nice by Nex. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He faded the kidney and then feared him. It's really hard to do that, but look at Lontar now as well, getting cleaved up here by Brunhilde, taking a lot of damage. Swaps coming in with the Thunderstorm knock there, back to the pillar, and now Lontar with the Apotheosis active should be able to start resetting some cooldowns and start getting his heal to okay health levels. Look at Swapsy though, while Nex is sitting through a gouge. Swapsy actually forced to burrow underneath the ground there, and there's just so much damage here back and forth. Both of these healers really feeling the pressure here just a minute into the game.
Okay, so Swapsy is playing Unleash Shield. He just knocked Waz back. It uses Lightning Shield and Earth Shield. It knocks them back and roots the target for 2 seconds. This could be really important for Swapsy. And there's the Static Field pulling Raikou away. He needs as many knockbacks as he can get to try and limit the uptime of the melee attackers here, but they've decided to trade Darkness. And I mean, this is both Darkness from both sides, already a minute and 20 seconds into this game. Surprisingly, the mana is still stable, even despite how chaotic the game actually is in terms of pressure. It's just constantly back and forth. Swapsy with limited options. Next is going to activate the Guardian Spirit. They stun Lontar. They knock Lontar behind the pillar with the Unleashed Shield. An offensive move there means he can't use it on Waz. I really would like him to see him punish Waz when he grapples over, and then he steps, then use the knockbacks when he's got no mobility left to reconnect. Because now Waz is going to get guaranteed uptime, and Lontar's actually getting aggressive. Is Next going to be able to avoid it? They root Lontar, trying to prevent him from pushing in for CC. Doesn't look like he's going to go for it anymore. Raikou is ducking over to try and kick Next on his cast. Next avoids that, pulls back into the back line, stun on the Lontar, pressure on Waz, forcing evasion and Cloak of Shadows. Now they're going to switch to Raikou. He's got Blur up, but it may just be fading here in a moment if it hasn't already. Static Field pulls the melee away. The Hex, this is what I want to see. More CC, more isolation, and more single target burst. I don't think you're going to kind of pad the meter as an Ellie against this. It's such a durable comp, but they're falling so far behind, and even despite the angel form of Next, Swapsy has to activate even more defensive cooldowns to survive in this position, and now their options are slim. They really need pressure, but here comes a swap onto Brunhilde. Are they ready for it? Next trades out the Void Shift. They're just falling further and further behind as Raikou gets a full stun onto Next, jumping back into the fight. They're trying to keep Waz on the back foot. Lontar now into a stun. WWF are facing elimination. Likely their chances of qualifying into the top 3 for the finals is on the line in this game.
How are they going to stay alive here? Raikou already forced to trade out this Nether Walk, dropping very, very dangerously low there. Waz now getting a lot of damage here as well. They're going after Brunhilde though. They get the Chastise into the blind onto Next. Next has Trinket, but not going to be able to access it just there. Look at Swapsy as well, burrowing underneath the ground. Next on 20%. Swapsy super low. Next, how is he going to keep them alive? Apotheosis is active here. Can he keep his team in the fight? He gets kicked by Waz. Double Fear coming out there. Nice Static Field Totem there coming out from Swapsy. Hex coming out here as well onto Raikou. Raikou is, however, going to be breaking out of that one, and still everybody on the side of WWF dying here, with Next just spamming out the heals for a good 20 seconds. But now finally looking like his team might stabilize there with that darkness, and now Next as well in a gouge, and he's going to try to fade a kidney shot there. Lontar finally taking some damage here as well. Swapsy going on a solo mission here, trying to take down the Holy Priest in the backline. Can he do it? Lontar running back to the pillar there, and he is going to be able to keep himself out of harm's way. Raikou though also taking a lot of damage. Raikou with nothing left. There's the Void Chips coming out, but they might just kill him through it. Raikou now finally activates the Metamorphosis and gets aggressive here back onto Swapsy. But Swapsy has Astral Shift. He's in Guardian form. I don't think he's going to be too scared right now. But Next though, with only 5% mana left in the tank, I don't know. They need to end this game right now, or WWF will be knocked out of the tournament.
He's got Angel Form in 6 seconds. He can heal for free in that Angel Form. 4 more seconds. They knock them away with the Static Field. They need to get distance for as long as possible. Lontar goes in the Angel Form first. Next is immediately going to pop into it with Power Infused. fusion up. He needs to get as many casts off as he can for free right now during this time and allow his mana to regenerate in that angel form, because Lone Star still has a pretty significant lead. Swapsy is running out of options. Double stun, triple stun from Echo. Thunderstorm knocks him away for a moment, and Brunhilde's Darkness just came off cooldown right when they get a full blind on the healer. Insane timing for Brunhilde's Darkness. It's giving them somewhat of a chance right now. Lone Star into a stun with no trinket. Waz with limited options. Raikou is the target. Is he going to survive? He gets gripped back behind a pillar, and Fel rushes around to the other side to avoid Swapsy's lethal lava burst. And now Swapsy needs to survive for a few more moments. Apotheosis for next. He can get free Serenities here. He resets his Chastise. He stuns Waz. He forces his trinket, but Swapsy is so low. 1 second away from his burrow. 1 second away from his wall. He might have to use both at the same time. He goes down through the wall, and Echo with a clean 3-0. And this is grim tidings for WWF.
Look at Raikou's DPS. Like, what's going on there? How does he do 12 million more damage than Brunhilde in his matchup? Like, yeah, I don't know. That's pretty impressive. Echo coming out with the guns blazing here, literally playing Outlaw Rogue with Fire Enchant and making it look good here on Tolve Arena. 3-0ing WWF, and we're going to see some of those moments here in the match. I mean, look how many close calls is in this game. Like, imagine being one of these healers, just having a constant heart attack, basically, trying to keep these players alive. 1 minute, Raikou is dying through swap. I think it's actually right here. He gets swapped, and he almost dies through it. Finally, Lone Star recovers him, and then here, another close call there for Raikou when he got gripped back, gets full HP, gets back into it, and then they make, I think this was the final push here of the game. They get the stun, and then I think they grip Swapsy. They managed to chase him down, and Nexus has no mana left here at this point, you know, having to heal all this damage that's coming out from Raikou and Waz. And Echo still alive here in the lower bracket, and they're really going to need to get as many wins as possible down there because they are in that three-way tie for first place, and the two teams that they're tied with, well, both of them have a better seat as well in the tournament right now, so they definitely are happy about this.
This is a really good position. If you're Echo, just make it impossible for anybody to catch you and at least get a guaranteed top 3. But I feel like Echo is still the team where, like, they want to win everything. The fact that they're in the lower bracket, even to begin with in Cup number 1, is not a position that they want to be. They want to be that dominant force, the unbeatable team that everybody is just terrified to go against. And I mean, in this series, Raikou certainly, you know, put a testament to it here. I mean, it's not often you're gapping the damage this much in a matchup like this, where it's kind of like both teams are stacked up, right? I wouldn't say, like, why would one Demon Hunter do significantly less than the other? Maybe the rogue stuns is the only thing that might be putting you behind, but he is doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at the gear here on both of these Demon Hunters to see if there's a big difference. But Raikou definitely coming out hungry today.
I think that's just Raikou Riz, to be honest with you. But I mean, what an incredible series with Echo here. You know, it's kind of they're testing the waters just a little bit. I think many people on the desk predicted Echo to come out on top with that one. They're going to be moving forward here in the lower bracket. Sid, is this a comp that can carry them forward and continue on down there in the elimination brackets?
Well, I mean, it beat the Boomkin Rogue of the Wandering Water FURBOLGS, which I think is the composition that knocked them down here in the first place. So this might just be what they've crafted to deal with that specifically. It was the Bikini Bottom Mafia that played that Boomkin Rogue composition that sent them down here. So yeah, I mean, it beat them one time. It was enough to force them off the comp. Either whether that maybe is preparation is one thing, but they lost on mana. It was a pretty decently long game. It wasn't like Tessie hasn't played Boomkin before and kind of died without bar skinning or something, right? It was like, it felt like a very legitimate game. So Echo definitely, I think, have some options now. They must have got some war games, sorted things out after that first defeat. And that's the thing, right? When a new meta comes out, Echo, sometimes they drop the ball, but as soon as they figure out what the meta is, they'll just do it better than you. And that's when you're in danger.
Like, he cut off one head and just grows 2 more and just comes back even stronger. Maybe that's not Medusa. I don't know, some kind of mythical dragon thing, but that's how I'm imagining Echo, because you're absolutely right. I mean, they may stumble a little bit, we may see them struggling, but it's just time and time again, this team proves itself to be able to come back even stronger. And maybe we're going to see that happen this weekend. But they're still going to be waiting on an opponent. We've got a couple of upper bracket matches that we've got to get through before we do see who's going to be dropping down to face off against Echo. But that being said, we have one more elimination round before we get into that, and it is going to be Brute Beasts, Zico versus HOOLIBANG.
That is absolutely right. We got Brute Beasts, which aren't super known as a team. Can Keto, Immers, and Tygal Ways. Tygal
Ways Twitch.
Tygal
Please
Waits
message
Twitch.
us,
All right.
any of you guys from Brute Beasts, if we're if we're butchering your names.
Yeah, so these guys, they're the 13th seed. The good news for them is when you're in that position, you got nothing to lose. You're playing spoilers. You're trying to get some points. You're trying to sneak into the gauntlet, go for the dream Cinderella run. So I feel like these guys, they shouldn't have too much pressure on them. They're basically, no one is expecting anything. So if they can shock everyone and show us how good they are, that would be fantastic. But of course, the team that they are up against is a team that we saw in the cross-region tournament, a team that took games of some of the best teams in North America, a team that has won in Europe. HOOLIBANG.
To be fair, HOOLIBANG were that team, right? They were the team that we haven't seen before, and there was no expectations, and then they're beating all the best teams. So it's possible
exactly what I was going to say.
It's possible the Brute Beast can recreate that.
Got to rewind a little bit to when we first saw HOOLIBANG, because I feel like that's the beautiful thing about AWC. These new teams come in, we've seen them on ladder, obviously, and they come in, they make a team, and they just crush everyone. So definitely don't count these guys out. We're going to see them up next after this break. Before we do head there, though, we are bringing back the map guessing segment. If you guys weren't around for the first two cups, we're going to be playing a little game here where we're going to try to guess the arena map based only on the movement of the players. Each replay will be showing movement from competitors in a real match that has at one point been played in AWC. And of course, this is powered by Warcraft log. So guess along with us in chat. Who was the best? Who was the best here last season? Do we?
This is a weird angle.
I have to guess.
Okay.
I think it was Van.
Probably. I'm going with...
This is a misleading angle, I swear. It's like
I was
zoomed
gonna
in
say
or
this is
zoomed
hard.
out. It's either zoomed out really far or something shady's going on here. This is not a normal scaling of the map.
Any pillars, and my brain, I can't do this without the pillars.
There's definitely one pillar in the bottom left.
It looks like there's one on the top. Oh, never mind. Someone went. Well, there's like a pillar forming. Okay,
Maldraxxus.
Okay.
I was going to say Maldraxxus, but
Maldraxxus.
I went with Ashamains. I think it's Maldraxxus too.
Oh, it could be
Wait,
Ashamains. One of those is bigger than the
I
others.
went
There's three. I'm so stupid.
Yeah, I can't change. You can't change it. I think Ashmains could be right because the pillar at the top looks like it's slightly wider.
It looks a little
different,
bigger.
You know?
It looks a little too big to be Maldraxxus.
And the
chunky,
distance
yeah.
isn't
It's a
as
little-
big
it's
between the pillars.
yeah.
It's either Maldraxxus or Ashamain for sure.
Ashamain is my final answer.
That's fair.
do you
Yeah,
got for us?
I said Nagrand, but I see three pillars now, so I know that I'm wrong.
Oh, I got one. I got one.
All right.
Wow. Also, I want to give another reminder, you may see people walking through a pillar, but basically how this works is the data is collected every time they use an ability or something like that. So, they may have just walked completely on the opposite end before doing something else. So,
It's like the yellow circle just ran right through the wall. He's got some new ability.
Yeah, exactly. I thought I would just talk about that again. But let us know in chat if you got that correctly. I hope production plays like little I don't know, like game show music during that segment, like do 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 do, something like that.
We need like buzzers. We need buzzers
Yeah,
or something.
we
to get
do.
the-
We do need buzzers.
Yeah, we do need buzzers.
Please, that would be great.
That would be so good.
All right, well, that was
That'd be
powered
so good.
by Warcraft logs. You can head over there and get not just cool information like that to break down your arena gameplay, but just so much more. So definitely go check that out. And with that, we will be heading to a break. Brute Beasts versus HOOLIBANG coming up in just a bit. Welcome back, everyone. We are on the second series of the day. Brute Beast and HOOLIBANG, both of these teams facing elimination. Both of these teams need these points. Maybe Brute Beast a little bit more than HOOLIBANG. Let's see what they're capable of. You're heading into the game. The gates are open.
Interesting. Brute Beast going to be leading with the Evoker Demon Hunter Balanced Druid. I mean, this comp has obviously been very popular this season. We have HOOLIBANG coming in with one of their classic cleave setups, the Demon Hunter Windwalker. So we'll have to see how this ends up doing. These double melee seem pretty strong so far in the meta. Big setup here with Serenity on Amuse. Gonna pop the Bark Skin, and immediately the Windwalker is going to be switching. Aridos is putting out a ton of pressure on this Moonkin, almost taking him down, but a lot of healing coming in here from Kenkido. That should be enough for him to live.
Oh, I don't know about that. Emma still not out of the woods completely. Darkness will drop there as well, as they just continue this unrelenting onslaught onto this poor chicken. But finally a bash coming out here onto Aradas, into a Cyclone there, actually onto his low HP Guardian right there. So not bad value there for Immers. And now Immers looking to push forward there. Kankito gets caught up in a stun interfere though. Immers going to be kiting it out, activates the Frenzied Region. Mass root beam there coming out potentially.
What?
He holds on. I don't know what that was actually. He just rooted him and then he gripped him away there. Immers now going back, trying to kite away. There's a nice stun there coming out from Kankito with the deep breath, but still forcing out Aradas for just a second before he comes back onto his target. Here comes another setup, paralyzed onto the dragon, and a double leg sweep there in the midfield as well. Tygol here trying to turn around the pressure back onto Aradas, but so far JT has no problems just keeping his team offensive.
Yeah, Serenity up in about 10 seconds. Immuse might not even survive until then. Could easily go down, and they need to find some crowd control here onto JT if they want to start developing pressure. Arados taking some damage, but might just trade out the Touch of Karma to reverse the damage. Interrupt here onto Muse. Really important that they're slowing down the Cyclones, and so far I feel like HOOLIBANG has done a really good job of that, avoiding the crowd control and keeping up the damage here on the Balanced Druid. And for the first time, HOOLIBANG is forced to retreat. Looks like they want to put a little pressure on the Demon Hunter. He's got no trinket, so it is possible to go after him. Arados has his Serenity up, but really just not connecting to his target. That is super unfortunate as the Windwalker Monk. Such a huge burst moment, and he really didn't get to capitalize on it.
Yeah, good shutdown there from Brute Beasts here, who are trying to mix things up here. If they can take down HOOLIBANG, that is one of the big three here in Europe. So that would be absolutely massive. This is in the lower bracket as well here. So this is going to be a big go here, coming out onto Tygol, dropping extremely low there, but the Nether Walk comes out and saves him in the nick of time. JT and Angel Form channeling out the Divine Hymn, spamming out the heals here, pushing in for the Chastise onto Kankito, into the full fear there, connecting as well. Emma's in so much trouble. Barkskin, is it going to be enough? He's got Incarnation active as well, wants to be aggressive right now, does not want to be sitting in bear form. They're going after JT here. It looks like, no, they're going to Cyclone JT, they're going after Tygol, and going after Arados at the same time here. Both of these melees taking a lot of damage here, but now it is going to be back onto Immers here, and he is actually doing a decent job here attacking Elsewhere there as well. But now Immers in so much trouble. Just blink for a second and this Druid might just evaporate here. He's sold off.
Are you kidding me?
Is. He just got blasted. What? It was like in a Chastise stun. What? That was like 80-0.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. Amuse health was looking like a yo-yo the whole game. Up, down, up, down, up, down. I mean, if I'm Kankito having to heal that is an absolute nightmare. I mean, the amount of damage that we're seeing Arados put out on the Windwalker Monk and the Demon Hunter as well, it's crazy. HOOLIBANG definitely getting very aggressive in that game, number one. It was back and forth, though. There was times where HOOLIBANG was under pressure, their health was low, but I never really got the feeling that they were actually going to die, right? Like, I constantly felt like Brute Beast was the one that was in trouble. And even though there was good, like, split pressure coming in for Brute Beast and HOOLIBANG's HP got low, it never really felt like they were in a position where they were actually going to lose. So this, I think, went heavily in favor of HOOLIBANG.
Absolutely, like you can see it, like even in these situations right now, it looks a little scary here, but JT the whole time, he has his trinket, he has his void shift, he has big emergency cooldowns in his back pocket the whole time, and that is why he's also feeling confident to push in here, because he knows, hey, they don't have Barkskin, they don't have trinket on their healer. If I push in, we land a CC, my team has damage right now rolling. If I can, take this moment, I can put my team even further ahead, and you can see it there. Gets the Chastise there onto the Spirit Bloom, and then they just completely delete the poor Moonkin out of this match. And HOOLIBANG, what's interesting about them is that we get to see Elsewave here on the Demon Hunter. Typically, we've seen them, with their sub rogue, with Halton, but he has been on the bench. So Demon Hunter Windwalker coming out here, as well as the Rogue Demon Hunter that we've seen successful in the previous series, and in addition to the Sub-Rogue Windwalker that we've seen previously from the sim.
Look at the damage. I mean, we got 127,000 tick of Fists of Fury, 221,000 Rising Sun Kick. You know, so the numbers are going to look really jarring for Season 4, but health also went up a lot. So the players have significantly bigger health pools, but still, the damage that some of these classes are the output of some of these classes is really high. Going into Season 4, we have some new tier. So some classes lost the tier lottery. For example, Destro Warlocks, I think they're going to fall off really hard. Their tier got significantly worse. But Windwalker Monks, they were already pumping. Like, Eridos was already destroying people. We saw HOOLIBANG play, you know, the Windwalker Rogue. And their 4-set is literally like God status. It's super strong. After you use Fists of Fury, you get empowered Rising Sun Kicks. And, you know, on my own monk, I've gotten like 350,000 Rising Sun Kicks. So you'd be pretty spiky on that monk. And you definitely felt it on the side of Brute Beast. Like, they were never really stable in the match.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm starting to see some interesting things develop here. If you guys type !gear in the chat, you guys can also see the AWC gear tool. And on that tool, you will see that a lot of these melees are running with this Derna's Chosen ring. I think almost everyone is playing something that can proc fire damage and playing with that ring. So it's pretty interesting to see. We saw it earlier on Waz on the Rogue, and now we're seeing it like on Eradas, for example.
Look at his staff, his polearm.
Yeah, I was gonna say combined with the polearm. That
I don't even know what that
damage.
is. I've never seen that before. There's all these items I've never even heard of. Ignite the Elder Flame. All right, let's see what it says. Ignite the Elder Flame to siphon the heat from nearby enemies, dealing fire damage to them and causing your melee abilities to unleash waves of ancient lava, dealing fire damage split between all enemies struck. So that I guess when you activate that, that's going to make your ring proc more. Like, it seems like there's a lot of synergy with some of these PvE items right now that these players are utilizing for their advantage.
Yeah, and I think that's a big reason why we're seeing the damage also go up a lot. You know, you can see Tygal as well is rocking the ring. Elsewave obviously on the Demon Hunter as well, and the Windwalker, and even things like Fury Warriors. They play with that the Fury of Shirvala or whatever, you know, the weapon that can proc fire damage, using that the legendary axe. So I think I'm starting to see here in the meta, a lot of these melees are finding new creative ways to deal more damage.
It'd be interesting to see what the actual damage breakdown is for them, to see how much damage, you know, these items.
We saw it actually in the previous matchup. The ring for Raikou accounted to, I think it was 3.9%, so like 4% more damage on a Demon Hunter. But I guess it depends a little bit on your class.
Yep. And it doesn't, yeah, it seems like, at least when I look at the items, it doesn't seem like that you're really losing anything to get it, right? It's just strictly extra damage that you're gaining. So really nice. We'll see how these teams continue to implement some of these items. I'm sure we'll get accustomed to them. I'm sure that someone's going to figure out something crazy, and they'll be able to showcase it here. But yeah, so far, HOOLIBANG, they're looking really good with their cleaves. I think them adding on the 4th Elsewave on Demon Hunter has been super good for them. And yeah, even watching the previous series, it was very interesting to see Raikou tagged in on the Demon Hunter and them actually run like a cleave between Raikou and Waz. That might be like a first. I can't remember the last time we've seen the two of them run a cleave together. Maybe like DK Demon Hunter or something like that at some point many years ago. But yeah, these double melee setups with the Holy Priest seem really strong. And I think a big reason for it is that Holy Priest can be Gnome, which is very effective into the balance druid. Like, you get no value on the Root Solar Beam, which is a huge part of your kit to win games.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know, you can be Orc Priest, you can be Gnome Priest, you can play Warden Alliance on the same team. It's really gone a long way in terms of customizing your character and really optimizing the best races for whatever the matchup wants. But we're going to see game number 2 here. Brute Beast versus HOOLIBANG. We are going to Tolveron Arena here. And both teams are just going to be sticking with the exact same comp. I feel like Brute Beast, they had some good swaps. They had some decent pressure. It wasn't like a complete blowout, but I never felt like, okay, now HOOLIBANG needs to be really scared and see if they can try to get more pressure in this game number 2 here. Im is already sitting through a big leg sweep there, but he was in bear form. Doesn't have to use his trinket there, only trading out the bark skin. So far, a fair exchange, but he's still taking a lot of damage here. A lot of heals coming out there, though, from Kankito. And now finally, Imus does get topped and now looking to get aggressive on to potentially Eradas.
Let's see what they do. Kankito's trying to immune some crowd control there with the time stop. I don't know if he got any value. Double stun coming in, though. Erados finally under a little pressure. He has the touch of karma. Might opt to just activate that immediately, but no, not worried whatsoever. Imus once again just forced into bear form, kiting around. He is getting completely destroyed, but a good swap here onto JT. Maybe they could pressure the priest down just a little bit, but I don't know if it's going to be worth Taiga kind of sitting on JT the entire game. I think JT should be able to easily handle that. Taiga's going to have to come back and try to get some pressure here onto Erados and Elswave.
Yeah, we'll see if he can. Right now, he's caught up in a stun behind the pillar, and he gets Ring of Peace even further back into a leg sweep, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to get too much work done. JT actually making a little bit of a mistake there. Goes for the Massive Spell on the Cyclone, gets Solar Beamed on cast there, and now he's got a little bit of catch-up to do here. Taiga sitting through a full fear, nicely done there by JT. Should alleviate a lot of this pressure, and he's actually getting offensive right now, just spamming out some Holy Fires, doing a lot of extra damage here, helping his team get aggressive there on that priest. Kankito here with the Nullifying Shroud, looking for a sleepwalk. It looks like he wants to push in here, maybe look for some crowd control here onto JT. The Chaos Nova connects from Taiga, but they're actually going after JT, but with it. But JT's still not out of the woods yet. There, a big Serenity connects there onto JT into a triple fear, and I don't think JT's going down here. It's going to be Imus actually taking a lot of damage, and at the same time, Kankito getting also super cleaved down there, forced to use his wall, forced to use Rewind. Big cooldowns coming out here from Brute Beasts.
Yep, definitely. JT getting caught into a stun. Once again, these constant healer swaps seems threatening. Elswave drops the Darkness to just try to mitigate some damage in that situation. He's got the Metamorphosis available. Serenity has been used, but this is the Zwen. So a lot of pressure here potential onto Amuse, but it looks like he's going to just pop the Incarnation, try to get aggressive. JT immediately goes into the Angel form just to power out heals, and they just cannot find pressure during these moments. Erados getting caught into a stun, though. Might have to trade out the Touch of Karma. It looks like a full imprisonment here onto Kankito into a full fear. This is a really scary moment for Brute Beast. Might be a 2-0 here for HOOLIBANG if they don't navigate this well. So far, Amuse doing exactly what he needs to. He's in bear form. He's kiting. He gets the bark skin at high health. And it seems like they will weather the storm.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to get aggressive here onto Elswave, actually. Elswave, no trinket available there for that exchange. Finally, seeing some signs of life here coming out from Brood Beast. But as I say that, immediately back onto Amuse here on the Windwalker. Eradas still taking a lot of damage, but he does have the Touch of Karma available, so he's not completely scared just yet. He has Trinket as well, so he can Trinket, stun, and activate that Karma. JT also getting pressured here. Actually, decent pressure so far from Brood Beast this last, like, 30 seconds or so. Just everyone taking a lot of damage on the side of HOOLIBANG, just swapping around back and forth, getting a lot of pressure here. But JT is able to keep everybody once again at full HP, and now once again it's going to be Eradas here looking for Amuse, looking for the damage. Trinkets aggressively. Here comes the Serenity. Here comes the big damage. He gets cycloned on his Trinket. That is absolutely disastrous for Eradas. You really want to connect with that Serenity and get as much damage as possible, but he can still connect with the last couple of seconds there onto Kankito, and he does manage to get him to at least use an Obsidian Scale, but Kankito still has his Trinket, so he's not really in any huge danger. Also getting that Communion rotating back up there for him, so still a lot of answers here on Brood Beasts in terms of defense.
Yeah, definitely not looking too bad, and the pressure on JT has been looking better and better, actually keeping him a little bit honest in the game. He's forced to actually line of sight. He's low on health, and this has been good so far. I really like this adaptation coming in from Brute Beast, but I don't know if they're going to be able to survive this. Kankito gets caught into an imprisonment once again, and there's just so many little CCs that he gets put into. He's getting put into stuns. He's getting put into fears, into paralyzed. And he unfortunately gets caught by that Ring of Peace and just cannot escape. It could easily fall. Rescue comes in from Kankito. At the same time, JT goes into Angel form as he is being pressured, but I think time may have run out for this Moonkin. Balance Druid just trying to survive. Kankito trades out the Emerald Commune in desperation, and then make a swap on him. Might be able to just instantly KO and win the stun. Unbelievable. Muse coming in with the Cyclone, trying to do what he can. Master Spell, though. JT frees him from that Cyclone and allows him to continue the pressure. This is absolutely insane, and I don't know how much longer Brute Beast is going to be able to keep this up.
Yeah, just an insane amount of damage, but finally Immo is getting a precog here. Needs to make it count. He goes for a regrowth, goes for a Cyclone. Not going to be able to finally get stunned there. Now finally does manage to alleviate some of this pressure here. Nice bash there onto Elsewave and a Cyclone onto Eradas. So Immo is really getting some work done here. Now they're swapping to JT, but look at Kankito. He's got no mana left here. Really nothing to work with. No Emerald Commune. They need to end this game right now. He goes for the deep breath. They're trying to close it out. Spirit Bloom connects. They get the Cyclone onto JT, but where is the damage? It's just going to be the touch of Karma coming out there from Eradas. They need to survive this Karma and then get him low once again, but how are they going to be able to do it? The massive Karma dot is taking. There's the Chastise stun. There's the Serenity. Huge damage in that leg sweep. Nice rescue coming out there from Kankito, and Taiga as well dropping quite low here, but this could be the miracle they need. Immo's trying to kite, trying to stay alive, trying to blast damage onto Eradas, but the diffused magic comes in. Immo's on 1% HP, almost in touch of death range. JT is there in the backline, spamming out the heals. I don't think he's going to be able to survive. Taiga catches a full fear. There's the double Chaos Nova. They're swapping to Taiga, and Taiga will fall here.
Oh my goodness.
HOOLIBANG up 2-0.
These melee cleaves look horrifying, like Demon Hunter, Outlaw, Windwalker Monk. They're really durable. Like, these classes are very difficult to take down, and you definitely feel for the solo casters. Like, unfortunately for the Balance Druid, he's just getting trained the entire game, having to play defensive. There's so much pressure on him, and they really are struggling to find counter pressure. So I don't know if Brute Beast is going to have to make some sort of adaptation, because so far HOOLIBANG is looking good, and I thought, like, in my mind, what Brute Beast is running should be pretty decent into this, but they are just really struggling to take anyone down.
I feel like Brute Beast had a really good game here, honestly. There was a lot of pressure in general. They were swapping around. They were forcing cooldowns. I thought this game looked much better than game number 1, but with that said, I feel like the Holy Priest just outvalued the Prez Evoker in this matchup here. And I think a big reason for that is the damage. Again, like, look at Taigal's damage and then look at Elsewave's damage. Like, it's such a huge difference. And I think that's where a lot of the extra healing that you have to do comes out. I mean, look at Kankito's healing, 208k HPS. The guy is literally healing like so much, 208k HPS for a long game as well. You know, it's actually crazy to heal that much.
Yeah, it's not easy, and you can see it there on the healing done. 70 million healing from Kankito, eventually just going out of mana. But it's difficult, yeah. I don't know what you're really supposed to do for Taiga. I think he has a little bit more of a difficult job here. He has to go and basically force solo pressure onto JT, but when he does that, he's just susceptible to getting rooted. He's susceptible to being feared. Then they make swaps on him with Chastise, so it's a lot of swap potential from that Windwalker Monk, which is nice. And I almost feel like in this composition, you kind of need the Outlaw Rogue. Like, obviously the Demon Hunter Moonkin Prez Evoker is really strong, but I feel like in this particular matchup, you'd rather have an Outlaw Rogue actually kind of enabling your Moonkin with, lots of cheap shots and kidney shots that just allow you to land those cyclones and kind of get a little bit more control of the game. It seems like with the Demon Hunter, the game is a lot less stable.
It feels like the game just becomes about getting your damage off as much as possible, whereas I don't think that's how they win, Like, you're not going to win going head-to-head when you have basically a Demon Hunter and a Windwalker that have a free punching bag, on the Moonkin. Like, the Moonkin is going to be forced to spend a lot of time of the game in bear form, and he's not going to be able to keep up with the melees, I think in that last game, Immos, he did actually a lot of damage, but compared to, Eradas, compared to Elsewave, it's still, it's not enough. So I would have to agree with you. I think that with the Rogue, the nice thing is that you can go for those bursts, right? So the win condition isn't only your overall damage winning on mana. You have just a lot more potential to set up. You have a lot more potential to set up a drink. Have a lot more potential to kind of catch people in bad positions and take him out. So, and also just help your Moonkin get casts off, like free up time for him. Like when people are stunned, you can actually cast. So definitely agree with you, but the question is, do they have it? The Outlaw Rogue. or is this just their best options? Because they are a 3-man team, so I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of flexibility here, unless Tygol randomly is also an outlaw god.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough. I'm kind of wondering if we're just going to see more and more cleaves. It's been really popular in Europe, like these different cleave setups with different leather wearers in particular. It's like all the leather classes, when you just put them together, it's just a ton of damage, lots of survivability, good opportunities to swap around. Like it's really, really tough. So I'm curious to see if we see more of that today, and if we see that in North America, because those kind of compositions don't seem as popular in the North American region right now. So I wonder if teams are going to start kind of adapting to that, or what. And we do. All right, is he an outlaw god? What do you think?
That is the question.
Yeah.
That is the question for Tygol right now. Are you an outlaw god? Because you're going to need to be. HOOLIBANG, definitely a team that is very, very, very scary to go up against. But this is what I like when you're in Brute Beast position, right? You're coming in here, you're a 3-man roster. Maybe you didn't even expect to make a top 8, and you have, which in of itself is, great. But for them, may as well lock it in. You already lost with your main comp twice. You have nothing to lose. You have nothing to fear. Full send it. I like it. It shows confidence. If it works, that's a completely different story, though.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what ends up happening. In theory, the Outlaw Rogue is going to bring a lot more control to the match, so getting out lots of cheap shots and kidney shots, and that just allows your Moonkin to follow it up with Cyclones. And once that happens, once you're getting stun locked into Cyclones and they're able to swap around a lot, I think it becomes a lot more difficult for JT, and it just overall becomes a lot more of a stable match. But I'm maybe worried that they might just make a lot of swaps on the Rogue. Like, the Outlaw Rogue, it does have a lot more control than the Demon Hunter, but in terms of raw pressure, it's less. So more crowd control, less overall damage. It's really just going to... The success of their team is going to come down to how much more damage Kankito is going to be able to do, and also how many more Cyclones we're going to potentially see here from Amuse.
Yeah, and that's the thing, we've seen Liquid run this comp with great success in North America, but we've also talked a lot about Sam's precog buff uptime, and that's what Imus is going to need to do here. He's going to need to channel his inner Sam I Am and get those precogs here, get those Cyclones out. See if he can do it right now. Big opener coming out here onto both, actually. Eradas taking a lot of damage, activating the diffuse magic, and now it's going to be Imus on the back foot, already using his trinket, already using his bark skin, already using thorns here, really just trying to go head to head here. And they're actually swapping to JT. Nice grapple weapon there, though, onto Tygol there. He's not going to get a whole lot of work done there, but still JT, I almost called him JZ. JZ is going to be wrapping around the corner here. He's got 99 problems, but his team's HP is not one.
And not so far. It's looking pretty stable for him. Erados making another swap here on Amuse, just kind of treading him down. I-Beam comes in. Where is the pressure? Amuse might just outright die. Chaos Nova comes in on Kankito. Are they going to make any kind of trades? The kidney shot shuts down L's wave. He trinkets out of that, but now a full Cyclone lands. Okay, they're getting through the trinkets. And once these Cyclones start becoming more frequent, that's when I think Brute Beast is going to be able to potentially reverse the pressure that they're under in this match.
Imus right now still feeling the pressure, but now a nice batch coming out here onto Erados. No trinket available, no diffuse magic available, which is a big cooldown here into the castle. But here comes the leg sweep. Tygol is stacked up for it. Erados really peeling with that one more than anything else. And Imus actually does have the precog right now. Could go for maybe a Cyclone. There's a cheap shot onto JT. They're going to swap with the Solar Beam onto JT here. How is he going to respond? Nice grapple weapon coming out there from Eradas on the Windwalker. Eradas, though, in a Cyclone, but it is DR'd. He's got Serenity just rolling back up, and he's going to instantly pop it as soon as it's off cooldown, but he does get caught up in a kidney shot into a cheap shot, and Kankito stuck in the paralyzed. JT looking for the fear, but gonna decide against it. Instead, it's just going to be big pressure coming out here onto Imus, and that is going to be the touch of karma here coming out for Eradas as well. Still has the diffuse magic, though, so Eradas not feeling too threatened in this exchange, and he was able to get a lot of damage out there with that Serenity. So if the game drags on, this could definitely be one of those games that come down to the mana bar of Kankito.
Erados right now caught into a bash. A beautiful fear there by JT, completely slowing down the offense of Brute Beast, and now they can just reverse the pressure onto the Balanced Druid once again. Kankito down to about 50% mana, so HOOLIBANG has a massive mana lead, which is not what you want. Pressure looking good, mana looking good, double stun coming in, Kankito getting cleaved down, and they might just outright one-shot him. Rescue here from Kankito, keeps him alive, but they got a lot of work to catch up. Finally, they're going to get topped off, but That's an Obsidian Scales. That's the Trinket. And Kenkito is just running out of answers.
Yeah, definitely. Immo's right now tanking a kick. Might be forced back into bear form. He's trying to stay outside of bear form, trying to go toe-to-toe here with this Windwalker, but Eridas just having that diffuse in his back pocket. Elsewave still with the full cooldowns here as well. He's got the Nether Walk. They're not feeling scared right now. They're pushing in. They're trying to get aggressive onto Immo's. JT was sitting through a Cyclone, but now Kenkito in a Fell Eruption stun right there, but it's going to be Elsewave actually taking a lot of damage there, and Tygol trying to close it out. Elsewave still dipping dangerously low here, flirting with death, but finally gets Cyclone. Trinkets out of the Cyclone, looks to get aggressive. There's the Serenity. Eridas pushing for the win here. They get a full fear there onto Kenkito. No follow-up CC there, though. JT now caught up in a blind. It looked like the blind actually broke from a full moon proccing there or something, and it's going to be more pressure here back onto Immos. But again, this is a really close match here. Brute Beast definitely not out of this one yet.
Yeah, definitely not. Elsewave gets kitty shot and grip back to the pillar. JT doing some work, but a beautiful stun into a Cyclone, and now all of a sudden Elsewave is feeling the pressure. He's got Nether Walk, but it seems like he's just going to hold on. JT almost has the Guardian Spirit available for some big heals. These Cyclones are a nightmare, though. JT really going to struggle to keep everyone topped off. Let's see if he can actually land some heals. He gets gouged. Great job there by Tygla. It's making it really difficult for HOOLIBANG, but they're just continuing this assault. They do not care, continuing to push the pace here on this balance druid. But you can see now Cyclones are landing, and the game's getting a little bit more comfortable for Brute Beast.
Yeah, they are getting a little bit more comfortable for sure, and the pressure is definitely starting to increase here for them as well. But at the same time, Immos need to be careful there. Drops quite low, but a nice rescue coming out. Eridas now going for a leg sweep swap here onto Tygol. Are they ready? Huge damage, and he is gonna go down. His cheat death. I don't think his cheat death worked there. Cheat death can be a little bit tricky like that. If it procs, if you get, there's essentially a lot of luck involved in that. Let's say you're 10% HP and then something gets you to 1% HP and then a dot takes and procs your cheat death, and the next thing will just kill you right away. But if you get hit for 10% of your HP when you're at 10% of your HP, you're gonna have a really decent cheat death. So a little bit unlucky there for Tygol to die through cheat death like that. But at the same time, you gotta say HOOLIBANG. They found a nice window there to swap off the Moonkin, and they definitely made it count. Beautiful chastise stun from JT as well. To make sure that the rogue was stunned all the way through and able to pick up that win.
Yep. I mean, it was just really nice. I mean, HOOLIBANG, just such a threatening team, and it's what makes this combination, these classes, so deadly. Is Aglet the entire game is not being pressured. Like they're getting a little bit of cleave damage, so he's trading out his evasions every once in a while, maybe making it easier for Kenkito. He's still feeling pretty healthy. He's got the cheat death, but when they make these swaps, they can just immediately delete you in a single leg sweep. You can see his health, it gets so incredibly low, and cheat death procs right there at like 2% health, like you mentioned, and they're able to just take him down through it. And Kenkito really didn't have too many answers. I think he had the time stop. It's definitely possible that he could have just time stopped him. I mean, he is running it, so I wonder if he was in crowd control there at the end, because I'm going to be honest, that talent I feel like didn't really get much value in these games. There's never a moment in the match where I was like, okay, that was a really nice time stop where he slows down the game and it actually made sense for him to run it. But let's see here again, because I do think that would have been like a pretty solid answer for that leg sweep if he just made him immune to all damage. It doesn't take you out of the stun because it does like freeze time and debuffs, but yeah, right now it would have been like an amazing time stop. But yeah, they just didn't get it off, and unfortunately, he gets taken down.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, but still, it was a pretty well fought series. I feel like if they maybe started with this composition, it would have maybe been a different series here. But for now, it is going to be HOOLIBANG taking it with a clean 3-0, and we're going to see the damage log right there. I mean, look at that, the absolute classic 1% cheat death proc, instantly dead, right through it. From divine image to next like millisecond. That's an absolute classic if you're a rogue. I think every rogue has at some point experienced that, but that set bonus doing some work there for Eridas as well. Huge rising sun kicks coming out.
Most definitely. Here is a look at the lower bracket and the upper bracket, but we can see that game that we just finished off there down at the bottom. HOOLIBANG 3-0 versus Brute Beast. They are unfortunately knocked out of the tournament. Now they're going to be moving on here. HOOLIBANG to try and battle it out here. They may have a chance to face off against Echo, which I personally really hope that we do get to see that game. That would be exciting for sure. But Brute Beast, we kind of talked about it moving into that match a little bit. Supatees, like, or Ven, this is who's on the desk with me right now. I keep messing this up today. You guys
I'm here.
You add one more caster to the mix and I lose my mind. All right, well, Ven, Brute Beasts, this is a newly formed roster. Obviously, they unfortunately did lose 0-3. Do you feel like this is a team that could come back next week and maybe do a little bit better here and perhaps get a couple games off?
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible. I mean, HOOLIBANG is a really difficult opponent. I don't know who actually sent them down to the lower bracket, but they've got the compositions. I mean, it seems like they're a really solid team, really solid players. They've got good compositions, so I would not be surprised if we see them in the top 8 once again next week. And maybe if they clean it up just a little bit, potentially bring on a 4th, then they could have a little bit of a deeper run. But HOOLIBANG is a really tough team.
Yeah, they certainly are, and HOOLIBANG certainly did prove why they did just make such a tremendous impact the first time we saw them come onto the AWC scene. So 3-0 finishing off there, and we are going to head to the upper bracket now after this break. Before we do head to a break, however, we're going to do yet another map guessing segment. I think chat didn't do so well. I just certainly messed it up last time. Maybe I can do a little bit better now as we head into this next one. This is, of course, powered by Warcraft Logs. Let us know in chat what map you think this is.
All right, let's see here. All right, what do we got?
Empyrean Domain, lock it in.
You snap before you lock that in? Is that how
He did
confident you
snap.
are? You had a little Imperial Domain. Yeah.
I don't think it is. I think it's Ruins. Or Hook Point. I don't know. This one is tough.
All right.
I'm going Hook Point.
Ruins.
Yeah, I think it's Hook
Or-
Point.
oh, wait, that's not even on there. I was stealing your answer.
You can't just say you think it's everything. You go, I think it's Empyrean. I think it's Hook Point. I think it's
locked
Tigers.
it
I
in.
think it's
I
Ruins.
Yeah,
snapped.
he
snapped.
He hit the.
Yeah,
he
you
hit
did snap,
the
but you also
buzzer
guessed.
with the
You actually
snap.
guessed
That's the
every
buzzer.
single one of them.
No, I snapped. I made my prediction. No matter what, that's my prediction. And then I said, nah, actually, it looks like this. I mean, it's obvious. Like, look at the pillars. You can see 2 pillars. That's easy
I know.
Hook Point.
That's why I picked in Hook Point.
Yeah, but like, if you lock it in at the last 5 seconds, like, how would you
Yo,
sleep at night? You know?
Diego,
Would
how do you
really
sleep at
knowing
night guessing
you-
every single answer? Like, you can't just
I
claim
didn't
every
guess
answer.
single answer.
You did. You said it's Empyrean Domain.
I
No,
have
it's
no
Tiger's Peak. I
comment
think
on
it's
this.
Ruins. I think it's Hook Point. We need an answer replay.
Listen, I locked in Empyrean Domain. What I say
Okay.
beyond that is just yapping.
Anything
be honest,
said after
like-
the snap is irrelevant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What if we're all?
That's off the record.
This is definitely Hook Point. There's no way that we're wrong,
We'll
right?
see. Imagine. Oh, love it. Let's go.
go.
I'm very proud of myself that I got this one.
I'm proud of you too,
Whatever,
Vin.
man.
That was really good. Whoa.
That's the game. You can't just lock it in right away. You gotta you get a little
You
evidence.
gotta lock it in right away, dude.
I wonder if the chat got it.
We need buzzers.
We do. Let's put aside some budget for that, please. Production. Okay. Our producer just chimed in and said he'll see what he can do. So buzzers are coming. Hopefully we'll have them by the next round, but let us know in chat if you got that correctly alongside Venruki here with Hook Point. But thank you so much to
You take it so serious. It's like
this is very serious. This is very serious. And if chat, if you're not taking that serious either, I question your judgment. But powered by Warcraft Logs, you can level up your gameplay by visiting archon.gg/wow. And over there, you can find the most popular builds, optimize your gear, and of course, learn the meta and even more. So definitely go check that out. And also shout out to Warcraft Yachts for helping us put this together. Now, with that, we will be, like I said, heading into the upper bracket now. Got some big games up there as well. It's Lava Lava facing off against Bikini Bottom Mafia after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We are now here in the upper bracket. We saw 2 teams get knocked out already, and we're done with that for just a little bit. We're here in the upper. Like I said, we've got 2 teams facing off against each other. Lava Lava, who we have seen play many times before, Lithy, versus Bikini Bottom Mafia, which are a bit of a newer team here for AWC.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild. I mean, honestly, since becoming a famous streamer, I'm not quite sure, but Ven's skin has been looking extra clear, like his beard is full, generally just looking a little bit more muscular, and with that, he is looking almost as good as Bikini Bottom Mafia has been in the open bracket this week, and watching them come in, it's gonna be an absolute blaster of a match, and Lava Lava, man, they better heat up, because this is gonna get spicy.
Lava right now, bringing in Guz on the Elemental Shaman. I haven't seen too many Elemental Shamans so far, but this has been one of their pocket picks. And really, Dex on the Restoration Druid, kind of just locking it in. We haven't seen many Restoration Druids, but it seems like he is very loyal to the spec, and we'll see if it works out for them here in this game number 1.
Yeah, we shall see. I mean, I hope they were watching WWF versus Echo, because that didn't look too good for the Ellie Shaman. Just not enough stopping power, while the damage almost even compared to the Outlaw Rogue on the other side, right? But it's really all about these 2 Demon Hunters, and so far, Tsuneki just popping off insanely hard compared to Coffee at the start of the game here. But we'll just keep an eye on things, as I think big eyes are on Nala here on the Outlaw Rogue, and of course Boruk, who has been around for years and years and years. And maybe this weekend, upper bracket top 8, top 6 rather already, this could be a moment for the Bikini Bottom Mafia to really step into the limelight and get some time in the sun then.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, they've already pulled off such an impressive victory over Echo. They're the reason why they are in that lower bracket. Let's see if they can do it again here against Lava Lava, which is one of the best teams in Season 3. So let's see what they can do. Good pressure so far. Barig has a massive mana lead. Things are looking good. Guz might just outright go down. He is forced to burrow, and he's going to immediately get out of that. Keep the damage here on Nala, but a gouge into Chaos over onto Dex. He is really falling behind on healing. But with the proper trades, the Astral Shift, it looks like Guz will be able to hold on, but there is 0 defensive cooldowns left. The Smoke Bomb drops down. Dex, can he get there? As well as the Darkness. A lot of defensive cooldowns. That was a great push, but Lava Lava weathers the storm.
This Beautiful. It is beautiful. So many defensives that Bikini Bottom Mafia is getting out of Lava Lava in a situation. And Coffee, the next target, once again dropping down to 20%. And the Resto Druid really struggling in this matchup a little bit. Compared to the Holy Priest, you're just not as equipped to deal with this whack-a-mole heals damage profile that's coming in. But Coffee still not outdone. Is looking for the engage here. They find Borok open in the field, at least for a moment. He's going to pull back. The Phalanxes not going to do too much in this situation. But all in all, it's really all about the damage. And in terms of mana, at least, Dex is looking spicy on the Druid, just hopping over open field, trying to get to the other pillar on the other side. And Nala is the big target. No defensives left. Now the Vanish immediately pops that, looking for a little bit of damage. And Dex is the target. Cheap shot it up, down to a half, but will be able to heal through. Not even the Iron Buck invested here.
Yeah, and mana really isn't looking too bad here, so potentially Lava Lava's going to be able to do it. Coffee right now in a little bit of danger. Looks like he will get topped off. Big heals coming in from Dex and that Incarnation Tree of Life, going for Cyclones as well. Unable to find it, but just continuing to bomb out the heals, get in position to maybe go for some crowd control here on a Barug, maybe even go down for a drink. So definitely potential. This is the Innervate, and they do crowd control him on it, so not really able to get advantage of those free heals. Really just pressuring down Dex and keeping him honest, making sure he has heal over time effects on all three members, and is not feeling too comfortable in the match.
Yeah, comfort is a big thing, and Dex on the Druid so far definitely comfortable, but is his team really winning? That's the big question. Guz has no Trinket, has a Spirit Shell, Astral Shift, and a Burrow, of course, available. On the other side, Borok sitting comfortable on both Swap and GS, while Nala just burned the evasion. And with that, might be a good target here. The Rogue down to half already, even though it's Outlaw, it's not a free pass at just living through the entire thing. On the other side, Lava Lava is rotting down across the entire team. Guz has to burrow while Dex is sitting in a full CC chain. Gouge into the blind. Might this be the setup that they needed? There's a Netherwalk forced. Guz, no defensive. There's the cheat shot. Full on steam ahead, looking for the finisher. Coffee out of the Netherwalk as well. Dex finally gets the broccoli popped off and heals them up, stabilizing for the moment, but then they bled dry on everything there.
Ooh, Dex sitting down for a drink, though. If he can recover some mana, it's going to be big. Suniki immediately shuts that down. I wonder if he's able to recover any mana, about 5%. So putting Lava Lava in a really good position. You can see Barug is falling behind. Nala's getting low. Suniki's getting low. Barug's almost completely tapped out on mana, but we'll see. Dampening's getting higher. The Restoration Druid's going to struggle to heal. He gets stunned on his Trinket. It Guz might just outright fall. An absolute nightmare. Beautiful static field totem coming in from Guz to just slow down the damage of Nala's Smoke Bomb. Guz just going to immediately get out of that with that Ghost Wolf. Really good use of his mobility to free himself up, and I think Nala could easily fall. Full imprisonment here on a Barug, and Nala could instantly die. We'll have to see if he can hold on. Looks like Barug finally has some heals connected. He gets out of the crowd control. Now Coffee getting swapped to with no Trinket. Darkness drops down. This is just so back and forth in game number one.
It's so close, Nala and Borok. They've been there before in the top 8. They just really want to go further than the first round for once, and so far they're looking to be on good pace, especially against a team like Lava Lava that has been coming off of the ladder as one of the favorite teams this season. And Tsuneki, now their target. They're trying to retain that place up top in the top 3. They want to progress further, and maybe with a Rogue taken down, they could be getting there. Nala down to 20%. Borok just trying to do anything with no mana left in the tank, but on the other side, Dex similarly struggling without the blue bar. 20 seconds on the Innovate. That could be the lifesaver, the game changer they need. Evasion once again pop, but Nala has it run out. It's done. It's dusted. It's over as Bikini Bottom Mafia are welcome to the AWC with a hard punch to the chin.
Yeah, Lava Lava really showcasing their skills in this one. A lot of damage. I mean, as the Elemental Shaman does, it's really difficult. I talked about it in the last series. When you're that solo caster and you're going up against, these double agility melee, it can be really difficult to find that counter pressure. They have a lot of lockdown for you, but I think he navigated the situation really well. And overall, I think Lava Lava played this one out beautifully, going the distance, getting Barug out of mana, and eventually taking down the Outlaw Rogue.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Beautifully, generally, yes. Clean, not really. Some very, very spicy situations, and I'm starting to wonder if it is the Resto Druid to an extent. Dex is playing an insanely fantastic game on this orange class, but isn't he in a very harsh disadvantage compared to the Holy Priest here, Ben?
It's tough to say. Like, this is the first tournament. Like, this is the first. Like, that's what I think a lot of players think. A lot of players think that like the Preservation Evoker and the Holy Priest, those are like the top tier meta classes right now. But we saw it in the open bracket with even the move. Absurge playing Resto Shaman. A lot of people aren't playing Resto Shaman, but he's winning series as a Restoration Shaman. So I wouldn't say that we fully know everything. And I think sometimes players over exaggerate how good specific classes are or how bad specific classes are. And it's good to see Dex, bring in the Resto Druid and Guz on the Elemental Shaman, pulling off a big win, because Ellie Shaman is another one that a lot of players aren't talking about, but it could be with full gear that these classes are very strong still.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the interesting things to watch for this weekend, what people bring in terms of comps, in terms of classes. And I very much agree with you, Ben. There's, I think, a lot we don't know, especially considering we're so early into the season. Usually the players have a little bit more time to really investigate and figure things out and understand the meta. And this time around, this tournament is going to kind of ask a little bit more in terms of adaptability, in terms of skill to read the meta, to find out what's good and be ready and prepared for the things that they can throw at people, the curveballs, and of course what they get thrown at themselves. And overall, solid start here so far in the upper bracket, and I really have no idea where this entire series must be going, because one of the big things for me is that Bikini Bottom Mafia was also playing the Rogue Windwalker in the open bracket. So I would love to see them bring that in, because I do think the Elemental Shaman would struggle even harder against that.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. I'm kind of curious to see what Tsuneki was running. Okay, he wasn't playing Cleanse by Flame or anything like that. He wasn't removing the Flame Shock off of himself, which can really mitigate some of the damage the Elemental Shaman can do. But yeah, Bikini Bottom Mafia, I'm really curious to see if they do mix it up. They do bring in the Windwalker. I think Windwalker right now is really strong. Obviously, we just saw HOOLIBANG play the Windwalker Demon Hunter and have great success. So let's see what they decide to do. It looks like they're going to lock in the exact same composition. It was a close game, like you said, for Lava Lava. It wasn't cut and dry. Like, there was a lot of close calls, scary situations, moments where Dex, had to panic, trinket, and keep everyone up when they're all 20% health, and he was almost out of mana as well. So scary, and I think on the smaller map, there's going to be very limited opportunities for Dex to actually drink, but we'll have to wait and see. I feel like if Lava Lava wins this one, I'll be very impressed.
Yeah, same. Hook point is going to be a lot harder. And I think something that you need to consider in this matchup a little bit as well is the fact that, while Bikini Bottom Mafia is a very, very new team, basically just recently formed to this new season of the AWC, but the players themselves, they have been around for a while. For example, Boruk and Tsuneki, I think it was, together, have been competing for the better part of 5 or 6 years and made AWC top 8 in the past before. Never gotten really far into the weekend broadcast, but I think this just competitive experience might give them an edge compared to a team like Lava Lava that's, as far as I'm aware, very new to competing.
Yep. They did have a stellar performance last season. I think they kind of came out of nowhere, at least for me. Like, some of the compositions that they were running, like the Demon Hunter Arms Warrior, Dex on the Druid, the Demon Hunter Ellie, they've been really, really consistent, and they're proving that still. I mean, in this first cup for season 4, or cup number 4, I guess, cup number 3, they're still having a great performance. They're in the upper bracket. They're up 1-0. This team has been really consistent in my eyes, so we'll see how far they can go once again in this cup, because they can have a deep run. It's going to be massive for their team.
Absolutely. There's championship points on the line this weekend as well, and especially for Lava Lava, it might be important to grab something. And as we're heading into Hook Point, 20 seconds in, we see the first set of CCs, and the openers roll in with massive damage. And who is going to be it? The new kids on the block, or the team that sent Echo to the lower bracket on Wednesday? Well, Bikini Bottom Mafia is looking for some damage, and Boruk up front in the open field, looking for CC onto Dex. Beautiful chastise into the fear. Dex is sitting on that one, and Coffee struggling. Down to 20%. Blur burned, and the heals are coming in finally.
Coffee making a swap here on a Barug, keeping him honest, trying to poke off his heals as well. So one of the things a lot of the... I'll table that conversation for now. Dex is forced to trade out his Trinket and Barkskin and his Tranquility. So Dex literally has nothing left. He's falling behind. Coffee struggling. A Chastise on a Dex and a potential full fear, but Guz, no tremor available. It's going to be a full blind. Dex's hots are falling off, and if they make another clean setup here on a Dex, I think he could fall really quick.
Yeah, they definitely are able to force Darkness and Netherwalk at some point soon.
Oh, this could be it.
Burrow, and the swap onto Dex is absolutely massive. He has nothing, no trinket, no tranquility, and the only piece he will find might be the piece of the grave, but for the moment, Coffee swoops in, and the dead of night, he rips him from the grasp of the enemy, but Nala is the target of the counterpunch, down to half, has to pop the cloak, and Boruk can stabilize, at least for the moment. Great go by BBM, and I don't think they're gonna let off any pressure anytime soon here.
Yeah, I don't think so, but I was mentioning these healer swaps are so important. A lot of the healers and a lot of the players this season are running the double Zen focus for just an incredible amount of mastery. So if you were actually going after the healer and keeping him under 90% health, you're removing almost 2,000 mastery that they're able to use. So significantly reducing the amount of healing that they're able to do. So I think that's why we're seeing these consistent healer swaps. Not only is it good to keep the Druid honest, but it also is just lowering their healing. It's the same for the Holy Priest. The mastery is just such a powerful throughput stat that if you can remove that, you're really mitigating a lot of the options that they have. All right. Well, Coffee is going to be at about 50% health right now. If they can do a full fear onto Dex into a kidney shot. I lost comms.
Well, a little bit of confusion here. I don't hear Ven, but Dex is under fire. Nala, the next one, stunned up. Borok, half HP, gets bashed up. Great cross CC going on. Lava on the push forward. There's the evasion coming in. Nala struggling, 20%. It is getting down to the wire. Ghost and him coming through. Borok trying to stabilize and able to do that just for the moment. Hunt going in. Tsuneki is looking for the setup. Dex now recovering, has the trinket back up and available, but is into bear form before the go. Really nicely dodging that as the Innovate is coming through, and he's going to be able to top everyone off here for the second. Another cheap shot is going to roll in. Coffee down to half as Bikini Bottom is just trying to dial up the pressure. Nala, though, the counter target once again and is struggling to stay alive. Borok in a nice CC chain, going to be CC'd up and waiting for his time to heal Nala back. Cloak is back up and available, and now Dex is the big target. Beautiful grip there. The bear form saving his life, but Coffee gets swapped to taken to the cleaners. What a game here.
Yeah, I mean, that was just incredible. Bikini Bottom Mafia, I think these constant swaps is going after the Restoration Druid a lot more. Created so many opportunities. I do wonder if this was a map thing, or like, is this something that they're going to be able to repeat on a bigger map? Because it definitely seemed like a really effective strategy and ultimately got them the win here.
Man. All over the place here, hook point, but then you were right to call it. It is a solid performance here from BBM, just taking the win. Great swaps, and I think a lot of it really was just this moment at the start. They overwhelmed Dex like crazy. I mean, they got everything from Barkskin to Trank to Trinket, and after that, I think the card house just caved in on itself, and they were never able to recover from the pacing there.
All right, good. Sorry, having a little bit of audio problems, but I think we're good to go now. But yeah, doing really good swaps there from Bikini Bottom Mafia. You can see here in the final moments, Dex gets caught into a stun. He's forced to trade out his trinket, still pressured, using the bark skin. Ultimately gets feared up, and that's when they're able to just capitalize on that situation, swap on the Demon Hunter, who's got no cooldowns and just completely overwhelmed with pressure against Lava.
Big pressure. Big pressure. Well, that's what happens when you're down at the bottom of the ocean, and I'm really curious where the series is going to go from here. Obviously, best of 5, right? So we're evened out, and the standings, well, don't really favor any of these two teams. And Lava, they get the map pick now. They can change things up in their favor a little bit. I would not be surprised if we go to a little bit of a larger map for the moment. Yeah. But, oh yeah, there's Madraxus. That's going to be a fun one for the map guesser at some point again. In the meantime, do you think they're going to stick to what they've been running so far?
I think so. I mean, they locked it in the blind pick on the Grand Arena. They locked it in on the small map. I just think overall, these agility cleaves, like I'm gonna start calling them the agility cleaves. You know, you mix in a Windwalker, an Outlaw, a Demon Hunter. Maybe we'll see a Feral Druid, something like that. They seem really good, just really well-rounded overall. You have a lot of defense, lots of instant crowd control available to you. Your durability is high, your burst damage is high, and it can be really difficult to handle that kind of pressure. So I would not be surprised if they decide to just lock it in. Obviously, we can see that they will. But on this larger map, it should be a lot more difficult for them to go after the Resto Druid, who really wants to sit back and be as far away as possible. So I think this extra space on those Draxes is going to help them.
Most definitely. I'm a little bit concerned for Dex, but as you're saying, just the size of the map is going to help. What I'm also a little bit curious about is how much this melee meta just favors Holy Priest, right? Because you get so much extra healing from the Prayer of Mending bounces, and it's just an extra level of safety that you bring to your team on top of just the very, very solid healing style with the Serenity Burst healing to just counteract. Would you still classify this season as bursty from what we've seen so far today, then? Or do you think we're shifting a little bit more to a rot meta?
I think it really depends. You see some matchups like this where it is really bursty. I mean, the last series we saw with HOOLIBANG, I feel like if you're that balanced, you're definitely feeling, you know, some of that burst damage coming in during those cooldown moments. But I mean, so far it seems like this meta also has the ability to go the distance. I mean, I know you watched them as well, but in the offline games, we saw, you know, the move going up against the Frogs, and those games are going 50-60% dampening, where, you know, it was a lot more slower pace, a lot more pressure based, mana based. So it seems like you have kind of a mix of everything depending on what you're playing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll get to NA tomorrow, but I wouldn't even call those move games slow paced. That was nail biters all the way through, and I'm really curious if we're gonna get a similar situation here, because the first two maps, I mean, Guz and Dex just living on a knife's edge, if you can even call that. Feels like they've been cutting the soles of their feet the entire series already. So, well, we'll get the sunglasses on, we'll get the clams back in, and we shall see what happens next. Honestly, I think BBM is gonna go up 2-1 here.
You think so? You're going with BBM over Lava Lava?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Lava Lava. I feel like Coffee, Dex, and Guz, they're looking good. I'm hoping that Dex is gonna be able to create a little bit more space in this map, but yeah, I think your pick definitely isn't bad. They look super good in that last one. That was a really convincing game number 2. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Dex is gonna be immediately going into that Incarnation Tree of Life and using that Innervate to just make all these heals freeze and try to stay ahead on mana.
I mean, he needs to. Look at the burst on Coffee. Now they're swapping onto Dex. Borok needs to push in a little bit further. And that's also something we're not going to see too much here on Maldraxxus. Those priests, you see chains, Borok going in for the fears because Dex is just too far away. There's the Spirit coming through. A little bit of hymn action for a good, nice song. You know, the workout playlist is definitely in here for BBM as they are pushing forward for more CC, more damage. Guz once again the target, and they are finding Dex with a full kidney. The burst damage just not good enough for the moment, but there we go on the tail end of that CC, taking out half his health bar in no time. But same thing happening to Nala as they're trying to swap around again. Borok trying to stay in position, but this is a rough spot to be in as a priest here.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of catch up to do. Guz and Dex positioning far away. That was the darkness that dropped down from Suniki. Just try to slow down that pressure. Baruch still under so much fire here. Forced to retreat back to the pillar, channeling out a symbol of hope to reduce some of those defensive cooldowns for Nala and Suniki. Coffee, in the meantime, is forced into the Netherwalk and using his trinket. I mean, this is just so back and forth. Pressure from Bikini Bottom Mafia seems a lot better coordinated here, but Nala could fall. Big stun there at about 10% health. Cheat Death saving the day there, but now no longer able to rely on that defensive cooldown. There's no cloak, there's no vanish, there's no cheat, there's no trinket. Nala's in a lot of trouble.
It's an outlaw rogue, so you never quite know. They are fairly tanky, and they also do a good chunk of damage, especially with the Demon Hunter at their side, as Dex is finding out at first hand right now. But Nala, the swap coming in, Borok trying to do something, but gets feared up. The Trinket is coming through, GS with some big heals, but that's the last Serenity. That's the GS they're running out as well. It's only swap from here on out, 45 on 8-path, so not too much to work with here for Borok, which means that BBM just needs to stay on their toes here for another moment. Beautiful fear onto Guz. Dex, the next target, forcing out the Trank, leaving the Druid strangled. Oh my goodness, that is another sick fear coming through, and Suneki is just gonna go for the killing blow. What a setup. Lava down on the mat.
Yeah, that Sigil of Misery on Dex is just absolutely nasty. He got out of the Trank, into the Sigil of Misery, into the cheap shot, and eventually went down. Just a really nice, clean setup. Bikini Bottom Mafia, they're showing, why they're one of the teams that did send Echo down to that lower bracket. So this game number 2 and game number 3 to me are really convincing in favor of Bikini Bottom Mafia. A few close calls on Nala. This Lightning Lasso setup was really nice to get the Chaos Nova on Barug into the Sigil of Misery, but he's able to just get out of that, keep the heals on Nala, and keep him in the fight. But yeah, Dex, it's really difficult for Dex. I wonder what his gearing is like, because on a Druid, you often use really low versatility. It's like a lot of mastery and some haste, so you are super susceptible to these swaps. He actually pre-bear forms the Sun and still dies during the setup. Really unfortunate for Dex. Look at the Sigil of Misery.
Yeah, I think Dex did a great job trying to stay alive here. He has Renewal and an S, but he gets hit with the Sigil right out of the Trank. And
such a good
at this point, you gotta ask: is that something you can even trinket, right? And the answer probably is it doesn't matter, right? Because the Rogue is sitting right next to you. If you trinket that Sigil, you're into the next cheap shot immediately. There's no way you're getting anything out there, right?
Yeah, he exited his Tranquility. It was like a really good pre-read there by the Demon Hunter Suneki. And he actually left the Tranquility a little bit early, so I think if he sat that entire thing, he might have just immune the Sigil of Misery, and he could have maybe got off his Renew in order to survive, but yeah, just unfortunate there, or his Renewal. Unfortunate there, but really clean setups from Bikini Bottom Mafia are really keeping Lava guessing. And I kind of wonder, my big question, and this is just my question for the meta overall, like these agility cleaves we're talking about, like how good are Rep Paladins into them? Because I feel like right now, Rep Paladins are a little bit underutilized. Like, Rep Paladins, sure, they can struggle into some of the Wizard comps and stuff like that, but their specialty should be dealing with some of these double melee comps, in theory. I mean, maybe I'm totally wrong about that.
I would say Red Paladins are pretty good right now. Maybe not like Demon Hunter level good, but still pretty good. And especially if you think about something like Red Warrior, for example, right? That's stuff that we're getting into the direction of, okay, someone brought out this agility cleave, this Demon Hunter Rogue, Windwalker Rogue, whatever it is really. What do we pick to counter this? Can we go Red Warrior? Do we even go Red Warrior Fistweaver or something in the direction, right? I think this is very much a scenario where we need to start thinking about what are these counter picks to these agility cleaves, because otherwise we might have a Cup 1 last season scenario on our hands where a team like HOOLIBANG with a brand new comp just runs away with the tournament, right? And BBM so far? I mean, they're warming up. They're definitely on the good road with there. They've already knocked down Echo to the lowest.
Yeah, I wonder, maybe they bring in the Warrior Demon Hunter. Is that a cleave that can go toe-to-toe? Normally, Warriors are pretty decent in those cleave matchups. You bring safeguards, so you can actually keep the Druid alive. I would like to see it. I think Lava, they need to make a change, and they won't. So they're playing the same thing. But I think this is what you want. Honestly, I feel like if you're playing Outlaw, Demon Hunter, you kind of want to be playing into these solo casters like Guz. So, despite a few close calls, I feel like Bikini Bottom Mafia, they still have an edge in this matchup. And even on Tolveron, I think it might be difficult for Dex to survive.
It might be. What I'm really concerned here is the fact that Coffee is not getting the same pressure out as Suneki, and that's something you, Zico, and Super have talked about in the first 2 matches of the day already, right? That the Demon Hunter on the non-rogue team getting locked down just a little bit more, just not able to stay in the fight as much, and obviously through that having less overall pressure. And this might be one of those scenarios where, while Demon Hunter itself is an incredibly good pick, it might fall behind and maybe even, hey, maybe I'm leaning a little bit too far out of the window here, but maybe even be a detriment to the comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. I do wonder if they just brought in the warrior instead, what that would look like. Like, just have carries on the arms warrior with the elemental shaman, just a classic thundercleave. They're obviously opting not to bring it in, so we're not going to see it probably. But I am curious about it because, like I said, I feel like there's still things that aren't entirely figured out. In season 4, especially when people don't have full tier like on the ladder right now, I think people have an idea of what's good and maybe what's not so good. But in full gear, I think there's a lot of potential here for some answers.
Then I want to pick your brain on this situation a little bit, because you've competed in the past, right? You've been in those shoes yourself. Like, what's the point where as a team you start saying, okay, we need to start trying different comps in this series because otherwise we're gonna lose? And of course, a lot of that goes into it, I would assume, is how much have you prepped for the weekend, right?
It's a really difficult question because sometimes you think a composition is going to do well, and when you lose, you still kind of think like, okay, maybe we could have won that. Like, if this didn't go wrong and this didn't go wrong, like maybe this still is a good comp, and you get caught into like a trap. Or, you know, but at the same time, sometimes it pays off where you do have the winning composition. You are playing it a little bit wrong, and if you clean it up a little bit, then you would actually win. So it really is a balancing act. I think a lot of it comes down to preparation, you know, war games before the tournament, and I think at some point you just have to be confident in the composition that you have, or the compositions that you've prepared, and if it doesn't work, you just, you know, go next in the next tournament, because, you know, bringing in an oddball composition with no practice, it doesn't seem to work out as much as you might think. So I think, you know, I respect Lava Lava's choice. I don't know if their warrior's just not here, or if they do think that this is their best option, because the games have been close, right? Like, I mean, Nala has barely survived both of the games that they did end up winning. So there is still options here for Lava Lava.
Well, close or not, well, we'll find out where this goes, and luckily for both of these teams, this is the upper bracket. So, loser of this match will go down to the lowers. Of course, that's the shark waiting in the water for a little bit of a midnight snack, but of course, you're not quite out of the tournament. So far, so good. BBM on match point as we're heading into Tolveron Arena, and with the size of this one, and the Netherwalk popped in from Suniki right out of the gate. I was gonna say this is in Lava Lava's favor. This is definitely in Lava Lava's favor now.
Yeah, the defensive cooldown is no longer going to be available. I could see it rotating back up in 3 minutes, but not having that option is definitely unfortunate, to say the least. Team bottom Mafia falling behind in terms of defensive cooldowns. Let's see if they can keep up the pressure. They do manage to get the Astral Shift here from Guz on the Elemental Shaman. A big setup on Dex once again, who's been doing a phenomenal job getting in bear form, and that Sigil of Misery really coming in clutch there for Coffee.
Yeah, and now Lava Lava is swapping up the strat a little bit. Big swap onto Borok, barely surviving there. DGS is invested as well as the A-Path. A lot thrown out the window, but now the swap over onto Coffee. Double cheap shot coming in. The Demon Hunter looking rough right now, but Dex has everything under control. Not even the Iron Bark necessary to be tossed in there. Another full kidney. Sigil of Misery onto Guz. No peels from the Ellie Shaman. Borok trying to get the fear in. Tremor not quite going down in this situation, but Dex has the Bark Skin, the pre-bear. Once again, you mentioned it, Ven. He is just so on point with his bear.
Yeah, this blind is really awkward. Oh, Coffee's in so much trouble. Netherwalk comes in. Dex couldn't trade the trinket there. That was really good discipline. I mean, a lot of healers would have just snapped trinket, but if you trinket that blind and you heal Coffee, it's just a nightmare, because now you have no bark skin, you have no trinket, you're likely just going to die. The counter pressure coming in for Lava Lava, though. They have a lot of damage, a full hex lands on Baroque. He does have the trinket. Looks like Knowledge is going to tank out a lot of this damage, but he's caught into a stun. Dex getting really aggressive, maybe just moving in with that wild charge bash and pressure heavily in favor of Lava Lava. We just need to look out for Dex, who still has his trinket. So I think Dex, in terms of positioning, is looking good, and it's Bikini bottom Mafia on the back foot.
Yeah, they're stepping back a little bit, but we've seen that before. We've been there. and Lava Lava was not able to finish it off in the last 2 maps. Maybe this time around, another full kidney onto Gus. They're swapping up the targets once again a little bit, but Coffee is trying to get the damage in. Heard us talk about him, and this game around, he is popping off on the damage, just really making BBM's life a living hell right now. Another beautiful static field totem. Gus on point with the peels for Dex this game, and overall, Lava Lava, Ven, they look like they've woken up in game 4 here.
Yeah, they're looking really good. The peel's coming in for Dex, who's been the main pressure point, and they've got a lot of damage. You can see Guz just absolutely crushing the enemy team. Rogue does manage to top everyone up. Another big setup here on the Coffee, who's gotten low a few times in this game, but look at Dex just positioned so far away, and that's the big map really paying dividends for their team. Gets caught into the stun. Is he going to trade the Barkskin? Really not respecting the incoming damage from Nala and Suniki. Just in bear form, will hold on to all his defensive cooldowns, and that setup wasn't super effective, but they're continuing to push the pace. Stun comes in onto Suniki. Maybe they follow it up with a Cyclone. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Dex goes for it, but just doesn't have the range. Now it's going to be Nala taking most of the heat as Borog is really struggling to heal him, and actually behind on mana a little bit here.
Yeah, not looking too great. You also got to watch for Dex trying to sneak away and get a drink in. Now the Essence Break. That's a big goal. Seneki coming in, and good thing Dex held onto the Barkskin. Now it's definitely necessary. Borok coming in with the Dispel, sitting on half HP, but out of range. Should be fine here for the moment. Mind Games trying to line up here onto Guz. Solid go. Gets traded with the Astro Shift, and on the back line, it's Borok getting dove like crazy. Coffee really wanting to finish this one off as the Priest is healed back up in the nick of time, but still the pressure is gonna keep on rolling in, and Nala is not gonna feel any better anytime soon. Swap is still available, might be necessary to trade that here in this very moment, but the Serenities keep them rolling. Suneki, Nala both down to 20%. Good in cap. There's the kidney onto Guz. Pressure is down a little bit after this go, but what can BBM do to recover here, Ven? It's not looking good.
Yeah, definitely not. They're all behind the pillar. Rug has a little bit of catch-up to do. Nals is going to vanish out, try to get some stuns. Coffee could easily fall. Oh, that's going to take him down through the damage at the same time. Nal and Suniki are still continuing to rot. They make a swap on Dex as the Metamorphosis has a huge amount of pressure. Barkskin and Ironbark trade. Are they going to be able to take him down through it? It could be the Tranquility. He's getting so incredibly low. Looks like he's going to have full faith in that Incarnation Tree of Life and those damage reductions to survive. And now, once again, it's going to be Nala who's in trouble.
Yeah. Maybe the nerves of years of competing is finally paying off for BBM here. They're keeping their calm, they're keeping their cool, they're staying collected, and they're collecting all the CDs on the side of Lava Lava. There's nothing left in the tank here for Dex, and they might get him in this next go. The cheap shot is in the CC as well. Another beautiful peel fear coming through, and they will survive for another moment, but Dex is not quite out of the thick yet. Nala trying to stay on target, but gets it damaged on the way out. Down to 30%. Borok very far up and deep on the offensive. Mind Games coming through as well. The swap onto Coffee once again. The stun is coming through. My goodness, it's so damn close. The darkness barely thrown out to stay alive here.
Yeah, really close call. These constant setups on Dex, swapping on a Coffee. Well done there by Bikini Bottom Mafia. About 30% dampening. Rogue channeling out the Symbols of Hope, trying to stay ahead on mana, but Nala is so incredibly low with no defensive cooldowns. It's going to be up to Barug 100% to keep him alive, but he has no trinket, so they do manage to find the crowd control. Beautiful static field totem. Shuts down Nala's mobility. Let's see if he can find his target. Once again, another kidney shot incoming here onto Coffee. Dex is struggling to keep him alive. He trades out the Iron Bark, but now with no Iron Bark and dampening so high, I feel like Suniki and Nala could just take down Coffee through everything. We'll have to wait and see if they can hold on to that moment, but they are really struggling to stay alive. And I think Dex's single target healing is starting to really slow down to this heavy of dampening.
Yeah, now Gus the target once again. The Innovator's out as well as the tree form, but Borok is struggling on the mana side. Suneki has the Netherwalk rotated back up, but this Nala that's under fire. Beautiful Chaos Nova. The damage is coming through. Essence Break is thrown in. Coffee just really cruising for a bruising right now as he's taking everyone down. The whole team is dying, and BBM trying to get away across the field and back behind the pillar. Nice fear from Borok. He's trying to do any healing. There's the Spirit Form. The Hymn is back up. They're trying to stay alive.
No
Nala
way!
getting healed up back to half. Can they take it back to the road? Can they take the pressure back to Lava Lava? It doesn't look good, and Gus comes in with another beautiful static field. The stun onto Nala. Coffee really sending it right now, but they're trying to connect onto Dax. Another stun, another go. Might be devastating here. They find the Druid. They send it. They full send it, but Dex has the Iron Bark, the Bark Skin ready to stay alive. Another fear onto Coffee. Nala is deterred, but not done. 20%. Borok with a little bit of mana. Another flash shield coming through. The swap onto Gus, and he powers on 1%. Then he's alive. He is alive.
For how long? He might just fall. And now at the same time, we could get a cross kill. Such an unbelievable comeback there from Bikini Bottom Mafia. Unfortunately, not able to find the win, but what a close call. They were all sub at 20% health, running, hiding behind the pillar. Somehow, someway, they stay alive. And Lava Lava almost loses, but they stay calm. They make the right trades and ultimately pull out a victory from, being ahead on overall pressure and mana. So well done there by Lava Lava, but that was almost the comeback of the century.
Man, I missed AWC. It's so good to be back. This is exactly what I've been waiting for this weekend. Insane games, and this is just the first round of the upper bracket. The team that took down Echo in the open bracket this week, and on the other side, Lava Lava, the ladder kings of Europe, trying to manifest a first place here in the standings. But my goodness, we're going all the way then. Game 5, and I don't think we can really pinpoint any point in this match. Yeah, it's like both teams just playing out of their minds.
Yeah, I mean, there's a blind. Nala has blind. I feel like if he traded the blind on, at that moment, it's just like there's so much adrenaline. It's like there's so many things happening. Yeah, it's such a freak out. It's such a close call taking down Guz after like that miracle moment. You can't believe it's going to happen. I do wonder if he got the full blind out, maybe on Coffee, if they could have just ended up surviving that situation. But you can't really ask for more than what they did. And the thing is, for Bikini Bottom Mafia, even though they lost this game, they get to go into Game 5 with an advantage. So I think we're going to Ruins of Lordaeron, something real small, Dalaran Sewers, Ruins of Lordaeron, something like that, where it's going to be a lot more difficult for Dex to actually survive.
That's gonna be interesting. Runes is a good call. Yeah, no, I can't really think of anything else, right? Because you want to pressure that Druid like crazy in these situations. We've seen that on Hook Point. They got some nasty overlaps in terms of def CDs out of Dex in those situations, and here just the sheer range allowing Dex to stay out of the fight. On the other side, also, perfect opportunity, honestly, for Lava Lava to throw in a curveball and bring in a comp that BBM isn't expecting.
Yeah, something a little different. But
yeah, maybe a warrior.
Nope. Well,
Run back.
It is Dalaran Sewers. I kind of want Guz to play. Guz right now, he's playing. I wonder if he should be playing Traveling Storms. I think it's a really underrated talent. He's using Unleash Shield and Static Field Totem, which obviously are lots of value. Like, one of the things that's best about the Ellie Shaman right now is you have so much ability to knock people around. Like, you're knocking people around with Thunderstorm, you're knocking people around with Unleashed Shield, you're knocking people around with Static Field Totem, but the Traveling Storms, I think, is really nice, where you can use it
That was the talent that lets you use it on your teammates, right?
Yeah, that's Traveling Storms.
Yeah, gotcha.
But then you kind of wonder, it's like, does it do anything? Like, to be honest, like, against the Demon Hunter and an Outlaw Rogue, knocking them around, they're back on target instantaneously. Like,
yeah, that's one of these issues against these agility cleaves, right? Windwalker, right back on you. Rogue, Shadow Stab, Grappling Hook, whatever else they have, right? Sprint is available. And then, of course, I don't need to start talking about Demon Hunter mobility, right? There's so much they can do. And especially if you have a Priest, even Borok able to run in a double Dispel in theory, right? To get out of those roots and all those annoying debuffs, especially great if you're playing against the Shaman already, because you want to take that Flame Shock off. So really, really spicy position to be in for Gus, but he's held his own very, very well this series, and yeah, Dalaran Sewers, I'm not sure if this is going to be the pocket pick that BBM is hoping it to be, especially with the knockbacks off the ledges here.
Yeah, that's one thing to definitely consider. The knockbacks are really obnoxious. The Demon Hunter's not going to care. Obviously, he can just double jump back up, and maybe the Outlaw Rogue as well. There it is. He gets knocked, he hooks up, but then he gets knocked again. So, Gus really showcasing, those different knocks. in the game, but ultimately Nala will get back to target, and it's going to be the swaps on decks that are the most important thing we see here for BBM in this match. They can stun up decks, get the pressure there, get his bark skin, get through his trinket. That's when he becomes really vulnerable.
Oh, good hunt coming through. Nice dodge on this sigil. Coffee trying to peel, but not quite landing it. Really well done by BBM, trying to set this all up. But Tsuniki now a little bit the target. The Demon Hunter has stayed untouched mostly the first 4 maps, but overall, it's just everyone rotting down on the side of Lava Lava. Dex has every branch in hand to keep them alive. What? No, you can't just die on game 5, man. Pop the cloak. He stays alive, barely making it through, but it's not quite over yet. He burnt every single defensive in the book, and Borok only has the swap left available. Defensive blind coming through, a cheap shot set up onto Coffee. The mind game's in as well. Coffee trying to kite away Dex finally out of the CC and stabilizing his Demon Hunter. Does off healing as well. That was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, that was a really close call. He didn't even proc the cheat death. Went down to literally 2% health. Cheat death is able to be saved, so at least he has that in his back pocket pushing forward. And these setups, I feel like Guz, one thing he's doing a lot better is when they swap on decks, he's just pre-healing. Earth shields up, he's just spamming out the heals immediately. But a big setup here on Coffee. Again, they take him down. It's a chastise. He's forced to trade out the Nether Walk. Doesn't use the trinket, so a little bit greedy there. Now set up here on the decks, who's falling behind on healing really, really quickly. Will use the Iron Bark and Bark Skin to stay alive. So Bikini bottom Mafia putting themselves back in the game with that sequence of events.
Oh, that's your average shuffle healer panic moment when the Demon Hunter goes above the wall and beyond the corner. Tsuniki getting swapped now as Borok is trained. Once again, the entire BBM team is just rotting away as Borok is trying to keep them alive. Good Dispel coming in on the dots and the Flame Shocks here. Gonna keep Guz's damage down as well as Nala. 1 second on the Vanish. Might be able to pop that in and immediately it is sent. Borok now the target once again. He has nothing left in the tank. 5 seconds onto the Spirit of Redemption. He needs to stay alive. Power Infusion as well as the Ape. The swap onto Dex just deletes him. Both healers under pressure like crazy, but it is the tree that cracks and falls first. Bikini, bottom, Mafia advance in the upper bracket.
Now Dex is definitely wishing he could just go immune to death in angel form. Like, you know, he'd definitely like to have that answer in that specific situation when it is a healer trade, but really back and forth. Bikini bottom Mafia, they're going to be sending Lava Lava down to the lower bracket. They sent Echo down to the lower bracket. This team is looking very threatening.
I love it.
Love it too. All right, we'll take let's take a look at this. So this is that panic moment where Dex is freaking out, trying to keep his team alive. Rug gets so incredibly low, going down to 5% health. He goes for the Void Shift to stay alive on Tsuniki. And it's the next setup on Dex, so they're able to just kill him straight up through his trinket. So he's got his trinket, and he's got the immunity with the Tranquility. Let's see what ends up happening to where he can't get it off. I think it's just an overwhelming amount of burst damage. You see Barug right now taking quite a bit of burst damage, and this is where I think he just goes into the Spirit of the Redeemer in about 5 seconds. Nala rolls over, gets the cheap shot. Tsuniki's there for a big blade dance. Does he have the eye beam? He literally just dies in one cheap shot. One cheap shot goes 100-0.
What was that hit that sent him down like 30% HP in an instant? That was disgusting.
Probably like an inner demon or something like that. Like after eye beam, potentially like a big inner demon after the annihilation. We'll see. I'm sure we'll have the death log there, but that was a crazy amount of damage on Dex. And what do you even do there? Like Dex in that situation, the only play he could have made looking back is just immediately trinketing and using his Tranquility. But I think it was just at the end of the first cheap shot, he got bursted so hard it made it really awkward.
Yeah, I mean we'll see it here in another second. It's this half-second CC that's left where you kind of have to trinket it, but you don't want it because it's a waste of time anyway, right? And there's a kidney right after. It's so much damage. Man, second map that Dex gets absolutely insta-gibbed in a CC that's not worth trinketing. The poor man is suffering. Look at this. 280k Essence Break.
Yeah. That's a big damn. Between the eyes, like look at how fast he just toppled over. He went from 80% health. 80% health in 2 seconds to dead. So he just got basically 100 out in 2 seconds. That's tough.
Well,
has a Demon Hunter won every series so far today?
considering we've had Demon Hunter on every team so far.
That's probably
yes.
a fair.
But Demon Hunters actually are really well represented, more than I thought, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know,
They're
it's
doing big damn, that's for sure.
yeah, most definitely. As you can see here and in the rest of our previous games, but yeah, those are the kind of series where I'm like, man, I wish I could talk right now because I was screaming right alongside with you guys. But really intense back and forth here. Bikini Bottom Mafia coming out on top though. Lava really close. I almost thought even for a couple seconds there that maybe Borag was going to go down and we were going to see a bit of a cross kill, but not today. That is going to be the end of Lava. In the upper bracket, at least, they do have another chance to fight it out down there in the lower bracket. So they're going to be knocked down against HOOLIBANG later on today, actually. So we will be able to get to see that series. And then, of course, the team that's going to be playing up against Echo will be determined by this next up series, Ven, CHIBAku Tensei, or Streamer Zone.
Yeah, you guys were questioning my pick of Streamer Zone.
I was a little
second.
bit. I was, but I'm ready for you to prove me wrong.
Well, in order for my prediction to come true, Streamer Zone has to win this. Streamer Zone has to make it all the way to the finals and then lose to Echo for my prediction to come true. And I think it could happen. I think Streamer Zone is one of those teams that people are sleeping on a little bit. Like they play Jungle Cleave and the Feral Mage Priest, and they've got kind of. Go ahead.
No, please.
I was gonna say they've got a couple like an up and comer with P-Make, and then the veterans of Kasu, Relza, and Tony Farrell. Like, I think this is an incredible team.
This is like I think you're underselling them a bit, Ven. Like, this is not just a veteran team. This is a literal BlizzCon or just general AWC championship roster. Relza, Tony, and Kasu won AWC back in I think 2022 it was. So. This is a powerhouse reunited after Tony and Kasu have been struggling this entire expansion with finding their groove and finding a healer that really matches well with them. So now they got Relza back in, they got P-Make for the mage kind of variety in the team as well. So they could be really, really spicy. I'm super excited to see them back.
Yep. I am as well, so hopefully that will be a banger of a series. Is going to be coming up, of course, after this break. But before we go to the break, you guys know what the deal is at this point. We're going to do yet another map guessing segment. Guess along with us. This series, of course, this segment, of course, powered by Warcraft logs. So let us know what you think.
All right.
This map is. Let's see. Dalaran.
Yeah, looks like you're going with Dalaran.
Yep. Wait, I got snapped.
So fast.
It's my buzzer.
Dang.
I'm locking in a Grand. That's mine.
Locking in the Grand. You locked in Dalaran. I guess I can just wait for as long as I want.
You can take your time, then. Go ahead. Sit back, lean back, little gamer lean.
My options are Tiger's Peak or Ashamane's Fall. What are we thinking here?
I think it's... Can I change my answer?
No.
No.
Damn it.
You can't final answer. They're playing around one pillar, which is really interesting.
No, that's a box.
The box?
This is Dalaran.
I wonder.
It's either... I think it's Tiger's Peak, actually.
Yeah, I think I'm wrong.
Tiger's Peak. I'm thinking...
Or is it Dalaran?
Maybe it is Dalaran. It's a square.
What is going on? These players are just positioned... Ashmane's.
They're not there. Woo!
Oh,
it's zoomed in.
Let's
oh my
go.
God.
That's crazy.
You know what gave it away? The shooting out of the...
Also, I want to know what game this was. When do all 6 players just sit on one box for this long? Like, what is this? Is this like a Punch Monk game? Like, there's got to be like some sort of like cleave matchup where everyone's just like, look at that. When do you see all the healers just on top of each other like that?
All melee and
all right.
two... What's up?
How safe is the bet of saying there's at least one Demon Hunter in here?
I don't know.
That's
Have you
pretty
seen any
safe,
fell
I think.
rushes? I don't know what that looked like a fell rush, right? Oh, that was a fell rush. I think it's pretty safe.
Yeah.
Well,
I was wrong. I just admit I was dead wrong on that one. So I'm okay with that, though. That was a tough one. Great job, Aya.
Thank you. I just had a premonition. I know my my sewers apparently. All right, well, we're gonna head into a break. It is CHIBAKU at Tensei versus StreamerZone.gg. Coming up next after this break. Let us know in chat if you got that one correctly. But there's always next time. Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are still here in the upper bracket before we head down to the lower bracket to knock some teams out. Is CHIBAKU Tensei versus StreamerZone.gg. Supatees, CHIBAKU Tensei. Can't remember your predictions specifically, Supatees, but I'm guessing CHIBAKU Tensei was in there somewhere.
I think it was second and HOOLIBANG was first.
Okay.
Chibaku is looking just really well-rounded. Mercy has definitely stepped up. I think it's really important that the Warlock mains of the teams start picking up the Balance Druid for this season, or at least this cup, because I think the Warlocks are not going to be too useful. But at the same time, Streamer Zone, formerly known as My Way, I think they substituted on Luxia for a significant amount of time throughout Dragonflight, and they were not getting the same types of placements, albeit jungle wasn't, necessarily as top tier as it was when they won previously in the AWC. But now in this patch, it seems like with Relza back in the mix and Holy Priest being as represented as it is so far, that he could be the MVP for this team and possibly really throw a curveball to all of these other teams, because nobody else is running with a Hunter. Nobody else is running with a mage, really, it seems like, at least not on broadcast yet either, or a Feral Druid.
Yeah.
So they could be the curveball team.
I think so too. I think the real winner is really the team that can play off meta and still kick some booty. So we'll find out if that's going to be one of those teams in this next round, Lithy.
It's kind of the thing with jungle, right? It's like, when is jungle ever really, really good? It's barely ever. That's why any team that just sticks to jungle religiously, and I don't think I can think of any other jungle duo or team other than Tony and Kasu that have been doing this for so long. It's like, you develop this ability to win in every single situation, no matter how good or how bad your comp is. And I'm super, super excited to see if they can pull it off. I think with Relza especially, they've gotten a healer with, of course, they've won AWC in the past with him already, and I think they've not lost much of that touch, considering they're in the upper bracket. They're really, really doing well on jungle, of all things.
All right, what's spec of Hunter? Looks like a marksmanship Hunter. I was not anticipating that.
Yep.
I really thought it was going to be a survival Hunter. Marksmanship Hunter, it does a lot of damage right now. I will say that. Having played against it a couple times in Solo Shuffle, it can burst you for like over 50% of your HP. So even against a Balanced Druid, a tanky class like a Balanced Druid, Fuston's actually deciding to play the Resto Shaman. I'm wondering if he anticipated a marksman, because I don't think that Resto Shaman is particularly that strong in a marksman. Here comes that sniper shot, ripping it out onto Limps and looking to burst him down the opener. He's playing max distance. He lands his freezing trap. They get a fear onto the DPS. They're switching their attention onto Mercy now, and look at that pressure onto him. He's into bear form right away, actually, and he's going to be ducking around the corner for a moment, then getting back into the fight, tossing out that incarnation. But it's very difficult to trade 1-for-1 with a marksmanship Hunter in the middle of the map. So Mercy is playing a dangerous game right now, standing in midfield.
To quote my shuffle healer the other day, line sniper or you're dead, bro. And it definitely seems to be that way. Limps getting knocked down to 20%, dashes around the corner. Fuston popping in that Ascendance for some big heals. Now Tony caught in a lasso, beautiful setup, but the root and kick coming through from Kasu, saving his cat in just the nick of time. And I'm not talking about his pet in this situation. Mercy, now the target. And you mentioned just correctly, Boomkin is on the table, the Warlocks are off, and that's why you see Mercy on the orange class this time around. Tony pre-bearing the go, looking good, and overall, Chibaku Tensei really struggling at the start of this game to get a grip on either Tony or Kasu to bring the damage in, and the Hunter throughput is just insane.
Oh, that Cyclone from Tony. Fakes the wind shear. He gets the Trinket Spirit Link with that Cyclone. Tony's been getting a lot of precognition procs off that wind shear, and even despite that Shaman disruption, the CC from Tony has been critical to them getting ahead in this match, and Kasu is just laying down pressure constantly, forcing them back. Another half HP chunk down onto Limps. He's eventually retreating back to his team at the pillar. Tony's charging in, but he charges into a Cyclone from Mercy, and Mercy is just trading with the Hunter. If he's not casting aim shot or sniper shot, you're going to be a decent spot to trade with him, and it looks like he's just focusing on steady shot, regenerating his focus right now. We see the Fury of a Loon down on Tony. This is a big moment for Mercy to get a lot of damage out, but Solar Beam's not going to connect too long here with Relza playing Gnome as well as the Hunter Freedom to allow him to easily escape that. Kasu is pushing in aggressively. Fuston lays down the Earthen Wall Totem. He's anticipating the attack. Kasu really wants to try and get a freezing trap, I think, with his position. Maybe just a scatter to play it safe. Rapid fire over onto the Demon Hunter. This is the tough spot as a Hunter, is how do you finish the match? They got a bunch of cooldowns and a ton of pressure, but they need to get on top of their opponents, which is super risky. They missed the trap there. It looks like it was either grounded or missed by Kasu, so Fuston will avoid that CC. And now that they're stacked up on the pillar, the Demon Hunter can cleave them. Look at this double stun, double cleave pressure. This is the challenge for the jungle cleave, is how can they close the match without being punished? The swap onto Tony, he's almost going down through Barkskin.
Oh, he gets the precog. Should be able to Cyclone Limbs off of that, and just so he does. Mercy still struggling a little bit, but the big thing we need to focus on, if Mercy doesn't just outright die here while Houston is sitting on ice, Limbs getting swapped to Rake Stun coming through, is the fact that Houston is sitting plushy, comfy, and just very, very happy on 80% mana, while Relza is just pumping the blue bar with a garden hose on his entire team. So, in the long term, even though Relza is getting a bit of a drink right now, that's actually pretty massive. I don't think they're going to be in the best of situations down the line here in a few minutes.
Oh, another stun. Here comes the Essence Break. Massive damage ramp for Limps here. But he's actually just ducking away, looking for crowd control during that Essence Break. They get a DR cap stun into the full fear on the healer, but Houston's in a trap. Limps reverses it. Tony fakes another interrupt. Tony's doing such a great job. This is such an insanely difficult comp to get through all the interrupts, the grounding totems, and actually get Cyclones off. Well, you're very squishy on that Feral Druid. Look at that. Another Cyclone onto Houston. Limps is on the run. He gets caught in the stun. Is he going to trinket? Houston trinkets into a bash. Nice punish by Tony. MVP at the moment. But now Tony's caught behind the pillar on his extension to try and win the game. And it's such a tough choice because at a certain point you need to push in, but every time you push in, you take a huge amount of damage in exchange. Casso gets cloned low health. Mercy denies the Cyclone from Tony with the Solar Beam. Good Cyclones here from Mercy in this position, but now he's Cycloned up by Tony, and Tony's pushing in again onto the Demon Hunter. Pre-vengeful retreat, trying to immune that stun, but he doesn't fall for the bait. Houston's into a stun, into a full trap. This is beautiful cross. You see Rels is getting in position. They got the Cyclone anyways. He Psychic Screams the Boomkin. That forces the Nether Walk from the Demon Hunter. Just another major defensive cooldown out of the way. Now Chibaku need to get pressure while they're stacked up on the pillar. This is their best chance to win, is right after the push of the Jungle Cleave.
They gotta watch out for the Boomy CDs. Mercy is lining it up. He almost has the Fury of Elune back as well as the Incarnate. With that, you can absolutely delete someone. We've seen that time and time again. They just need the right setup. Tony, now the target, has the Survival Instinct, is gonna pop that 50% DR in, and here comes Mercy. Big Dam coming through. Limbs is the target, though. He's down to 30%. The Blur finally popped in there. Gonna give Houston a little bit of time to deal with it as Mercy pops in the Innovate for his healer and is gonna just go on the offensive, pushing back Casu to the other side of the map. Tony now going for the lead bash, gets knocked back. Beautiful separation from his healer. I hope Tony out of position is completely deleted. What a turnaround. Houston with the place.
That was beautiful. Exactly when they need to punish them is when the jungle's just initiating for crowd control. That's also when they're the most vulnerable. So if you catch Tony in that position, you can just close the game out. They had really good pressure, but as soon as Chibaku Tensei went just full turtle mode, turtle all day, it became really difficult for them to actually be able to finish the round. So I think that this could work on other maps, maybe something like Runes of Lordaeron, something that's more open field, where you can't just stack up on the pillar and try and avoid the freezing traps and avoid the hunter damage. But on any map where there's going to be a sizable pillar, if Chibaku just get in this position where they can turtle it out, I mean, Houston's mana was looking so good throughout this. They weren't really winning on that front. And it's just Tony struggling the entire game, whether it's to get a clone out, or it's to get some damage out, or it's just to stay alive. It's just Tony struggling from start to finish. So in these final moments of the game, we saw he got a pre-wall and that stun. He's got Bark Skin up. He's thinking that he's pretty durable. He gets MD'd out of a cycle into a recycle. That was nice by Mercy to recycle in that Mass Dispel, take Tony out of the game for a little bit longer. And then he tries to jump in for CC right when he doesn't have a lot of defensives. So he gets knocked back into the hunt route, into a stun, trinkets it, and just explodes. That was such a crazy catch by Houston, that Thunderstorm, to put him out of range of his healer. Because when you wild charge in Cat, it automatically puts you behind the target. So I don't know how deliberate it was for Houston to have like his back facing the starting room, because if he was facing the other direction, right, he'd be knocked into the middle of the map. But to have his back facing that direction so that the Pharaoh would go even further away from where Relza was like actually insane to catch him right there. He just evaporates from the arena.
I'm gonna say Chibaku has been playing so well, I would be very inclined to believe that Houston was intentionally baiting to an extent. But then again, on the other side, right, we gotta talk about Tony, Casu, Relza, Streamer Zone in general, a roster that is just so incredibly experienced. I think one of the most experienced teams in the AWC in general, right? And as I was talking about, jungle never really, or rather in the rarest of cases, jungle a comp that is dictating the match in terms of we're only losing if we misplay. It's like it feels like jungle almost always plays a little bit from behind.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the damage meter, it's it's pretty easy to understand why with Tony's damage just not being able to keep up, unfortunately. Although this is a pretty common exchange as a shaman. Whenever a druid, any spec of druid, when you get stunned into clone, it is a common strategy to thunderstorm the clone. So as the druid, you kind of have to be aware to go for stun and then move out of range of thunderstorm, which sometimes you get disrupted by something else. But if you try and cast it in melee range when Thunderstorm is up, that's like just the common exchange as a shaman versus a druid. So just really unfortunate. He also just died immediately through renewal, and he got his frenzy off too. Like he immediately trinket bear frenzy renewaled and just completely died through it. A 200k hunt to a 200k essence spread. The ability that increases your damage and get it for 200k, and then he got overkilled by a dot tick by Mercy in the final second of the game. It was just a lot of damage all at once. Surprisingly, I mean, it's a big map, so it's harder to like get back to the pillar when you make your push. But if Chibaku just sit at the pillar, they can also static field in the Feral Druid back behind the wall, or the Hunter back behind the wall. So I'm curious to see how this map plays out for them. I think that Kasu definitely has the damage potential to win this matchup. It's about getting Chibaku in a position long enough that the damage can actually finish the game, though.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit rough. I think the thing that is gonna be most curious for me is to see how Houston does on the Shaman on this map into jungle, right? Obviously, so far it's been Preservation Evoker, it's been Holy Priest as kind of the two meta healers, and Shaman. We've seen it a game or two or three, but never really more than that. So still, kind of the question, how well does Shaman keep up, and how much of this is just Houston's comfort zone?
I mean, it's definitely comfort. He farms on Shaman. Like, even if Shaman isn't the most meta right now, like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know where... Like, he was playing DPS before, and now he just logs on Resto Shaman, and I swear, like, he can rival, like, Sea-Doo or Absterge. Like, he's insane on Resto Shaman. Both defensively, offensively, really well-rounded. Like, it is crazy how quickly he adapted to that role, and now he's performing on it now. Considering all the other teams, like Lone Tar went Holy Priest, right? He's also another play that you would expect if Shaman is even remotely good, that he would be staying on Shaman. But even Lone Tar went on to the Holy Priest. Sea-Doo's been playing the Preservation. Absterge has been the other Shaman that has stayed on Shaman. Curious to see what they actually do in North America, if they're going to make any changes, because he actually has a Priest as well. I think they played RMP in the open bracket. Houston is still just powering through with it. And I think if you utilize its offensive capabilities with the knockbacks and the static field totems and the lassos, that it can definitely contend. I think where Resto Shaman starts falling behind is when you play too passively.
Passive is, I think that's a good point. Then again, do you really ever get into a situation against a jungle comp where you're passive, right? It's basically just you're either having the foot on the gas pedal or you're turtling behind your own pillar because you want to just stay alive, basically. So I don't think Houston is really going to run into any issues of having to stay or risking to stay passive. It's more about, well, can he keep up once his team really goes for the kill? But generally, Chibaku's communication, their gameplay in general, has been so on point that I'm not too worried in this situation. They are one of the three best teams in this AWC season after all. So, let's see where things go. We're kicking it off map 2 on Tolviron Arena. And Streamer Zone looking for a little bit of CC here for the opener.
Relza is back. Former champions reunited. Are they going to be able to do it in this meta? They're immediately actually starting on the healer with that Chaos Nova, but Tony catches Limps with a Rake Stun, and he is just getting blasted. Insane damage. Trinket Netherwalk quickly off the rip, and it's Tony who's going to clutch out these stuns for the Hunter to spike him down with aim shots and rapid fires, and Kasu is really tearing in right now. Tony's doing a lot more damage in the initial stages, but needs to be careful to turning it around. Here comes an Essence Break onto Tony. He's going to Bark Skin as Relza is into a clone. They bash Kasu. I love the cross CC from Mercy here. Remove the healer and the DPS at the same time. Then clone Kasu as soon as Relza uses defensive. Mercy is cloning so well right now. Clones the Trinket over onto the Hunter. Clones the Feral now. He is just going clone crazy. Tony doesn't want to Trinket because he doesn't want to get caught in a stun and just immediately explode. So he's playing this out conservatively. But they've got Limps in the middle of the map with no Trinket. So if Tony can line up a stun here and interrupt the Cyclone so that the DPS doesn't get stopped, they could drop Limps. Now he's got Vengeful Retreat that allows him to immune incoming crowd control. So he's going to be looking to time that. Tony bears the stun. He's in a good position. He fakes the Cyclone. That means they can't get the setup here. Or else it's going to go into that Cyclone, and Tony is just ducked into bear form. Now he's into the clone. Mercy gets stunned. They're trying to slow down their assault. Now they're baiting Limps. Cassie is pulling Limps, and Limps isn't falling for that. He immediately hits who's ever closer to Fuston. He's going to go back onto the Feral Druid. That's actually turtling here. What? Is he trying to bait them to hit him instead of the Hunter, or instead of the Feral? That would, or maybe a turtle the clone. I think he turtled the clone, but even turtling the clone doesn't seem like a huge amount of value in this position. It wasn't like they were about to win the game. Now he's just down his turtle. Typically, though, you are going to attack the Feral Druid. You just don't want them generating combo points. You want them in bear form. You just totally neutralize them when you're able to force them in bear for a prolonged period of time.
For the moment, it's looking good. I mean, Kazu is lined up with the lasso right now. Big damage coming through for Mercy. The Star Surge is really hurting, and Kazu does not have a turtle, as you just mentioned, Super. Tony getting swapped to now. It's looking rough, but Limbs pops in the darkness preemptively. Is going to stay in that, is going to bait Tony further in and welcome him with open arms and loads of damage available.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! What? The Kobe and Shaq of the AWC line it up and dunk on him.
Tony gives the alley-oop and Kasu gives the dunk. He got absolutely erased at that point in the game. And here I'm thinking like Kasu just threw his turtle away, trying to avoid a clone that didn't seem like it really mattered. Tony's just been dead the whole game. Mercy's been getting all of these insane clones. It really feels like Chibaku is going to be able to win this game. But they catch him with no trinket. He doesn't have the pre-blur either available. No vengeful retreat right now. What exactly hit him? Hopefully we can slow it down exactly when it happened, because I swear it was like 60% of his health in one global. But the map really worked out because of all the open space. And they tried to punish Kasu here with the lasso. And they went for a beam on the healer. Now there is one way you can punish Gnome Racial. You can root beam and then go bear form and bear root. I would actually like to see Mercy do that. I think on that setup right there, it could have actually been really scary. But Limp's actually pre-darknesses. He's actually in darkness, which gives you a small chance to avoid attacks. He gets stunned for 2 seconds and darkness ends. He's stunned for 0.5 seconds. Sniper shot goes off right at the end of the stun and just clocks him. Houston tried to trinket Link, the sniper shot hit, but it looked like his Link missed maybe. I think it went after he died, but it might have missed as well. But they just disrespected the sniper shot. Like that was really telegraphed. Like he is stunned. He's in the middle of the map casting sniper shot. You don't have blur. Like this thing is gonna hit you really hard if you're not a play target.
But realistically, it's like, what are you even gonna do? You just set out the entire darkness. Fuston was sitting in CC, and it's just a situation of what can you really do? Spirit Link might work out in that situation, but yeah, it's just rough. I mean, it's a full bash onto Fuston into an ice trap. At some point, you might have to consider a trinket here, but then again, it's just Tony just sitting there being pressured. There's no kill potential right now, but Limbs at half HP. There's the trinket Link from Fuston, and just yeah, I think you phrased it perfectly, Super. They did not pay the respect to sniper shot that was due. Look at this. 430k. Windwalker who?
The sniper shot build, and I found that on my Hunter last season. Is such a fun ability. It just hits really hard, and it increases your range too. So you can just cast this thing from camouflage from like across the map, and then all of your other arrows are just increased range, and other people can't even target you. You're so far from the game with this ability. It's super fun. I feel like if you're playing MM Hunter and you're not playing sniper shot, you're missing out on like the thing that actually makes it fun right now. So we're going to Hook Point. It's a small map, so if there was a point, I think, for Kasu to maybe consider like Survival Hunter, I think it's probably going to be on a map like this.
You could also consider bringing in the Mage, you know? Change it up a little bit.
This matchup on this, I think the Mage is just going to get AoE'd. I don't know. I don't know if
Might be. I'm low-key expecting Chibaku to bring in the Warrior.
Really? I think they're gonna play. Yeah. It could be safer. You lose reverse magic.
Just sit the Hunter.
You could do Warrior Boomkin.
Warrior Demon Hunter, maybe.
Warrior Boomkin could be really tanky too. I feel like with Intervene, Stormbolt, Disarm. Warrior Boomkin actually started popping up on the. Warrior definitely removes the liability of the Demon Hunter as the target. It basically makes it, I think, so it's only the Moonkin, which is probably more ideal. Because right now it's kind of the Moonkin can die, so you, as the Shaman, you switching your Earth Shield a lot between the two of them at certain points, which can put you in an awkward spot. But they're not changing the comp. They're probably just chalking that up to like, okay, he cast Sniper Shot, we didn't react to it properly, and that was just a fluke.
Yeah. Next time, Houston will trinket the clone a little bit earlier, put the link down, and they'll be fine. So, in-game adaptions are the name of the game here, but it's not like Chibaku is running out of options here. Of course, best of 5, 2 more maps for either team to clutch out this series and continue in the upper bracket. Of course, the winner will have to face up against Bikini Bottom Mafia, and the loser, I think that is the scary part about this matchup here. The loser is going to go down and face Echo in the lower bracket.
Oh my god. You have to face Chibaku, and then if you lose, you got to face Echo. I mean, you don't want to be in the lower bracket, period. Lava's down there. There's 2 of the 3 tied for top 3 in the lower bracket. Chibaku would be the 3rd, knocked down the lower side, which would be insane. I mean, if streamers don't manage to pull this off against Bikini Bottom Mafia for Championship Sunday, that would be very unprecedented and unexpected, being those 2. You know, Streamer Zone's not new, but they're slightly reformed, and then Bikini Bottom being like a newly formed roster with already previously experienced players, kind of just knocking the top 3 to the bottom bracket so early would be an impressive showing for Cup number 3, because this and the next one are your last chances to qualify and earn enough points. You want to be in the top 3 for a guaranteed spot at the finals. It's $300,000. You know, you don't want to be playing it through the gauntlet, because you've seen teams and players even like Swapsy who can't make it out of the gauntlet alive. So top 3 is the comfy spot. That's where you want to be.
Top 3, definitely. And with a 3-way tie, EU is looking very, very spicy here. But Lemps is the first one into the fight. Mercy is looking for a Cyclone, but gets kicked by Caster immediately. A little bit of rapid fire. Arrows flying left, right, and center, and Houston gets caught in the first ice trap. Short one, and still reversed by Lemps, not taking any chances here, as he gets main stunned and eyed up by Tony immediately, nibbling on his ankles here a little bit, because other than that, not too much damage coming through. Actually, Houston sitting in a long CC chain, Limbs dipping down to 20% before being picked back up. Tony at half, lots of damage going out here in the opener, Super.
Kasu trading out his survival of the fittest. He's got his wall up and he's just trading damage with the Demon Hunter. Now, I think Mercy's made a really good adaptation here. I'm not sure if he's playing in the last game or not, but he's running the Fairy Swarm so he can disarm. And if you time it at the end of an aim shot, it just prevents the damage. Or if you do it instantly on a rapid fire, it stops the remaining damage of the rapid fire. So if he saves this for when Houston's CC'd, right here at the end of a sniper shot, and then disarms him, he'll stop it. But he was interrupted and he couldn't. Limps takes a huge hit of damage and has to trinket Nether. That's why it's such a precise timing on it. You've got to see that your healer is CC'd, watch the cast bar of the Hunter, and hit it right at the last possible second to waste as much of the Hunter's time as you can.
Yeah, it's looking good so far, though, for Streamer Zone. But Tony is the next target. GS traded out. Relza doing a good job keeping his cat alive here for the moment. Or rather, the bear. Kazu in a swap, though. Beautiful totems coming through from Houston, really putting him in a pickler of a spot here. And now Tony, once again, rapid swaps left, right, and center here from Chibaku. They're really amping up the pressure. The only one going untouched for the moment is Relza, but I'm sure that Priest will get his pound of flesh at some point. Tony, though, going on the offensive. Another sniper shot coming through. There is the disarm, Super. You called it, and Mercy, he's just executing.
Oh, full clone onto Relza now from Mercy. Pressure on Tony, forcing his Heart of the Wild. He's just staying at the pillar, waiting for Relza. But now they're in a double fear, and Tony's overextended. His team got left behind. He's back into Bear, back behind the pillar. And it looks like Relza is slowly picking him back up. He's going to look for a Cyclone here. Not going to get it. Healing Tide Totem is down for Houston. He's got a lot of healing coming out right now. And Kasu sees it. He moves over and snipes it with a rapid fire. Good kill, but Tony's falling behind. This Demon Hunter's just doing so much damage. Tony just can't go anywhere. Oh, the fake cast by Mercy clones Tony at low health. And now likely going to be swapping some crowd control over to Relza. But he stuns Mercy, stopping his next clone. But both players are getting low. Relza's in prison. He trades at the Guardian Spirit. He's trying to get big heals on Tony. Tony needs to somehow get in and aggressive at some point, but now he's solar beamed on the Cyclone. He got through the wind shear, but he can't get through the solar beam. He's repositioning defensively for now, and now they're in that similar position to Nagrand, where that pillar, do they jump on top of the Demon Hunter and get AoE'd, or do they just play passively and wait for a little bit later on in the game? It looks like they're trying to get aggressive. Relza is sneaking in with a feather, and he gets a full fear onto the Shaman, fearing them off the pillar, dispels the disarm onto Kasu. Kasu lands the full freezing trap, but Limps has reverse, but he's in a weird spot where he doesn't want to go out in the open to reverse it. He's just not going to reverse it. He stuns Kasu, gets back to the pillar, and line of sights it. Now they're swapping to Houston. They see him in the middle of the map, and they're looking to two-tap him, and he has to trinket Spirit Link. amidst all of that chaos. That was a nice catch from Streamer Zone. Just hit anything that's in the open, and look at Casu. He's tearing them apart right now. Limps ducks around the corner once again. Houston is scattered. No trinket. Limps could just die to the rapid fire. Casu gets stunned for a moment, but now another fear onto Houston. He gets reversed out of the fear. Relza gets a chastise. Limps is still alive and walking at the moment. Mercy gets a clone onto the Hunter, but this is unexpected, I would think, for Chibaku. They were looking like they had full control, and now they're not. There's still possibilities for Streamer Zone.
Their map pick kind of turning out against them for the moment, but the mana is looking good for Houston compared to Relza, so it's far from over, and Chibaku, while on the back foot a little bit, Netherwalk is rotating back up. They have Darkness available still, and Houston still has more than enough mana to work with, but the next CC chains, those are going to be crucial. We need to keep an eye out for those, but Mercy is looking to connect on Tony, trying to kite away a little bit, and the Streamer Zone once again connecting onto Houston. Casu now the swap target, GS coming through, Relza with big heals, keeping him alive, but that was close, for almost too close for comfort, and once again, Casu the target, Essence Break comes in, gets cloned on half with the GS on top of him, and Relza really is going to suffer through some mana loss in this situation. Oh, beautiful static field totem from Houston, once again putting them out in the open, and Casu really struggling. Full mind control coming in from Relza, trying to play defensive triple. Chaos Nova, they're lining it up, they're dunking it down, but Casu gets the turtle out this time around. It's a proper one, and Tony trying to catch on to Limbs. The Darkness traded out. Casu still not out yet. It's going hard here, Super. It's gonna get really hairy for Streamer Zone.
Oh, damage on a Mercy. Ducks into Barefoot with that bark skin, getting back behind the pillar. This is the swing match. If Streamer Zone can manage to win here on hook point, I think they have a good shot of winning the series. Limbs has no trinket for 14 seconds. Can they close the game out in this window? 11 more seconds on his trinket. Tony's on the run, so I don't think he's going to be in position to land a stun anytime soon. He's trying to get there now. He jumps over to the boomkin. Are they swapping targets completely? With that Heart of the Wild, I don't think Mercy is a good target. Here comes a sniper shot being lined up from Casu. Disengaging away. He gets cloned. Tony fakes the kick. He's going for a clone. Gets it on Mercy. Mercy trinkets right away. Tony's at half health. Relza is struggling. He's got his Guardian Spirit and his Spirit of the Redeemer, so he actually goes in offensively. He gets a stun fear, and it forces Houston's trinket. Does he land the trap? He snipes the trap off of thin air. Insane trap from Casu. Aim shot. Cyclone. Double casted. They disarm the aim shot, but the Cyclone goes through. Another swap on Limps. He's got no trinket. Aim shot going to connect with the power infusion. Massive damage, and that will be a KO. Streamer Zone.
Oh my god. That is insane. It is disgusting and is exactly what I was expecting out of Streamer Zone. They're playing so much better than, quite honestly, I could have hoped for. I expected them to do well. I didn't expect them to do this well. They're 2-1 up in this series, and they look like they are dominating Chibaku Tensei. What an insane performance, and it's the Hunter. It's the Hunter being enabled by Tony. Absolutely crazy damage Casu can do on this MM.
I think if Streamer Zone wins this series, the only person that can be right on the prediction is Ven. And that assumes that they win tomorrow as well, I think.
Yeah.
Because no matter what, Chibaku, Echo, or HOOLIBANG will be knocked out at some point before the finals if Chibaku is knocked down to the lower.
That's crazy.
This is, okay, this is a very unprecedented situation. I did not expect Jungle to be able to clutch out these types of wins, but this was such an insane moment in the game where they just got this initiation of CC. They got Limps' trinket on a mind control, I think, if we watch this replay again. And because Relza got the mind control trinket, he has no trinket for this stun. And he gets power infusion, so he can snipe out this aim shot 1 second before the stun ends and squeeze out a tiny bit more damage to be able to execute the kill before Mercy can land the clone off that fake. So what I want to see that final moment, because how did they get Limps' trinket? It had to have been the mind control. Relza just carried the game at the end. He gets the stun fear that gets Houston's trinket, and then he gets a mind control, I believe, on the Demon Hunter that gets the Demon Hunter's trinket, which was their only opportunity because he could just trinket Nether if he didn't. Like, his trinket is up right now. And so he had to have trinketed something, and I'm pretty sure it's a mind control. So Relza just says, like, whatever, I'm going in, guys. Like, we need to win this game. He feathers himself up. He sprints into Houston. He's like, I'm not losing this. Gets a stun, gets a fear, and then he casts mind control here. Or no, he's Cyclone, but maybe he gets MC'd out of the Cyclone because he definitely casts Mind Control. Mind Control, he trinkets a Mind Control. So if Relza gets the trinket from the Shaman, the trinket from the Demon Hunter, and then because of that, they have nothing to escape CC, and they just one-tap him with that Incarn stun. All right, that's clean.
Just impressive.
That is clean.
Just impressive. I mean, that's kind of what they're known for, right? insane setups, basically just killing people out of nowhere. Am I going too far by calling them the move of?
Yeah, I was actually thinking that too. I was like, this feels like how the move would win games in the past, where it's like backs against the wall, losing the entire time. Poor Feral Druid's just trying to keep up on the DPS meter, and then it's like there's this one moment. And I did not expect Chibaku to go to Ruins of Lordaeron. I thought Streamer Zone would go to Ruins of Lordaeron with no pillars. So Streamer Zone, I mean, you're picking the same thing, I think. But maybe Chibaku has something different.
I mean, they have Mercy's Warrior, most definitely. They have a bunch of other comps. They have Crota available, so they could go Red Warrior. They could go, I mean, Warlock Demon Hunter. They have a lot of comps in their back pocket. I think one of the teams with the deepest comp pool in the tournament at the moment. So there's a lot of options to go for. But I mean, I talked about this with Ven earlier already, right? And it's the question of, do you really want to swap the comp, or do you think you can win by just playing better?
I mean, Jungle, I feel like Jungle has matchups that are really hard. Like just matchups where you brick. It's usually like multiple plate melee. So something like even Death Knight, a warrior or something, like double plate, a Ret Warrior would probably be good as well. Some sort of double plate. Death Knight can actually be really hard for Hunter because you can't kite it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Chibaku tried to play some sort of double plate melee cleave. We've seen the double agility, the agility cleaves as Venruki has patented. Now the double plate, historically the Zug melee cleaves, could be a possibility for Chibaku.
I'm a big fan of Zug comps. I mean, give me some turbo, some TSG, you know. I'd be totally down for it, and I wouldn't be surprised if Chibaku went for it, but it kind of feels like almost a historic kind of gentleman's agreement that AWC teams don't swap comps ever. And there we go. We're sticking to Demon Hunter, Boomkin, and we're going to Ruins of Lordaeron with that, and the Shaman, of course. How are you feeling about that, Super?
I mean, it's game 5. It's match point. AWC is back. We had to have a series end this way, at least, I think. So I'm very happy, as it is a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery. Chibaku are not going to change. I'm surprised. I feel like this is going to be very scary for them. If Kasu can get out enough effective damage, I think he can kill literally anybody on the other team on this map.
That's a very good point. How do you control an MM Hunter? I think Chibaku is trying a lot. They're sitting on Tony a lot, right? Because they need to. But is there an option where you can pressure Kasu more? Enough to the point where he can't comfortably get too much damage out without your team falling apart because Tony runs unchecked?
Yeah, I mean, you could. I honestly think they should, because I think that the Shaman can kind of babysit the Feral by himself. With Sheer Ground and Lasso, he can disrupt the Feral. You don't really need to have the Demon Hunter on the Feral. Pressuring the Hunter can definitely be really good. I think you pressure him until you don't have cooldowns. So let's say they get Limps's Trinket, then you play defensively until you have something that could trade. Because if you're pushing the Hunter, you're going to get pulled into bad spots. But while you have options to trade for those bad spots, I think being aggressive on him isn't bad. And it just becomes more so about the Shaman controlling the Feral. With all of the options, you can static field, interrupt his clone, ground his clone, shear his clone, lasso his clone. Like he needs to be as annoying as possible to Feral. And if Kasu does decide to kite like somewhere really far, you could swap the Feral at that point. But this map he's not really going to have a lot of places to kite, so this could just be like an old Western shoot off where the Hunter and the Boomkin are just whoever draws faster and gets their one shot off faster is going to be in the winning position.
This town is only big enough for the 2 of us. Or rather, the 3 of us. So we gotta kick one team out. And, I mean, when we're talking about kicking teams out, I think we gotta kind of do a little dance over to the standings, at least thematically, right? Because Streamer Zone, or My Way, as they've been in Season 3 and Cups 1 and 2, they've been around. They just didn't make top 8, which means they have a little bit of championship points in their pockets, but they definitely need to perform big this weekend if they want to stay up on the track, at least to the season final, to the Dragonflight Finals, right? So winning against Chibaku would be a massive step, not just because you were moving on in the upper bracket, but also because you're getting points like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this could be amazing for Streamer Zone. If they can get 2 first-place finishes or something, they might be able to like just immediately skyrocket into a top 3 position. Looking really strong right now in a matchup that I was not 100% certain. I did not expect the Hunter to be represented here, but Kasu's making it work. You know, one of the last remaining Hunters in it. They're going to attack Relza because the Hunter and the Feral are in stealth, so they're trying to bait some cooldowns on the Priest. They're just shipping it! Incarnation, one shot onto Relza! Is he ready for this exchange? He gets peeled away. He gets the triple fear in reverse. Limp's Metamorphosis to immune the restun. He's trying to duck away with Fel Rushes, but Mercy fakes the kick. He gets a full clone. They're swapping onto Tony, but Kasu is doing so much damage. He reverses the trap, stopping an aim shot, but now another aim shot knocks back Mercy on his Cyclone. Mercy's going to pull back to the pillar, possibly with Houston here, but still just staying next to him. They have to wait for that angel form before they can go for crowd control onto Relza. Now it's down. He's looking for Cyclone. He gets kicked by the Hunter. Tony Cyclones the Demon Hunter. He's moving after the Boomkin and actually just targeting the Boomkin a lot more. Healing Tide Totem is down, so they're going to Cyclone the Boomkin instead. Switch back to the Demon Hunter. Relza is sniping the Healing Tide with Kasu. They kill the Healing Tide. They get a full fear. Really good setup, but they don't have the stun, it looks like, for Limps, as he's just going to eventually retreat to the pillar during that freezing trap. Avoid the stun. Tony on the back foot, pops the Heart of the Wild. He has to pop his wall, and his wall is a 3-minute cooldown, unlike a lot of other defensives for classes. So, I mean, he might not even see that again in the game. He's trying to fake cast the interrupts with the Heart of the Wild, increasing his speed on his cast. And even still with that, they're not falling for it. They solar beam him on his cast, and now he's in cat form. He's taking a huge amount of damage here. Chibaku looking to take this to a game 5. Mercy gets stunned. Kasu's developing up focus as he's moving towards the Shaman. And he's sneaking up here on the pillar. Is he going to be able to get this freezing trap? He gets the stun. He gets the freezing trap. It looks like it's going to get reversed off from Limps. And I do wonder if Kasu maybe should swap that out for the Diamond Dice or not in this matchup, given that there's a lot of AoE that can break it, and there's also just the Demon Hunter. He gets a scatter on the Demon Hunter, slows down the game, reverses at least out of the way, but they haven't got any trinkets, which is their main win condition. Chibaku are playing very conservative with those.
Yeah, especially staying so close to Houston, just so much opportunity for the Shaman to make things work and heal as much as possible. Mercy also positioning-wise very much trying to keep away from danger, lining Kasu as much as possible. And now another aim shot coming through. Good damage on Limbs. Mercy blowing up in the most literal sense here. But there's the Incarn coming through. Big damage. Once again, they try to get a go onto Irelza, but it's really all over the place. And Roar of Sacrifice coming out as well. But it's run out. Tony, the big target. Another static field totem. Houston really doing work here on this Shaman. But overall, it's not quite enough. GS invested him, Guardian Spirit. It's really everything. Kitchen sinking by Relza and another trap onto Mercy. Beautifully eaten to get that away from Houston. The pressure still going to keep up. True Shot is up by Kasu, and you really got to watch for that. Limbs answers with the darkness and should be fine here for the moment, but Kasu is lining up those shots one by one. And if we're looking at the clock here, Super... High noon is coming up.
Oh, Tony and a lasso. This is what I want to see, is those lightning lassos on the Feral Druid and make swaps with those. Mercy gets cloned from Tony. He's trying to assist Kasu in that stun. Sniper shot being lined up. Limps is fell rushing through it, trying to jump through him right when the cast ends to interrupt the cast. So he could definitely do that on the Demon Hunter, given how much mobility he has, but in the stun he can as he gets stunned up, and they're switching their attention to Mercy. He's going to pop Heart of the Wild and Bear as his team's double feared. He's stampeding Roars. He's line of sights. Gets back behind the pillar, probably going to regrowth a couple times with the Heart of the Wild. Decides not to actually, and comes back, disarms the Hunter as he sees them switching their pressure back to the Demon Hunter. But they're out in the open. Imprison onto the Priest here. Big blast of damage onto Tony. He's got Barkskin. He needs it to be enough. He stuns Limps, but there's an Earthen Wall Totem protecting Limps, and Houston is free healing him. So they're going to switch to Mercy instead. And he gets chunked by the Hunter. He's still down below 50%. A full freezing trap, no reverse magic. Limps is out in the middle of the map. He's trying to get back to the pillar to line of sight that aim shot, but it connects anyways. He's stunned up by Relza. It's match point, and he has to nether walk 1 second away from his trinket. Mercy's Heart of the Wild is going to fall at any moment. He's going to lose that boosted healing and boosted tankiness in bear form, and they're both getting cleaved. They catch him out of form in a stun. He's going to Barkskin immediately and drop down the Spirit Link. They are scared. Chibaku, Tensei, they could easily be knocked down to the lower side bracket. They're going to have to face Echo down in the lower side. They do not want that lower bracket matchup. It's a 3-way tie between them at the moment for that top position to qualify into the finals. Is a huge amount on the line. I do not think they were expecting Streamer Zone to be so threatening, but they have them in a position that is almost checkmate.
Yeah, maybe checkmate for Tony as he's getting eyed up. He's trying to get the Cyclone in a nice line of sight, but Kazu is on target with the rapid fire, bringing in massive damage here onto Limbs. Mercy gets cycloned up once again, and Tony reapplying all those dots, getting those bleeds rolling. Beautiful CC here on Kazu. Limbs gets feared though. Relza once again making plays. They have already one of his CC chains on hook point. Can they do it once again? As Limbs is the target. He has nothing left in the tank. He has a trinket, but he needs to stay close to Fusen. There's no link available. They just need big heals. No NS. That is out the case. And Limbs is dying. Kill shot. Streamer zone. Sending Chibaku Tensei down to the depths of the water.
All right, Streamer Zone is back, man. Relza in the driver's seat. He was the secret. He was the secret ingredient to this team's success, having won the AWC previously, and he went on a bit of a sabbatical. But Holy Priests are looking strong. He's back on the team, and they're beating Chibaku Tensei, which were looking to be the rivals of Echo in the previous season so far this year. This is a very impressive showing for them right off the rip on specs that I honestly wasn't sure if we were even going to see between Marksmanship Hunter or Feral Druid. So really
Right
impressive.
Sorry. I'm making feral jokes. Cat caught my tongue. I'm very sorry. Anyway, no, impressive. Sorry, what?
Oh, you just, nothing. You just ripped 2 feral jokes in a row.
Okay, we need to stop with the rips.
Yeah.
It's also Runes of Lordaeron,
I'll
so
stop now.
rip is fitting for Runes of Lordaeron.
I mean, yeah. That's great, right?
This is a lot of dead air just for
What
cat
is this?
jokes. We should
What is-
stop. Go ahead, Super Tease.
What is this? He's just dead to damage. He actually just straight up dies to damage.
Yeah.
Just gets overwhelmed and punched and just taken. Like, what? He's got Blur at this point in the game. So they must get Blur like on this push or something. Healing Tide Totem is down. This is a little bit earlier on in this. I feel like the map was bad by Chibaku Tensei. I feel like this is a Streamer Zone map. Runes of Lordaeron has almost always been a Hunter map. I think ever since the down goes moment, it's just been a Hunter map.
I agree, but it's also like Hook Point and Ruins both. I see those map picks and I'm not thinking Boomkin Demon Hunter. I'm expecting Chibaku to go for something like Warrior for a melee cleave. Something along those lines, right? So a little bit of odd choices going on here, but it is the upper bracket. They have another lifeline going down to the lowers, and well, Chibaku has to beat Echo now to stay alive in this tournament and grab all the points. It's doable for them. They've done it before. They've won Cup 2. They've beaten out Echo. Can they do it again? Especially with Echo looking a little bit shaky this weekend.
Yeah, certainly have. And, you know, that was really the big question also coming into this weekend. It's been the question for several cups in a row for the first 2 cups of the final season for Dragonflight. Is like, what is going to happen with Echo? Are they going to be able to find their former glory? They did, of course, have an incredible game earlier today of that 3-0 versus WWF, but Chibaku Tensei, that's going to be a very tough competitor, Superbees.
Yeah, I mean, this lower bracket is insane. This is literally the top 4, isn't it? Overall point standings.
Yep.
And they're all about. They're 2 of them are not making it to Championship Sunday out of the top 4.
Excuse me, did someone put the AWC EU box upside down on the shelf here? It's looking a little bit scuffed, you know.
Yeah.
What is happening?
This looks like a glitch. I don't know how does this happen, man?
Trying to angle my head right to make it look right. It's not.
Yeah, if you turn your phone upside down, it probably makes sense. There you go.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Make...
Oh, thank you so much, production.
Thanks, production.
That's
Perfect.
great.
Perfect.
That's great.
Well,
now I gotta flip the other. Oh, we're back. Go ahead, Lithy.
no, all good. I'm just too excited for the upcoming matches. We got some bangers in that lower bracket.
Yeah, we certainly do. We've got one coming up here. Speaking of lower bracket, Lava versus HOOLIBANG. You know, both of these teams really, I think we talk about it enough with these 2 teams, how incredible they have been. HOOLIBANG, of course, they had just some amazing feats along with Lava. Both of these teams were finally kind of able to end the curse of one team being on top for so long in the EU region. And now here they are clashing against each other, and it's going to come up here in this lower bracket game. As we head into this break, we're going to see Lava versus HOOLIBANG up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are moving along here in the bracket for Cup number 3 in the final season of Dragonflight. Of course, we are in the EU region. We're going to see Lava Lava face off against HOOLIBANG. We just had some incredible matches in the upper bracket, Zico, and I can only hope that with the 2 teams that are up next, it's just going to continue in that way.
I mean, we're seeing it, right? Like, we're seeing some of like the old legends return here to Europe, and then already, without that being thrown in the mix, we already have a 3-way tie for rank 1. We got Raikou here, who has officially given up on his mage. He is a DH only player, smiley face.
Yep.
So
we
sure
fixed
that
that
you guys
for
are
him.
keeping that in mind.
Yeah, he was in chat.
He plays later.
Yeah, we had to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had to fix that. So sorry about that, Raikou. Not a mage player anymore. Only demon hunter. Mage is bad, according to Raikou. So we just, went and fixed that for him.
I feel like mages are a little bit of a dying breed right now. Every mage I talk to, they're just like, yeah, I'm just on my Moonkin, pressing Cyclone. Like, Super T's, are you having fun on your Moonkin right now? Or
I
like,
mean,
what's going on here?
All the Moonkins are losing right now. Even in the tournament. All the Moonkins are losing. The Outlaw Rogues and the Demon Hunters are like creating just like a distraction. Like, look at the Boomkins.
Wait.
Don't look at
Hold on. I'm sorry.
This is Boomkin propaganda.
Do you guys hear that? Do you hear that? Like, listen close. Listen close. It's a little tiny violin. You can barely hear. Just little small one.
Look at this. No Boomkins. Okay?
Sorry. Anyways,
No Boomkins.
let's get into the match here. It is Lava Lava versus HOOLIBANG. Game number 1. Who is getting knocked out of this tournament here in the lower bracket?
I mean, this is looking kind of nice. We finally get to see a Ret Paladin, because this is a question that me and Venruki have kind of discussed as well. In a cleave meta like this, in theory, Ret Paladins should be really good to have on your team. Let's see here what Carius can do, though, as he is taking quite a beating right now. But the angel form is out there, and Dex is doing a decent job there. And also, we're finally getting to see Dex kind of swap off of the Druid. We've seen him like mostly on that Resto Druid, so he's going to definitely be put to the test here as we see JT flying up there in the air to keep his team alive. Look at Eridas almost going down there as well. There's so much damage. Back and forth, Elf Wave almost going down as well.
Coffee hovering at half. No blur at that moment. Dex is feared up. Karages is at half health. It's not looking too comfortable. Eridas is just farming the DPS meter right now. Karages finally recovered. Darkness comes down from Elswave during that exchange, but Ring of Peace is also bouncing them away. It looks like they're trying to protect JT. Now, JT playing that Divine Ascension can fly up in the air about every minute, so they've got to kill him in this window while that's on cooldown if they're going to stay on him. But if this turns into a healer race, I'm not too sure if Dex is going to be able to survive. This is going to be a real test for Dex. He's been playing that exclusively, that Resto Druid, so is he ready to step up and fill the shoes that is looking like it's going to be required with that Holy Priest? Right now he's struggling. Karages is getting low once again. A heal slips through and another setup onto JT. Triple stun comes in from Coffee. And JT, where are you going to go? Does he have the Divine Ascension? He does. He's just immediately going to take off into the atmosphere and begin healing his team from up in the skies and avoid those melee attackers. Now Karages is low health while JT hits the ground. They can interrupt onto Dex. JT can pull them behind the pillar. He gets a double fear, putting Coffee out of line of sight. They paralyze Dex. Coffee's getting feared into a really bad spot. He's going to go for the hunt anyways onto JT as he is taking a beating at the same time. Eridas' Fist of Fury parrying the attacks. They stun Karages. Are looking to try and force Divine Shield. Do they have enough damage to do it? Because JT is really starting to struggle to deal with the pressure being thrown his way.
Yeah, JT definitely flailing, stay alive right now. He's going to go ahead and fade, activate it, and duck around the corner. Finally getting a couple of heals off here. Manages to get himself back to full HP. Coffee, though, getting stunned here behind the pillar. Eridas looking for the damage here. But once again, it's going to be JT ducking into angel form, spamming out the heals. But he cannot heal himself while he's doing this. So right now, he's just spamming out flash heals to get his Serenity charges back. And then he can use those on himself when he gets out of there. But now he is in some trouble here. Does he have the Divine Ascension? He does take off in the private jet here, and he's going to be fine for the time being with that.
Karages the Ret Paladin, just like, I can reach him, and he's actually hitting him in the air as he's landing down to there. War Stomp! If he kills him in a War Stomp, dude, he's going to be the MVP Tauren of the tournament.
He has wings.
But JT survives the stun lock. Mana is not looking good for Dex. If JT can somehow recover from this position where his entire team is 50%, they're actually at a significant advantage in terms of mana. He's pulling himself back up from the brink. He's trying to keep Eridas stable and stay on the Karages. They could mass dispel the Divine Shield as well a bit of a liability in terms of the defensives for the Ret Paladin, that they can be removed by the Priest. Karaji is getting low again. Dex is in a stun. Double leg sweep. That's the Divine Shield. JT can't remove it because there's a triple stun onto his team that they need to survive. Another big swell of damage. Once again, can JT put up enough healing to survive it as he trades with the Guardian Spirit and recovers with a huge heal. Eridos uses Touch of Karma. Here's the Serenity. That's a big boost of damage onto Karaji. They need to CC the Windwalker. He's getting uptime. He is really ripping into Karaji. He could fall at any moment. He gets a paralyze onto Dex, but 1 second before the life swap, Dex gets that swap off. Now it looks like JT is back into the skies and trying to avoid those melee attackers, but he's going to land here in a moment, and he's stunned as he hits the ground, and Karaji is ready to meet him. It looks like he's got Crusade available, but Dex is stunned up. They drop down the darkness, defensive blinding light. Karaji is desperate to stay alive right now. Is it going to be enough? Shield of Vengeance comes up, and it looks like that Guardian Spirit, he's going to stay stable to stay aggressive onto JT, but now they swap the Coffee. They get his Nether Walk immediately out of there, and Dex is almost completely out of mana. He's in a paralyzed. Coffee basically has nothing. Blessing of Protection is the last line of defense. He bops himself. He lay on hands as the Demon Hunter, and they allocate their resources effectively to stay alive for another couple of seconds, but Dex just can't heal the damage. He's in Angel form. He's free casting. JT has to go into Angel form, and this is coming down to the wire. Anybody could take this.
Yeah, JT's going to have a lot of healing to do when he comes out of there, but he does manage to pick himself back up. Karaji's with basically nothing left, making his final stand here. But JT still has his Trinket. He still has his Void Shift. I don't think he's in too much trouble right now. He might need to use that Void Shift, but look at Karius taking so much damage. I don't think he's going to be able to stay alive, and they will be able to take him down. Hoolibang taking game number 1.
Oh my, imagine being the healers in this game. You have to heal 250k DPS the entire game from both sides. You just die, you die to stun. Like, I don't know, man. The cleave damage is really high right now, and these Holy Priests it looks so stressful for them specifically. The Ret Paladin pick doesn't clutch them out a win. They put up a fight. I wonder if if Dex is a druid, is this any better or is it any worse?
I feel like Dex, I feel like he kind of did his job this game, no? Like, he kept his team going for, about as long as he could. Like, maybe it wasn't perfect, but I think he did a decent job. He kept them going for a long time. He got a lot of heals out. I mean, even on healing done, like, he's keeping up with JT. I think a little bit less damage, but JT is a priest main for, a really long time. So I feel like Dex, he performed better than most people would in that situation. I think he did a good enough job to stay on the Holy Priest, and I feel like Hoolibang just they kind of expected the strategy here from Lava Lava. They had the right talent. They knew JT is going to be a target. This is how we're going to rotate our defenses. And Eridos especially did a great job with these rings of pieces right there. You can see it knocking them out of the darkness, but also knocking them away from the healer, buying him a couple of extra seconds to get into that angel form, getting out the disarms, just getting out the leg sweeps and paralyzes. And even when they push for the kill, you can see Eridos getting aggressive here, popping his damage, getting the paralyze onto Dex, I think out of the incap there from the Demon Hunter right there, and then rolls over, gets the touch of death there. So I feel like it's just Hoolibang as a team. I think this is a strategy that they've been exposed to in the past, and this is something they know how to deal with.
I think it's got to be other small things as well. Like, JT's a main Holy Priest, Dex is ulting, it seems like, for the first time in a tournament. And I think, like, little small nuanced things, like when you're timing your hymns, when you're using your apotheosis, when you're getting your free heals out, how much are you able to squeeze out damage? Because JT was getting trained and still did double the damage of Dex overall. So it's these like these little minor differences, because when you look at their healing, they're pretty much identical. So I think it's mana management and damage output where JT is starting to make the tiniest bit of an edge, and that's what matters, right? At this level, when you're playing at the skill cap, just even a 5% difference is going to be what tilts the game in your favor.
Absolutely, but that's always going to be the case, though, when you have like an alt player fighting like a main. But what you're giving up is the counter pick, right? Like, if you have like a 5% worse player to the counterpart, but your comp is, let's say, 20% better, then that's where the value in that comes in. So personally, I think Dex should be investing hard into that Holy Priest, and for Lava Lava, like, they just need to figure out the best way to utilize that in their arsenal. What comps can we build around that, and how can we deal with the current meta? And I think if they can do that, then it's going to be good for them.
Do you think training the priest is the best strat, or maybe they should go on the Windwalker.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Actually, I feel like the biggest issue with Lava that game, I think comp wise, their comp is good. I don't think this is like bad at all for them. I think that the biggest thing is that they needed them an off target. I feel like your strategy becomes very one-dimensional when you're just like waiting for Hodge, and every single time you have it, you're gonna send JT. I think sometimes it's there's some value in maybe having Dex try to get a chastised fear, or try to get a fear when your team has pressure off of like a Demon Hunter CC. And try to go after the Windwalker for sure. So I do agree with that. I think they need better like off-target pressure. Like when JT is up in the air doing nothing, like it's nice to have a target as well that you're like hitting and pressuring while you're waiting for him to come down.
I'm gonna say something ridiculous here, okay? I want Karages to play Repentance. I want him to actually try and get Repentances on the Priest. I swear
while he's trained by 2 melees. I've seen a lot of people play like that. You know,
I think it's really good. I think it's really good. I think it's better than Blind when you have Fear DR already on your team in like multiple locations. I think if they can play like more aggressive with CC, I think that they can just kill the Windwalker in a Demon Hunter stun. But right now it feels like if they're not hodging and killing JT, it just doesn't seem like they have enough CC. The Blinding Light, I mean, it saved him a little bit, I guess, defensively, but I would really like to see a Repens game.
Maybe. It could work. It's always the trade-off. Like you see, Sid, you're talking to a mage player, okay? We don't have Cyclone. Every time I press Sheep, it just breaks. Like it just gets cleaved. You know, it's like Shadow Priests break it. You know, like other wizards, you don't expect them to break it, but there they are breaking it. Hunters, like he's basically playing a mage, but he's like a melee or like a physical mage, and still, you know, they break it. And I think that's a risky thing, you know.
They're just gonna break the rep.
When you're playing with these cleavy melees, if they stack, it can be really annoying to get value out of your CC.
We're going to Ashmade. It's a big map. Dex is gonna maybe be able to drink is maybe the only other option. If they can even out his mana with JT, then I think it's possible for them to win later in the game. So big map is going to make it a little bit more easy for them to avoid CC. The Windwalker's rolling over and in-capping. This map will be easier to avoid that. But it's also easier for JT to survive, so I don't know if he's going to be the best target. We just saw the stat page for HOOLIBANG. These guys, they formed their team from Solo Shuffle and decided to play on the ladder, and then decided to sign up at the start of the season here in Dragonflight Season 3, and they're just beating the best teams in the game with Windwalker, Rogue, Holy Priest. No one else was playing it. And then they beat some really big names as well in the cross-region event, and now moving into this tournament, they're looking to make another stand with a 4th player, the Demon Hunter on this team, which is looking to be pretty critical throughout this series with that Windwalker Demon Hunter as an option. And so much so that other teams are seemingly copying like the kind of rogue cleave compositions from them from that previous season. Like, what does the universe look like if HOOLIBANG never happened? Like, does anybody even play these rogue cleave comps?
It's like a post-apocalyptic world. This is what happened. This is the world 10 years after HOOLIBANG played in the AWC.
HOOLIBANG completely redefined the game.
Perfect utopia. The game is perfectly
Raiku's playing mage. Raiku's still playing mage.
Raiku's playing mage. Ceralium isn't on the move.
It's all HOOLIBANG's fault. They were the thing that changed everything.
They were the catalyst. All right, well, let's see if HOOLIBANG can continue to ride that momentum. No, but you know, all the jokes aside, their story has been really impressive to watch. You know, like for them, the way they formed and the immediate success they had with the unorthodox comp, and also with just the gameplay, man. Like, it's just an entertaining team to watch. Like, they're just always just full sending it. So you love to see that, and they're gonna need to do exactly that against Lava, which has been one of those big teams here in Europe. And we'll see what they can do here. Immediately opening up onto Coffee. Coffee taking a lot of damage. My goodness. Coffee definitely dropping quite low there, but he didn't use his trinket. He didn't panic, so Coffee's going to be completely fine with that. But look at Carius almost dying there as well. So much damage coming out here. Dex really getting tested in this opening stage, but now finally they are going to connect onto JT, who will take off to the sky.
HOOLIBANG coming off the ladder and defining the tournament meta here, looking to try and steal Lava Lava's position in the top 3. I do wonder if they'll be able to earn enough points to pass them if they win the series. And right now, with how much damage Coffee is taking, I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to stay alive here. He's eventually retreating away, but then they just swap the carry G's and he gets shredded through, and he's trying to line of sight Elswave's damage. He has to lay on hands. It's good to use that before dampening, but it puts you on forbearance, which means you can't bubble for some time. So during this period, if they can continue to pressure him, they might be able to overwhelm him. It's a risky gamble that you need to take. Double leg sweep, chastise the healer. The setups from HOOLIBANG. They were playing with the subtlety rogue throughout season 3, but even with the demon hunter, they're still getting these clean setups, isolating a target and just bursting them down. And at this point, Lava Lava, they're desperate. They're trying to go after JT. They're trying to pressure him and trying to find a weak point, but there just isn't one.
Yeah, Lava Lava definitely not looking too hot right now, but they're going to try to turn things around. But once again, it's going to be Coffee on the back foot. Dex actually forced to trade out his trinket there on a paralyzed to save his Demon Hunter. And now Coffee again in a DR stun there with Dex. They're going to go after the Red Paladin here, but now they are going after Eradas here on the Monk while JT is in the sky, and then they're going to hodge him when he lands and continue that pressure onto Eradas. They didn't get any major defensive cooldowns though, and instead it's going to be Eradas here with the Serenity looking for big damn here, but JT has a little bit of catch up to do. He's on 50% HP, doesn't have the Divine Ascension just yet, but still able to power out a lot of heals there behind the pillar. Nice imprisonment there onto Coffee, but JT actually not out of the woods just yet. Finally does connect with a massive Serenity charge, and now this could be carries into the bubble here if they can get something onto Dex. Actually, Elswave leaps over, gets the kick there, but look at JT, so low here as well. He has the trinket, but he's being extremely greedy with it. Drops the Guardian Angel there and really puts his fate there in the light well, and it is going to be enough to keep him alive.
Carriage, he's again down to 20, has a Divine Shield. Coffee's got Nether Walk, but no trinket. If he gets stunned, he could get just clapped right now, and he does get stunned. It's 3 seconds left. Massive damage. He almost goes down. How is he alive? Blessing of Protection. He's dying through Blessing of Protection. Carriage, oh my god, he stayed alive right there. I can't believe Dex didn't Void Shift. What a scary moment. Now they're going after JT. Elswave Darkness is him. JT's going to take to the skies and just totally immune that setup. Dex is doing a bit better on mana. He's closer to JT, but I think unless he drinks, that he's going to inevitably lose this on mana and pressure. He's in prison. He might just lose right now. Double leg sweep. Void Shift comes through from Dex. Now they're swapping to Coffee. 1 more second left on the leg sweep. Dex trinkets out of CC. Now they're just basically out of options. Coffee eventually retreats away. They're getting just absolutely decimated right now. Carriages is likely going to topple over at any moment. He's trying to get aggressive. They reverse the Hammer of Justice. Carriages needs to run. He's trying to retreat away on his crusading Kodo as he is barely staying alive. Dex stabilizes him with the Guardian Spirit there, and he's just immediately back down to half health after getting restabilized. And Dex is having to cast so many flash heals. He's just ooming. He actually goes into the air, so he can't be CC'd on his symbols. It resets some cooldown, gets him a little bit of mana, but now they're out of line of sight behind that pillar, and he's trying to get back in their line of sight. That could end up being a clutch move by him there. It got him a tiny bit more mana on the clock, but he's into the paralyze. It doesn't matter. Garages is on the run again, trying to just flash of light any opportunities. Defensive Word of Glory. He's spending his holy power on healing, but now Coffee got left behind. He's going to eventually retreat out of that disarm. He's trying to pressure Elswave. JT is not in a comfortable spot. He's 30 seconds away from his Spirit of the Redeemer, but he just takes to the sky, so he has a pretty good comfy seat up in the heavens right now as Carriages gets stunned up. A fear upon landing from JT. Dex is into a stun. He has Sanctuary coming up soon. Avenging Wrath is up for Carriages. They have to win the game with this Crusade. If they can't kill him in the next 10 seconds, I don't see them winning, but they're even just dying in this 10-second window, and Dex's Angel is not available in time. HOOLIBANG moved to match point, and Lava Lava, I feel like they're going to need something different. They're losing on all fronts.
Yeah, Lava Lava. This is not it right now. The Red Paladin just didn't seem to be able to. I don't know, man. Is it the Red Paladin? No, maybe maybe they need a Scooby-Doo cleave. Maybe that's what they need. They need like a little bit more damn here. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Their setup wasn't that deadly. Unfortunately for Lava Lava. They had a close call though towards the end. I think we're going to see it actually right here. I mean, after this highlight reel of Coffee and everyone else on Lava Lava surviving on 1%, there was actually a close call. I think it's the next Hammer of Justice here onto JT. They get him low, and they actually War Stomp his trinket too. So yeah, they get him low here, and then they Hammer of Justice him, and they get his trinket. Actually, maybe it was this one. I don't know. It was at some point. And it looked like maybe if they can get to another setup, they can actually close it out. But oh yeah, here they got JT's trinket, they got the War Stomp, and they got him like fairly low. But then yeah, just nothing left in the tank for Dex. He just got that Spirit of the Redeemer up. So if he could have gotten that off like a second earlier, if they had that just one more second maybe, they could have lived for one more go. But yeah, it wasn't looking too good. Like, and in general in the series, HOOLIBANG are definitely looking unstoppable. They're gonna need to switch it up. What do you think they should swap to, though, Sid?
I don't like playing an elemental shaman into a demon hunter is just painful. It's just pain. Like, he's just immolation auraing, removing your flame shock over and over and over and just running at you, and none of your knockbacks matter. So like, to me, lava, it's in their name, man. It's lava. They want to press lava burst. So if the demon hunter meta is like this, like, and holy priest also can run double dispel. So it's just like your flame shock doesn't exist. You're just getting pounded by 2 melee the whole game. And you're trying to cast a hex through like 5 stuns and 3 kicks that could also be faded in death. It's like it's just not like, you may as well not. So if they can't utilize him, then they have to play some type of cleave. And the cleaves that they've played are like Warrior, Demon Hunter. And I don't think Warrior is going to compete with Windwalker with the set bonuses right now. I don't think Warrior is going to compete. So Ret makes sense on paper. Like, you know, it's got Sanctuary. It can stop setups. It's good anti-burst versus Windwalker. But it doesn't seem like they are getting the type of pressure that I was expecting them to get with this. So they're going to bring back the Druid. They're going to go to the Prophecy map, which never happens.
I said that one time, like 10 years ago.
And now it's a thing.
It's just been coined as the Prophecy map. I remember that. You asked me for like a prediction, I think it was, for the finals, and I was like, yeah, we're going Game 7, Mugambala, the reverse sweep is happening, the Prophecy.
Prophecy.
And it's just been a thing now for 10 years.
If it could happen here. There's a chance. Reverse sweep, Mugambala, Dex on Druid instead. I don't know.
It all started on Mugambala.
Why is
what do you think about the Druid, though?
Why is Druid
it's
considered so much worse now? I don't get it. Like, on paper, it makes sense. It should be good here. You just keep Life Plume and stay 80 yards away, and just, if they go, you go bear form. Like, you would think that the priest would be more stressed than the Druid. On paper, at least.
I mean, if it's a healer race?
Yeah, if it's
or
a healer
just like
race.
in general.
Even in general, both, even healer race or just general game, I feel like the priest in a cleave situation, like, it feels really good normally to be a Druid.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess we'll see, because Dex is opting for, you know, his alt priest over his main Druid.
Are we getting a pronunciation correction? Carry, yes.
I told you guys that, by the way.
Like caress.
You guys remember? Don't you guys remember the first time we saw his name and I said it means tooth decay, and you guys are like, what? Yeah. Carry, yes.
Okay, he's gonna have to brush his teeth and his plays in this game if they want to get some clean wins, because this is gonna be rough right now. Bringing in the Resto Druid, not looking super meta, as you see Carry, yes, already blowing through his Trinket Sanctuary in the opener. It's a typical trade though. Get your healer out of CC. They swapped to Coffee. Oh my god, there's so much pressure constantly. Dex is trying to get in a spot where he can keep life limbs on a target without having to switch them, but now he's into the imprisonment. Darkness is going to come down very early from Coffee. It's going to get Ring of Peace away, and Carry S is not going to be able to get into that defense. He's just actually going after the Holy Priest. Hammer of Justice. I think going after the Holy Priest, slapping the Holy Priest is definitely the move here with a Druid on your team. He's going to be a lot less vulnerable to those swaps, but they're making a swap anyways. They catch him out of form. Fist of Fury flying through. Into another stun from the Priest in the back line, adding that Naru to add a bit of extra damage onto the Druid as well. Elswaves and Eridos are all over the place right now. Now switching back onto Coffee. Dex is going to Iron Bark. His Blur isn't available. He gets kicked on his clone. Insane off kick from Elswave there. Also keeping his pressure going on the Ret Paladin as they switch off the Iron Bark. And they're looking to force that Divine Shield, but the Holy Priest in trouble. Darkness has to come down from Elswave. And I feel like if Dex can maybe possibly get some clones, yeah, he gets a clone onto the Windwalker. I think that could tilt this in his team's favor.
Ooh, Dex, but he needs to be careful though. That's a really tough act to balance, going offensive, getting cyclones, but also staying alive. And right now, Dex is feeling the heat, already taking a lot of damage, but actually gets sanctuaried out of that stun with the bark skin there as well. So Dex is going to be completely fine in that exchange. Instead, it's going to be JT, who was on the back foot, now caught up in a Hammer of Justice. But there's that Ring of Peace again from Eridos. Every single time JT gets stunned, they have that rotation on lock with the Divine Ascensions and the Rings of Peace, and that's going to keep JT JT alive throughout that exchange. And now once again, where is the pressure going to be going here? It looks like Coffee is going to be taking some of that damage. Drops about quite low, actually, but it does manage to stay alive. Potentially, no, maybe not. Coffee on 1% HP there. I can't believe that. Did you see that? His HP was actually like sub 5% there for like a microsecond, but Eradas wasn't able to get the touch of death off there. Maybe he was on global or something. I'm not sure. JT, though, actually Trinkets and Spirit of the Redeemer. And you're right, Super Tees. This game is looking a lot better here for Lava Lava. So much more cooldowns already being forced here at the back of that Druid pick, which carries it almost going down here. Is it going to be enough, though? He's trying to stay alive with just the divine protection. He's trying to get aggressive, but doesn't want to use that bubble. Finally connects with the bark skin, and now he's going to feel empowered here to push forward.
Oh my god, how did they not get bubble there? JT even tried to pre-MD it. He anticipated it, and the Red Paladin is just not going to give them the divine shield, and Coffee explodes out of nowhere. Almost gets decaffeinated right there. He gets the blur up to restabilize. Now they're swapping back onto the Red Paladin, but Elswave out of nowhere. Oh my god, it's just back and forth. The Cyclone's onto the Priest. Oh my god, this Cyclone wins the game! Dex should have never counted himself out on the Druid. I feel like he's in this spot where his team's like, Dex, man, you need to play Holy Priest. And I feel like he probably felt pressured to play Holy Priest. But in this type of situation, I feel like a Druid is actually able to do a lot. Now, maybe there's a different comp. Like maybe Rogue Windwalker just kills the Druid or something. I'm not sure. And they're more afraid of that. But if it's like this type of kind of like just brutal overall damage cleave, I feel like Druid is like the best healer in a cleave mirror like this.
Yeah, I mean, Dex definitely making a strong case for himself, and I completely agree with you, Super Tees. You know, you gotta stay true to yourself. That's one thing I've learned and reminded myself of lately. Definitely gotta stay true to yourself. And for Dex, that means winning this game. Look at here, look at Coffee. I swear I saw his HP go like yeah, right there. You saw it right there. This is in Omega slow mo, but I actually caught that. I was like, oh my god, this guy has no idea how lucky he is actually to still be alive. And then they go around and win it. And you said it, Super Tees. Mugambala, the prophecy, the home of reverse sweeps. This could be where it all starts. Dex on the Druid arc right now, coming back to life here, bringing the heat back to Lava Lava. And I mean, we can see it right here, the final moments here as well of the game. They get the Cyclone onto JT, and Eradas here gets absolutely deleted there.
They both triggered offensively when he's 1%. Like, this guy's dying. This is not happening. This is almost like insta trinket. It's a shuffle trinket. Just I'm ICC'd insta off. I'm not sitting anything.
It's an insta block.
Like, my Earthbind snared. That's a block. I need to.
I actually have blocked the Frost Shock slow the other day.
Yeah, I could press barrier and remove the slow, but no, I'm gonna ice block. It looks good. Okay, so he's staying on it, but it's hook point. And HOOLIBANG aren't switching, so there isn't like some secret anti-druid tech that they were sitting on.
Very interesting right now. So Lava Lava going to hook point. Now, there's something about carriers and hooks that go well together.
Scrape off the scrape off the plaque of HOOLIBANG from the tournament.
I don't know. Is HOOLIBANG the plaque or is Lava Lava
I
the
don't know. I don't know, but the play is going to need to be clean here, man. They got to swish around the fluoride and make sure that it's all nice and squeaky clean for every game, because if they lose a single one, they're out of the tournament. They might lose their top 3 position if HOOLIBANG have a deep run, which a lot of us are predicting them to at least get like pretty decently far in the tournament. So if you're Lava Lava, you really need the Druid to do some work here and start turning this around.
Absolutely. And these are 2 high point earner teams in this tournament. So these are 2 teams that definitely can go the distance when in terms of qualifying later on in the year. But right now we already are in the game. We already got the action happening here. Eradas getting imprisoned on his Serenity into a Cyclone. Trinkets out of the Cyclone. Looks to get aggressive here onto Dex, who is in Tree of Life. So he's not going to be taking too much damage. He's going to be sending that bark skin there. And now the melee cleave arrives at Station JT, and he will be taken off to the skies. Coffee getting disarmed there as well. And now it's going to be Carius here. and needs to be very careful. The darkness coming out there, and not usually a good thing if the darkness comes after the carriers, but this time around it is good.
Coffee getting swapped to eventual retreat into the skies there for a moment, trying to stay on JT, the Holy Priest, trying to flip the map on its head here and turn this into a healer race, but they walk into a double fear, and JT is free casting Holy Fires. He is ripping so much damage into Dex right there. JT did like 1.8 million. He might just kill him. Dex is almost dead. Tree form at the last possible second with a trinket. Such a clutch play by JT. Added so much damage right there, but Dex survives. Now they're turning it around. They still have a blessing and protection from the Rep Paladins, so they can possibly survive another burst hit. Elsewave is hovering at half. Dex into an Imprison. They're switching back, but he's got the Shield of Vengeance up. He should be fairly tanky here. The Hunt available. Looks like Coffee's just going to blur it. Dex is trying to stay far away. If he sees them coming, he's into bear form. He's going to land a double Mass Root, try and get into a better position with that Wild Charge, and stampeding Roar away from the Windwalker. Still just sitting in bear, as he could get in-capped into a stun, but JT is getting crushed right now. Ring of Peace trying to protect him. Dex gets kicked, but he's into bear again. He needs to stay in line side of the Rep Paladin. He's there. He gets the Sanctuary out of the stun. He's got Barkskin. He retreats back into the corner. Now, this is what Dex needs to be careful of, is that if he's playing overly cautious and not getting clones, I don't think his team can win. So he's still got to find moments to get clones, even while being pressured.
Yeah, but I think it's risky to do so right now. Serenity is available, and he goes for the pre-Iron Bark there before the setup comes. It's still taking a lot of damage. There's a Tranquility coming out. Beautiful Tranquility, but Ring of Peace is available potentially for Erados here, and Dex will recover here. And now they got a short window where Dex has no Trinket, no Barkskin, no Iron Bark, no Renewal. They have about 10 seconds here to try to take down Dex, but right now it's Elsewave actually getting pressure. But here they go. They go for it right now. Huge damage coming out, but there's the Blessing of Protection. There is that huge ret save coming in there from Carius, and now all of a sudden things aren't looking too bad here for Lava. A lot of those cooldowns that Dex needed have rotated back up, and now he needs to find those Cyclones, and they need to find that pressure. Here's the Hammer of Justice onto JT. JT could be in big trouble, but it's going to be Dex once again on the back foot. He gets Sanctuaried out of the stun. Double Fear connects, but that was a beautiful, I think, pre-Sanctuary actually by Carius, and he's been playing the game of his life so far.
All right, let's see if he can carry the game here. Coffee. Oh no, he gets cracked. Another 5%. Like, you better be. How many lucky rabbit's feet are in this Demon Hunter's back pocket right now? It's like another sub 5% right now. Dex is almost dead.
JT.
Oh, but JT could go down. He's got Guardian Spirit. He should be fine with Desperate Prayer. It's really Dex. He's got Iron Bark in 8. He needs the stall, but he gets caught in a stun. He trinkets. He's got Renewal. They're trying to come back in a system. They stun the Windwalker, but now they walk into a double leg sweep. And they're turning it around with an interrupt onto Dex, and it's match point. And Coffee barely gets his blur off in time. Now he's ducking over towards JT. This is a healer race right down to the finish, I think. And it looks like Coffee and Curious are both having a tough time deciding whether they want to assist the Druid or kill the Priest. And they're going for the Hammer of Justice, but Dex is in a stun. He needs Sanctuary. He gets Sanctuary. He's got Iron Bark. Renewal. Darkness comes down. Ring of Peace doesn't look like it's available. The Darkness is protecting Dex, so they paralyze him instead in it and switch targets onto the Paladin. He's got Shield of Vengeance. He's going to soak the hit. Now they're back on the Druid, and Dex is almost Dex needs to pull off a miracle right now. He's got a couple of cooldowns left, but he has to stay alive, I'd say, for at least like a minute and a half.
Yeah, Dex, how are you going to do it? It's time to head back to the lab and start cooking, because right now Erados is looking for the kill. Nature Swiftness coming out to block it for just a second, but it's a healer race. JT could be going down there as well. Drops dangerously low. No mana left on JT. Sub 50% HP. Goes for the fake casts right now. Trying to fake cast Carius and Coffee. Meanwhile, Dex is just sitting through a stun. He's got Iron Bark. I think he should be fine with that Iron Bark. I'm not sure, though. He's sitting in bear form, tanking out a lot of damage. There's the Void Shift coming out there onto Elsewave. And that's going to keep JT alive, but Dex is so low here. The double stun connects. He gets the Tree of Life, and he manages to spam a couple of heals here with the regrowth. I think he's going to be able to survive it. And at the same time, JT flies up in the air, spamming out the damage onto Dex. There's a touch of karma. There's the damage. There's no way Dex survives that. He puts up a fantastic effort, but in the end, it is going to be HOOLIBANG who close out this series 3-1.
Oh my God, HOOLIBANG with an impressive showing here. I do wonder what the series could look like if Dex didn't count out his Druid in this series. I think the situations where like the Druid is not going to work, but this is one of those ones where I think the Druid can work. So it's a bit unfortunate. But the fact that they have Holy Priest, it's something that they can prepare for next week. The fact that these Cubs are back-to-back, and I think the finals is also literally right off the back of that. Like, you don't have a lot of time. Like, you gotta, if you're gonna make Holy Priest a part of your mix, like you gotta, like, almost like right now start going on the ladder and start putting some reps in like right away if you want to catch up to JT, right? Like, you got Relza and JT. Like, these guys have been playing Holy Priest even when Holy Priest is not the meta. So if you're going to try and play catch up, or you've got to find a way to play your own game, which I think in this situation you could. I think the Druid Ret Demon Hunter looked way better. But Dex he's just getting pressured. I really think Eridos and Elswave did such a good job of bouncing between the Druid and then staying on him long enough when they needed to. They just picked the right target so frequently that he couldn't keep up with it.
Dude, they would have killed JT if Coffee didn't go back and peel. It would have been a 2v2. I really think if Coffee didn't go back there and just stayed on target, I think actually there was a bit of a throw.
Do you win though as a 2v2 with a Ret with no bubble and no buff?
I don't know. I mean, it's so hard to judge, right? Like, it's those split-second decisions.
Well, Elswave's damage though.
Yeah, that is a problem. That is definitely a problem.
And even JT.
I like how the replay hasn't even like finished yet, and Super is like, all right, Dex, listen, bro, if you're gonna be competing here with JT on Holy Priest, you better get back to work. It's time to queue it up, dude.
It's time to queue it up.
The guy hasn't even like lost yet, you know.
Wow.
The standings haven't even updated. Super is like, all right, back on the grind, dude. It's just a healer life now. You gotta know how to play multiple healers. That's what's so impressive about these guys. Like 1 second Dex is playing Holy Priest, the next second he's playing Druid and winning games, you know.
Very true. I mean, we've seen time and time again how important being adaptive comes into play in the AWC. So wasn't enough, unfortunately, though, for Lava. HOOLIBANG going to be taking that dub and moving on here in the bracket, which we can look at currently. We can see the series that we just finished off with, TBD, from Chibaku, Tensei, and Echoes. It's going to be either of those two teams. That is a huge match. And I feel like this keeps happening to us, and I'm sure we sound like a broken record up here, but that's a lower bracket match. And it's Chibaku, Tensei, Super Tees versus Echo, which is not... No, go ahead.
Echo versus Wandering Water FURBOLGS. This could have been a finals in any other year.
Right.
Chibaku, Tensei versus Echo has been a finals. So it could be a finals. And Echo versus HOOLIBANG could be a finals.
It could be a finals.
And then a reunited team with Relza coming in on Streamer Zone, and a new team, Bikini Bottom Mafia, just chilling in the upper bracket, like, yo, what's up, guys? Like, hello, we're here. And they're just waiting for their shot at them as well. I mean, this tournament doesn't get any better, really.
It's really crazy because Echo, HOOLIBANG, and Chibaku Tensei are all tied on points. Like,
for now.
I mean, look at that.
It's going to be broken.
Yeah,
it's going to be broken right now.
I know. They're all in the lower bracket right now, fighting for their lives against each other. Meanwhile, you got this new Bikini Mafia out of nowhere coming in. You got the Streamer Zone, aka My Way previously, finally getting their act together, and like, imagine adding 2 more like teams to this like top heavy region already. Like, can you guys imagine what that top 3 is going to look like at the end of the season? It's actually crazy.
I can't, because we got so many teams right now that are just flipping things around. But yeah, I mean, either way, it's definitely going to be crazy. That is a good word. I mean, we were talking about it earlier about how it seems like the brackets kind of flipped upside down. You know, I'm sure people were like, oh, it's such a disrespect to the players in the upper bracket, but it just goes to show like how good the players in the upper bracket are, because they were able to send teams that are so legendary down into the chance of facing elimination. So we will, of course, keep everyone updated as we move along, but we're going to be heading to yet another elimination round. It is actually the last one of the day, too. I feel like these games just completely flew by, so we're knocking out a pretty powerful team either way. It's either going to be Chibaku, Tensei, or is it going to be Echo? And we won't know until we head to a break and we come back. We'll be back in just a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the last series of the day, arguably the biggest as well that we're going to see maybe this weekend, depending on if we get a rematch. I don't know, Ven. Either way, it's going to be a banger of a series. It's Chibaku Tensei facing off against Echo in this elimination round as well.
Yeah, two powerhouse teams. Echo, I think, is really looking to prove themselves here. They ended up in the lower bracket, which is not something we often see from them. But this Cleave composition that they brought in, the Outlaw Rogue of Waz and Raikou on the Demon Hunter, they looked really good in their first series of the day. So I think it's likely we do see that from them. Chibaku Tensei, they have a lot of different options. But are any of those options going to go toe-to-toe with Echo? That really is the question. Like, what do they have prepared for this series?
I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be interesting because if you're Chibaku Tensei and for this series, if you look into the mirror, what do you see but an echo of yourself? Because both of these teams have been playing a lot of Boomy Demon Hunter, right? So it's gonna be an interesting one. I think it's gonna be very much a skill matchup, and so far, quite honestly, even though Echo has been doing better than expected in some cases, but generally has fallen below expectations a little bit compared to the last year. It might actually develop into a little bit of a kind of way guide for the rest of the season, because this is kind of, for me, it's a turning point where the old legends could properly be dethroned by the new blood at this point, right? Because Chibaku, they've been doing so well. They've been looking shaky today, but Echo has been looking shaky in the open bracket, so both teams really got to step up and need to prove themselves here.
Right. See if they're going to be able to do it. Blind pick is an interesting one. Mercy bringing in the
let's go.
Arms Warrior. Yes. We have Echo with their classic RMP. We haven't seen mages well represented so far this Friday, but we'll have to wait and see what Raikou, Waz, and Lone Star are going to be able to do. Got a full-on cleave from Chibaku Tensei going up against Echo, which kind of notorious as the best rogue mage priest in the world.
So far in the open bracket, Raikou is without a single win on this Arcane Mage. Lost 3 maps in total, and we'll see how that works out for him this time around. First off, though, it is Waz sitting in a leg sweep into a full lasso with Houston on the Shaman. Waz absolutely dying in the opener. Now Mercy pulling back, trying to reconnect onto the Rogue, is getting clumped up here for a moment at least. His health bar being deleted. It's going to be okay with Kroto putting down the Ring of Peace, and that's someone we need to keep an eye on here. On the Windwalker, Kroto looking to perform.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. It looks like Raikou's going to be playing Shimmer, and he's going to be a really difficult target for them to take down. I think it's going to be really important if they do want to take down Raikou, that Houston is there. He needs to be landing the static field totems. He needs to be grounding and wind shearing. Unfortunately, gets caught into a polymorph and just chasing around the Arcane Mage. It's an absolute nightmare. Raikou follows up the polymorph with the Dragon's Breath into another polymorph, into a full fear. Great crowd control initiated. Waz might run over and get the stun. He does. Now they make a swap on Kroto, really keeping them guessing here. And they do net the dive of the sword, which is a major defensive for Mercy.
Yeah, solid defensive out of the window now. Kroto still has Karma in general as well. Dampen Harm at the port should be more than fine in this situation, but it's all about Raikou. Can they catch the mage is the big question. I don't think Kroto's playing Windwalking, so Mercy a little bit less mobility. Houston coming in with this Spirit Link just in time as he gets blinded by Waz, preemptively linking that situation and saving Mercy. But now Kroto is the big target. Probably needs to trade Karma. Mercy pops the Avatar, Blade Storming all over Waz here for the moment, but trying to connect onto Raikou. He has Alter Time running and should be fine here for the moment. Overall, Chibaku really struggling to find any connection here, and Raikou isn't even playing Frost Mage.
Yeah, I mean, Arcane Mage is quite slippery in this matchup as well. It's going to be super difficult for them to take him down. So there's a few different ways you can deal with this. One is try to go after Raikou. I don't think that's the most successful strategy. The other one is, I guess, try to win on mana by just controlling Raikou. So throwing Storm Bolts on Raikou, using Intimidating Shout on Raikou, using Paralyze on Raikou, just trying to limit his burst as much as possible in the match. But it is not an easy thing to do. A beautiful triple Ring of Frost comes in, but they just don't have much damage to actually take Mercy down. The dive of the sword is rotating back up, and all of a sudden, Chibaku Tensei, they're feeling pretty good. Waz does roll over, get a kidney shot. He's trying to initiate some crowd control here, and Raikou might just get one shot and almost goes down. Goes to about 10% health, but Lone Star is there with the heals, and that is a crazy amount of burst damage, especially without Raikou playing Blink. The fact that he's using Shimmer means he is susceptible to going down in stuns.
Well, every mage hates Blinkstun, apparently, after all. So, Lontar gets Sense here for a second, is going to be okay. Very good spell to run into these melee cleaves. As soon as they connect on you, you just fly away. Mercy finding a solid double fear, though. They're reconnecting on Raikou. They already burned the grip from Lontar earlier with a beautiful root from Mercy, but they need to reconnect on him once again. Now, Waz is the target for a second, as Kroto is cheap shotted up. Mercy has the intervene available in a bit, I think. Might be able to make something happen defensively, but Houston, for now, gets kidnapped up. Mercy under fire, has Die by the Sword, might have to pop it in here, but was sitting in a leg sweep. The damage just toned down here for a second, and they're on the rogue. Swap after swap after swap from CHIBAKU TENSEI here, but overall, Ven, they are losing on mana, and they're bleeding defensives with both Karma and Die by the Sword used just now.
It's a little bit tough. Kroto trying to get some damage rolling on a Raikou, but he gets met with a full polymorph, gets dispelled. Nice win shear there by Houston too, just backing up his melee DPS, and you really have to. As a shaman, you often like just sitting on the pillar, but in this particular matchup, you really have to back up your team with groundings and wind shears, just everything you can to try to enable them to stay on the Arcane Mage. And if you get lucky, purging off like an Alter Time or something like that, the Arcane Mage can fall a little bit behind in terms of mobility, and that can be an opening. But Kroto's just all over him right now on that Windwalker Monk. Big Fist of Fury's flying in. Raikou trying to get some big Arcane Blasts off, but there it is. Static Field Totem. Can they take him down? Raiku's still struggling to kite. There is a little bit of stuns coming in, but that double intimidation shout from Mercy is going to slow down Raikou and Waz. They're playing a slow, consistent strategy, just making sure they peel during the really scary moments. You can see Raikou right now caught into a stun. They might get a nice block. Can they do it? He shimmers away. It looks like he will be able to hold on, but that was a close call.
That was way too close. Raikou with a good DB into Shi, but netting Kroto's Trinket almost gets him killed in that situation. They're lucky that he gets out just like that. Alter Time is back up in just a second, but overall, while Lontar is bleeding a bit of mana, Houston definitely looking worse for wear in this situation. Nice lasso as he crosses the open field, and Mercy is ready to chop him up, but the Alter Time on the on the go was just beautiful, and Raikou bounces back up to full. That's what you want to see, that's what you love to see, and that's what we've been missing from Raikou on this mage for this week so far. He's playing excellently, looking locked in on this Friday night.
Yeah, this is looking good, and I can't help but feel like this is the blind pick that they wanted. So I feel like this matchup in my mind should go in favor of Echo. If somehow CHIBAKU TENSEI can steal away this blind pick, that would be a massive victory for them. Raiku's going to displace away, dropping a Ring of Frost. Mercy just spinning through it in the meantime. This was the Alter Time. A full stun does land. Needs to be careful. He gets gripped away. Good back up there by Lone Star. Just really enabling Raikou, but he gets caught in. Both these healers just making it difficult for Raikou. Lightning Lasso comes in after the leg sweep. Nicely done, but is it enough? Greater invisibility from Raikou. And I'm going to take a quick peek at his talents to see what he's running.
Yeah. Overall, blind pick against CHIBAKU generally is incredibly scary. I think these guys have like 80% win rate in blind picks overall, which is insanely scary to go up against. And that's not just 80% win rate against bottom teams and lower bracket teams. This is against upper bracket, the top teams, the Echoes of the AWC, and Lontar getting swapped to down to half, is bleeding mana like crazy. Houston now on the same level. Mercy kidnapped up, is going to trinket that immediately, stay on target, trying to reconnect. They've swapped to the Priest, and they're really making him pay for it at the moment, as Mercy is still fine, has Rallying Cry available. Karma is up, as well as Krotos Trinket. Might have to invest something here, as Houston pops in the Tide Waz, kills that off immediately. Mercy just dropping lower and lower. No Trinket link available. Maybe the NS can do something for Houston, but it's getting dicey here. Lontar once again the target, down to 20%, getting chopped up. Execute range. Mercy once again pops to their Rallying Cry. 10% more damage, anything in terms of defensive. The stance is in, and there's the Surge, taking him down, drowning him out.
Yeah, Arcane Barrage gonna seal the deal there for Raikou. He's able to just completely tee off at the end of that game. Free casting, just unleashing all that arcane magic and eventually taking down Mercy. So Echo coming in with a great game one pick. Raikou, as I kind of expected, he's playing so many defensive talents on the Arcane Mage. It's going to be really difficult to take him down. Playing the Temporal Shield, where he can kind of heal back a lot of the incoming damage he takes if he times it well. Also playing Master of Escape, which is something that a lot of Arcane Mages are opting to do. It gives you a shorter cooldown on your greater invisibility wall. That is a really, like, your uptime on Raikou is going to be low, but if you also happen to have temp shield and greater invisibility so often to deal with those burst moments, it's just really unlikely you're going to go down. So I like Echo's game plan in this one.
Yeah, nice of production to also mention that Raikou literally just made us change the player graphic because he said Mage is dead, and he's only playing Demon Hunter now. Good to see that he has found the path back to wisdom and serenity, it seems. Well, one way or another, Echo win the blind pick, and of course, then that makes this series a lot more exciting than I thought it was gonna be, because still, even though Chibaku struggled a little bit in that upper bracket, I still was counting them as the favorites going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, especially after that game, I don't know if they're going to be able to run this again. Like, I don't know how well the Arcane RMP is going to do in like into like a Moonkin Demon Hunter. You know, if they play Moonkin Demon Hunter Resto Shaman, that might be the matchup that they want. I'm pretty sure that they locked in Windwalker Warrior to beat Outlaw Demon Hunter. So I think Echo just outpicked them here in game number 1. And yeah, Raikou on the Mage, obviously going to be looking really good. Yeah, sometimes he can be a little bit of hyperbole in there in terms of Mage strength. But yeah, it is nice to see the Mage come in. And I think in this particular matchup, the RMP looked really good.
Bro, Mage is dead. It's over. So over. But yeah, jokes aside, Boomkin, Demon Hunter, definitely a possibility. And of course, it's going to be hook point from Chibaku Tensei. Echo needs to lock in their comp immediately, and it is going to be exactly that RMP. I mean, it's Echo's bread and butter comp, right? It's one of the main comps that through which they've stayed so dominant over the recent history, and now finding back to form, especially with Lonta picking up this priest, maybe we are witnessing a return to peak form for Echo here this season after all.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. We'll have to wait and see what they can get done. But I think anytime RMP is on the menu, this team always looks good. And the fact that they are willing to mix it up and bring in those cleave setups when they need them is nice too. But it's this is an interesting one too. So they're actually just going to be mixing it up even more. You would think the Arcane Mage would be good into these cleaves, and I think it is, but we'll have to wait and see. Like, if there's one thing that can actually stay on an Arcane Mage, and maybe Raikou will prove me wrong on these games, but it's this composition. Like, when you have a Warrior on a Mage, it's really difficult to hit them, but when you add a Death Knight into the mix using Chains of Ice and Grip, it actually kind of evens the fight, and I do think Chibaku Tensei will get a decent amount of uptime here onto Raikou.
I'm also wondering if Kroto is going to play the... I'm just going to call it the supportive shell. The talent that lets you anti-magic shell a teammate.
Yeah.
Could be an interesting twist to kind of keep Raikou from murdering someone with a little burst go, little arcane surge and touch of the magi, etc.
It's really nice. Like, so if Kroto does play that ability, I think it's called spell warding. So it's like it reduces the cooldown of your AMS and lets you use it on allies. Kroto uses that. He can defend his team, and he can especially defend Mercy if they go after him. And on the flip side, if Mercy also plays Safeguard, he all of a sudden has a really good defense with his Intervene, giving 20% damage reduction to Kroto and Fuston when they need it. So it becomes like a really nice defensive synergy when the DK is playing, he can cover the magic damage and the Warrior can cover all damage. You kind of make a bulletproof team. But that strategy especially wins on mana. So that's like one of those strats where you're trying to just out attrition your opponents. I'm curious to see if that's what they go for, if they do decide to go for that more offensive Strangulate.
Well, we'll see then. It's the lower bracket after all. This is 2 of the top 4 teams in EU battling it out against each other, and this is second round lower bracket. One of these teams is going to get eliminated, and hey, if you got to get sweaty for that, I don't know what else you wouldn't get sweaty for, right? So we're getting pretty damped with this game, I'm pretty sure, so overall it's going to be a good time. What I'm curious about is how well DK can keep up, because last season DK was very good at the start, then got nerfed quite heftily, and at that point was more a niche pick. So, very curious to see Kroto step up to the plate. A little bit underwhelming performance from him in Season 3. Maybe Season 4 is going to be his time.
Let's wait and see, and we'll take a look at some of the talents that he's using. Anti-Magic Shell gets traded very early on with this Trinket. That is going to be some initial pressure here onto Raikou, but One thing about the Arcane Mage that's really nice is when you are cleaving your Arcane Barrage, you get Arcane Orb procs, and you can basically chain them together. Arcane Barrage, Arcane Orb, Arcane Barrage, Arcane Orb, if you get lucky. So just watch for that in this game, and that's one of the downsides of being an Unholy Death Knight against an Arcane Mage is you give them those procs so much more often.
Same with Fire Mage being able to just cleave off of your pets. It's a little bit of a nasty spot to be in, but on the other side, hey, DK is more than ready for it. Overall, this opener, this game, not too impressive from either side, not too much happening. Houston with some nice kiting onto Waz's attempt of CCing him in the back, but overall, it's Mercy who is the big target. Die by the Sword is out of the window already. Houston needs to really take care of his warrior here. Sentence is coming through. Mercy with a defensive fear, trying to get Waz off of him, but getting dropped down to 20%. Houston runs in for a Spirit Link at 1 minute 10. CHIBAKU really not ready for Echo's pressure here.
And they're not playing that defensive anti-magic shell, which would have saved the Spirit Link totem there. So something to note, they're going for that more aggressive Strangulate. Let's see if it actually gives them value. Just used on Lone Tor, didn't even have to Trinket. But they're continuing the damage here. Anti-Magic Shell drops for Kuroto to try to keep Mercy alive. But I would say this game so far heavily in favor of Echo. This is not looking good. Raiku's just going to go ahead and eat the stun. Waz cleaving up Kuroto and Mercy. And Mercy just might outright die. There's just not enough healing to keep him alive. Houston is struggling. He's not in crowd control. Finally going to be tossing in some big heals. That it does seem like they will survive, but they just tap target over to Kuroto. He's getting low. These spell steals and this cleave damage from Echo is just a nightmare for them to deal with. But finally, a little bit of pressure here for the side of CHIBAKU Tensei.
Houston getting eyed up by Waz once again. CC'd up, and Mercy, the next target, has Avatar running. You want to peel him as much as possible as he's trying to connect here, intervening. Houston reconnecting onto Raikou, trying to chop it up, but it's not working at all right now. Another beautiful Frost Nova by Raikou, interrupting the charge. Good lasso, though, by Houston, setting them up for glory here for the moment at least, but Waz has a kidney. The peel from Echo is just so on point. They're playing this perfect on the defensive level. Mercy trying to do something here with the defensive fear, not able to really set it up, but they do want to stay on target. In terms of mana, at least, it is even, which is at least something CHIBAKU wants, but then again, the entire first map, they looked like they were losing the match through. Now it looks like they are losing the entire match through. That's not a spot you want to be in against an RMP comp.
Yeah, definitely not. Full fear here onto Houston. Mercy leaps over. Getting the damage rolling here onto Waz, onto Kuroto. Blind now onto Raikou just to slow him down a little bit. Allow Houston to catch up. Mana, though, in favor of Echo, which is a little bit surprising at this point. Perhaps Houston's going to be able to kind of carry and coast a little bit later on in the game if he stops throwing out purges, etc. But a full kidney shot lands. Waz is just sniping off all the healing stream totems. Really, really annoying for Houston to deal with. You know, his Riptides and Earth Shields are being cleansed, and his healing stream totems are being killed. In the meantime, though, Raikou getting bursted down to about 10% health, gets ripped away. Lontar has his work cut out for him, but finally, CHIBAKU Tensei, their pressure's looking good. Waz is rotting down. Raiku's rotting down. Lontar gets caught into a stun that asphyxiate. See what they have. Is there anything else? Pressure heavily in favor of this Warrior Death Knight.
Yeah, now that the defensives are rotated out slowly but surely, the steam that CHIBAKU has been building is creating a good chunk of pressure, and Echo is starting to stumble a little bit. It's still far from over. Mercy has another Blade Storm looking for some damage. Yeah, starting to connect onto Lontar, who has bled a lot of mana in the last few seconds, sitting on about 10-15% way behind Houston. And even Waz is taking some hits left, right, and center. Raikou once again gets stunned up. The mages are just casting away. Kuroto really popping off here. That's the first ice block of the series. Forced out, and still Waz is dying. Lontar goes into the angel form, ascends here for a moment, but can he do enough healing? The hymn comes through, a little bit of a increase on his teammates, but Raikou going forward, looks for the DB, can't find the sheep as follow-up. Arcane missiles are being thrown out, but the pressure is not quite there. Mercy down to half, but it's not going much further. They reconnect on the mage, and then slowly but surely, Echo starting to crumble here on hook point.
Yeah, definitely. That overlap, too. They did a Void Shift and Ice Block, and Raikou just immediately cancels Ice Block because he was full health. But that's a massive overlap, and it means there's no saves left, and this is looking better and better for this Warrior Death Knight. Mercy, he's got no Trinket, but he has the Dive of the Sword. Houston has Trinket Spirit Link. Kuroto has his Anti-Magic Shell. Raiku's just caught. He can't kite. He can't get away. Their uptime is immense. He shimmers away, trying his best to get some control out, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to escape. Proto is just chasing him down. He's down to 10% health. I think the Guardian Spirit proc there. Raiku's just in so much trouble, just spamming out the barrages. Temporal Shield trades. Can he find the Polymorph? Looking for it. Manages to sneak it in. Nicely done there by Raikou, getting the Arcane Surge as well. This is their moment. They get the full Polymorph, the Arcane Surge, but no defensive cooldown, so just forced so defensive. Lone Star's out of mana. And this pick from Chibaku Tensei is looking amazing on the smaller map.
Mercy pops in the rallying cry as well to break the Frost Nova, just to really hammer the advantage home, and Raikou is suffering. Waz as well. Lontar is tapped, out of cooldowns, out of mana, out of options, and out of time. Echo goes down. Serious, evened out.
Yeah, all tied up 1-1. Chibaku Tensei showing they are here to play. I was a little bit doubtful of their pick. You know, a couple minutes into the game, it wasn't looking so good. They had very low pressure. They were just burning through the defenses. But as the game went a little longer, it seemed like Echo was running out of steam. They weren't finding the same kind of damage during their setups. And ultimately, Chibaku Tensei was able to pull out a win. It was a long game, though, and there was some close calls.
Absolutely. I also think that is something Chibaku can adjust a little bit. I mean, it's the first game on this comp into Echo's RMP today, so you now know what you're expecting in the first 1 or 2 minutes, where you're really on the back foot because they're pressuring you so much. And Chibaku has proven enough adaptability over the course of last season that they should be able to kind of adjust their gameplay. The other problem really, of course, will be this was Hook Point. This is the smallest map. This is prime territory for TSG, right? So now you're going to a somewhat larger map for Echo, probably. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Torviron or Maldraxxus even. It's gonna be a lot harder for the DK and the Warrior to stay on target.
Yeah, we're definitely going to a large map. But when you have a DK and a Warrior, you can kind of make the map smaller in a sense. Like, it's a hard, like, to me as a mage, the absolute hardest thing to get away from is a Warrior and a Death Knight together. They can actually stick on you. Everything else you were very evasive against, but against this in particular, because they just have they have a decent amount of mobility, but also just the double grips and the chains of ice constantly in the game, it does make it difficult. So I am curious, though. I do think that this is going to be one of those series where winning the blind pick potentially wins Echo the series completely, because I think if they lock this in again, Echo's just going to play Cleave. I think they're just going to play Demon Hunter Outlaw Rogue.
Maybe. How are we feeling about that even? Do you think that Demon Hunter Outlaw Rogue is gonna beat Warrior Death Knight?
I kind of do. I feel like the biggest problem right now with Death Knights is they kind of just died at physical DPS. Like, that's their biggest vulnerability. Like, into casters, they're not too bad, but against these cleaves that kind of just sit on them, it becomes difficult. But maybe like a Warrior backing you up with Safeguard and Fuston gets good Earthenwall totems. It's definitely a possibility, but I would be really afraid if I was Chibaku Tensei against, Demon Hunter Outlaw.
I would be with you in that regard, but they're locking it in again. We're going to Ashermane's Fall. Not necessarily a map that has been played a lot between these two teams, but it does pop every now and then. The last one they played against each other here was in the Cup 2 Grand Finals last season, and back then, well, Chibaku Tensei, some of you might remember, rolled Echo quite convincingly. The other one, well, mid-season clash. Do we count that? I think we should. That one went the way of Echo. So overall, 1-1. Who wins the best of 3 on Ashermanes? We'll find out in a second, but I do expect Echo to change it up here a little bit at least.
Yeah, I kind of wonder what they're going to do. Maybe Fire Mage. Bringing the Fire Mage Living Bomb, Flame Strike build. Like, I highly doubt that, but it would be fun just to see. It'd be an explosive composition and specialization. But my gut is telling me we're seeing a Demon Hunter. I think Raikou might get off the Mage and log on Demon Hunter and just cleave up Mercy and Crota.
Well, he did tell us that Mage is dead and Demon Hunter is the one true way now, so we shall see about it. Overall, Echo... Oh, okay. scratch whatever I wanted to talk about right now. They are bringing back Mage Lock. So, I'm saying bring it back because this is what actually saved Echo from getting eliminated in the open bracket on Wednesday. They ran this into another melee cleave, into a Windwalker Rogue that was giving them a lot of trouble. And yeah, it looked pretty good. Chanimal is gonna have a field day on this Warlock, just free casting.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I feel like Mage Lock is actually kind of underrated right now. In this particular patch, I feel like both Frost Mage and Demonology Warlocks are pretty good in these matchups. You know, a lot of Warlocks they've kind of written off Warlocks in general, like Affliction. Unfortunately, it does a lot of damage, but you can kind of deal with UA right now by just dispelling it with the higher HP pools. Destro Warlocks lost their tier. I feel like the overall best spec is going to be that Demonology, and it pairs really nicely with the Frost Mage. And I think an Evoker in particular, kind of backing it up, which isn't something you typically see. Like a lot of the time when you're running Mage Lock, it's going to be with a Druid, for example, sometimes with a Paladin. Although I do think the Evoker is probably the best. Like, because you do have those moments where if you have good control of the match with Fear and Poly, a Lone Tar can just completely pop off on the Evoker and add a lot of extra damage. It's almost like 3 DPS, but you have to get to those moments where you get control, you get the CC, and that allows Lone Tar to really get aggressive.
Yeah, the problem with getting aggressive on the Evoker is that they are somewhat susceptible to just swaps. Similar to Druids, if you catch an Evoker unprepared, he's just gonna flop, really. And that is something that definitely can happen. Chibaku loves to do these fast swaps every now and then, but the big pressure here really is gonna be Raikou and the Frost Mage just locking them down the whole time, and Chanimal's damage will be nothing to scoff at. Well, Echo certainly throwing a curveball here at Chibaku, and I am not surprised that this series is shaping up to be a really, really interesting one. And I think that's just putting it lightly.
Yeah, we'll see. If Chibaku Tensei wins this, they steal the swing match, as is going to be ever important. So, really, really important that Echo kind of stays on tempo. They win this one with their Wizard Cleave setup. I'm curious to see it. We haven't seen a lot of Mage Lock success, and but if there's anyone that's going to be able to pull it off, it will be Chanimal and Raikou teamed up here for Echo. And I think this is I like this pick a lot.
I like it too. And the thing is, whoever wins this, not just this map, but this series, is not just stealing the swing match in this case, but is also stealing one of the top spots, is going to advance further in the standings ahead of the other team, because, as we already talked about, we literally have all 4 top teams in the lower bracket right now, with Lava Lava already being eliminated, and the winner of this match is going to go up against HOOLIBANG to duke it out further. But let's see. Ashermane's fall. Echo looking to bring in the Wizards. What can they do? Especially with Lontar on the Dragon.
Well, let's see. Frost Mage is quite strong right now. It provides a lot of burst damage with a Frost Bomb, so Houston's going to have to be on point with that. Channel's going to portal away, but the Rare Frost might just end the game immediately. Crota goes down to 10% health. Gateway gets dropped down there by Chanimal, but they are just completely swarming him. Raikou manages to find a full polymorph on Houston, but he gets feared up, so he's got no trinket. He's stuck in the intimidating shout. Mercy doing a great job controlling up the Wizards, and Chanimal is under way more pressure than I originally thought. They need to figure out a way to create some space for him, but Mercy and Crota right now are just completely unrelenting.
Yeah, they're trying to catch up, they're trying to stay on target, and they find Chanimal, ports away behind the pillar, is trying to kite it out, and in the meantime, Raikou is just gonna pelter them with snowballs. It's almost like a high school like a big break fight, you know? But with a little bit more ice shots in there than allowed in schools. Anyway, Croto is suffering in that frozen orb, a little bit of blizzard, a little bit of winter weather. We could use some cold in this heatwave we have in Europe at the moment, but overall, Chibaku really not liking the weather too much, and they're telling Chanimal all about it. Stormbolt coming in, and he ports away across the map. Mercy immediately on his heels. Lontar gets yoinked out of the rescue, but Chanimal gets just yeeted across the map like a baseball. In the meantime, Croto taking so much damage with Raikou just free casting on him.
Yeah, Chanamal is putting on a master class right now for kiting and survivability on a Warlock. Probably the best defensive Warlock in the entire game. So he relays his portal, manages to create some distance, portals away, makes a new gateway. I'm pretty sure he's playing the short cooldown on that gateway as well. So when he needs it, he can use it to escape. Proto is getting absolutely blasted here by Raikou freecasting. Icy Veins rotating up in just 5 seconds, and that is a horrifying moment. The second Icy Veins of a Frost Mage, if he can just land those consistent Frost Bolts, it ends up adding a huge amount of damage. And there it is. Death Bowl comes in. You can see Raikou loading up his damage right now with Frostbolt after Frostbolt after Frostbolt. These flurry combos are going to start really hurting Croto.
Yeah, it's going to be painful. 20 seconds on AMS and another 30 until the Ray of Frost is going to be back up. That's one of Echo's, I think, one of their bigger kill windows, trying to set that up and do a lot of damage with it. And if they can get Kroto's defensives until then, that would be absolutely massive. BIKINI from Houston only bumping Kroto back up to half, and he's trying to kite away. Could be Death striking some Warlock pets here, but first it's Mercy who is under pressure like crazy. Houston around the corner needs to get some heals in. It's getting dire for Chibaku here in this moment as Lontar gets gripped in and blinded. Not really the cross CC setup that they were looking for, but Chibaku finds Chanimal. Once again, the rescue not quite coming through. Lontar with good heals, though, on this dragon. And overall, Kroto is dying enough to bring in the Icebound 42. There's the Ray of Frost immediately kicked. Beautiful reactions here by Kroto.
Oh, the Spirit Link drops. It doesn't do anything. It gets sniped off immediately, and unfortunately, Kroto's health is going nowhere but down. Lontar just throwing in Living Flame, disintegrates. Frostbolt's coming in. Kroto holding on by a thread. He's behind the pillar right now. Lontar moving over, wants to continue the damage and keep Chanimal nice and healthy, but Fusion gets polymorphed in the Blizzard, and this finally gives him a moment to breathe. They needed the safety of that pillar. Good repositioning there, but Fusion's falling behind on mana, and this is not what you want. You know, you have a wizard on one side, a wizard on the other. You're sitting in Blizzard. You're sitting in Frozen Orb. You're getting cleaved down. Lontar throws in a full Fire Breath. That's going to be removing all those heal over time effects, including the Earth Shield. The pressure is just so heavily in favor of Echo for the time being.
Echo sinking their icy fangs into the legs of Chibaku. They really want that win. They want to go up on match point and want to advance in the lower bracket. But so far, they're not quite there yet. Mana-wise, Lontar on a solid advantage, sitting on 50%, while Fusion is struggling to stay at that 25 mark. And it's going to go down further and further as they are going to get grouped up and pelted from both sides more and more as the game goes on. Abomination Limb is in, but Kroto can't even find the range to get someone into it. Nice totem grab, beautiful combination. You're grabbing both Chanimal and Lontar into the middle of the Death Ball here, but the damage just lacking. Shadow Fury stun is insane, and Echo just keeps up the pressure massively high.
Yeah, Mercy once again going down. These Fire Breaths just putting Fusion so far behind. He's got the Nature Swiftness. He needs to get there. Chanimal ports away. Close call on Mercy once again. But anytime you see Lontar just sitting there and channeling that Fire Breath, if he's playing the talent, which I assume he is, it's going to be removing all of those heals and just putting Fusion further and further behind in the match. Icy Veins up in about 40 seconds here for Raikou, and I think that's the Enrage timer. I think once that Veins comes up, if they could even make it that far, I mean, Kroto's forced to trade it as anti-magic shell. He's playing Dark Simulacrum, so looking for some of those stolen spells. He's managed to land a few polymorphs and fears, getting out some crowd control, but nothing too significant at this point. And once again, you have Chanimal just across the entire map. You have Mercy, Houston, and Kroto pinned down at the pillar. And if you're playing a Wizard Cleave, this is your favorite moment in the match. Like, this is when you just are so excited. You know, the enemy team can't do anything. They're just dying behind a pillar. They can't get any pressure. You're just pelting them with spells, and they feel the pressure. Like, for that, like, if you're Chibaku Tensei, what do? You realize you're out of mana. Like, if you go in the open, you're gonna die. If you stay behind the pillar, you're probably gonna go down. So it's a really tough spot to be in.
It's a lose-lose scenario very much. You need to find a good setup, maybe a lucky grip, maybe a cross-CC on the healer with a good go. But first and foremost, you need the dampening to kick in more and more so you can actually get through these health bar and empty Lontar's mana reserves, which is super hard to do considering that Fusion is basically at this point. Kroto behind the other pillar is really lining Fusion right now because he's just getting pressured out by Lontar. Beautiful beautiful offensive play here by Echo's healer, just really putting the pressure in, and Kroto dropping lower and lower, might just go down here. Mercy popping in, the die by the sword gets stunned up after it, really locked it down by Chanimal, and Echo is just blasting away with Raikou first and foremost, answering the age-old question, what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
Is that an Arnold Schwarzenegger quote? I feel like it is.
Yeah. That's a Batman Forever quote. Sorry.
Not many people have seen that movie, I don't think, but it is a good one. Yeah, Echo pulling off some wins, bringing in their Wizard Cleave here. So Raikou, he's going to be flexing on the Mage. He brings in the Arcane Mage for game number 1, gets a win. Loses game number 2, has to make an adaptation. They do bring in the Frost Mage for game number 3, and it looks really, really solid. My question is, what is Echo going to do now? I think, like I said, I think this is just one of those games where the blind pick kind of won the series, because I do think Chibaku Tensei, they have answers for this composition, but they're just going to have to, in the game 5, they're going to have to play at a comp disadvantage or win somehow and pull off an upset, which is going to be a difficult thing to do.
It's gonna be very tough, but this is also one of the more fun strategic aspects of the AWC, right? Once you get into matches with these teams that have multiple comps, that can counter-comp each other, it gets really, really interesting, and we get into the nitty-gritty of what classes perform how well against which comps, and who is comfortable enough to actually lock something in. I wouldn't be surprised if Echo now on their... on not their map pick, on Chibaku's map pick, goes back to the RMP and tries to make that work, and saving the wizard comp without giving Chibaku too much practice for another kind of swing match. And Chibaku locking in Dalaran and Suez, I would assume we're getting another melee cleave here.
Yeah, I think it just depends on what Echo locks in. I think more than likely that's what they want to set up, but it just depends. Like Echo, if they run RMP, they're going to be met with the DK Warrior. If they decide to go with the Wizard Cleave, then the almost 100% guarantee we're going to be seeing something like Moonkin Demon Hunter, something like that. Or Chibaku Tensei on a small map, that would do really well into it. I just think Echo has to basically pick their poison at this point. Yeah, no matter what they play, they're going to be getting counter-comped. But what is going to be the best option? Like, what could they maybe pull off an upset with? That's a difficult spot for Echo right now.
Okay, what's the wildest comp we could see here that has minimal chances of winning, but can win?
Assassination, Fire RMP.
Okay, that's it. That's a very specific one. I like that.
Yep. It's a composition. Okay. It's gained a little bit of popularity. You know, you play the Flame Patch, you kind of AoE everyone down. And on a Dalaran Sewers, you could kind of turn the map on its head. Will we see that? Probably not, but it would be fun to see. I like seeing it. So.
It definitely would be fun.
RMP?
Oh, same. But we're going back to the RMP. Outlaw Arcane, not the big surprise. Chanimal gets to warm the bench a little bit more. Can't let that get cold. And on the other side, well, what does Chibaku do? They run it back with TSG, and, well, we're in this good old rock, paper, scissors scenario again, I guess. And Chibaku now, for me, favored to even out the series.
Yeah, it's a possibility. There was close calls though. Like I will say, yeah. even on hook point, the beginning of the match was going in Echo's favor. So I wonder if there's any adaptations that they can make to make this a little bit more in their favor. Like if there's any way that Raikou can get more damage down. He's I think even let me double check here for hook point what he was playing. I think he was opting to play a lot of those defensive talents. Yeah, so he was playing like Ethereal Blink. He was playing Master Shepherd and Temporal Shield. I think something like Ring of Fire would be better than Ethereal Blink. Like I don't know how much he's getting a little bit of value, but it's really difficult to get away. I wonder if they just need more damage, and having that extra spell school would help a little bit. But just
I'm always impressed with the depth of Mage's kits. In terms of how much you can adapt to specific scenarios, right? You have a bunch of defensive talents you can bring in. You can play more offensive and trade those defensives for it. You can, I guess, go for a little bit of a 50-50, right? And it's very, very fascinating to see these top players be able to take these classes to another level. And especially someone like Raikou, right? Who has been around for forever, I just want to say. I would put him up on the list with some of the most legendary mages, unless I'm just completely confusing him.
You're definitely right. I don't even think that. He would definitely be a Mage Hall of Famer. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. Definitely been an absolute staple in the Mage community for a really long time. I think all the way from like original Wrath, maybe even original TBC. Like, yeah, he's definitely a gamer. That's for sure.
Which makes it so much more exciting for me to look on the other side of this matchup and see Chibaku Tensei give Echo such a run for their money, right? Because these guys have not necessarily come out of nowhere, but they're not highly decorated AWC legends. They're not a undisputed championship team like Echo has been over the last few years, right? I remember like 1 or 2 years ago, Houston just desperate, just sad looking on cam, sitting there because his healer left in the middle of the tournament, and coming so far from there, now re-rolling to healer here in 2024. They're one of the best teams in EU. It's just a beautiful story and makes me cheer for them so much more. But first, of course, they need to even out the series as we're heading into the match, and Crota immediately gets absolutely rocked by Echo's RMP.
Yeah, Arcane Surge being cast out. Raikou has a lot of damage. Crota's just going to make the trade. Standard. Anytime you see the Arcane Surge, it's an anti-magic zone. You're planting your feet. You're not moving. And you're going to take all of that damage just fully absorbed. But even with the anti-magic zone, he's still just outright dead. Strangulate on Lontar at the same time, though. Raikou is getting absolutely obliterated. Taking a lot of cleave damage from that Arcane Mage. You need to be very careful. If they do get faked on the interrupt, going to give Raikou precognition, and that's going to be his moment to really cast, the Arcane Missiles, Blast, Polymorphs, and Arcane Surge if he has that available.
It is looking solid so far. Raikou doing a good job. Waz getting stunned up here with a Shockwave. Lontar in the middle of the cleave here for a moment. Stormbolt onto Raikou. I think they perched the Altar Time. This could be big. Maybe netting some major defensives. The Guardian Spirit thrown out. Lontar pumping heals, and they should be fine for the moment. But Lontar also already running low on defensives, has thrown out a bunch. Only the swap left available at the moment. And that could get spicy quickly. Maybe an opportunity for Chibaku to grab the ice block from Raikou if they can stay alive. Houston needs to throw an Ascendance Link just to keep Croto running across the field as they are chugging through some health bars.
Raikou caught into some stuns. Nice blast wave there. Just going to be splitting up the enemy team, sending him off the side, but needs to be careful. Displaces back after the Shimmer, getting low execute range. Raikou kind of just really taking a chance there. That was a really scary situation, but he's going to greet it, and he's going to hold on to that ice block. That Mercy and Croto can't believe it. Altar Time has been activated here for Raikou. Does it get purged off? Looks like it might have. This is the Abomination's Limb. Croto just going to be gripping in Raikou consistently over and over. They have a sharpened blade out of the stun. Maybe they can take Raikou down. Beautiful blast wave once again. Croto's going to get knocked off the side, unfortunately, and I don't really like this map as the melee DPS. You are so susceptible to being knocked off by these blast waves. Raikou does manage to fake an interrupt. He gets the Arcane Surge and a full Polymorph. That is some massive value from that buff.
Yeah, it's looking great. It's looking really great as the AMS comes out. Croto suffering, Mercy just the same. Has Dive the Sword available, and Raikou just kiting away. Looking to get those Execute Arcane Barrages in slowly but surely. But once again, Strangulate is up. Lontar has Apoth running as well as GS. Should be fine. Mercy pops Dive by the Sword. Will need to stay alive here somehow. Houston is sitting in a half here. Is going to be fine for the second, but he needs to pump some heals. His melees are dying. And it is not looking great. Across the field, goes into melee with Raikou, tries to purge whatever he can, and the mage just suffering, trying to get away. Arcane Orbs thrown out for a little bit of power, for a little bit more damage, and Mercy leaping in, sword raised high. He's looking for some damage, and they are finding it, at least in the moment. Raikou with another blink finds the Polymorph and is trying to pressure more and more as Croto retreats behind the boxes. CHIBAKU looking to recuperate for just a second, but Waz is not going to let them. He's getting punished for it. This is looking rough. Lontar going in for the triple fear, but the Tremor Totem was already down. Waz on 20% might get swapped to. It's going to be really dangerous here for Echo as Lontar is just spamming those heals. The flash heals coming through. Echo trying to run away. Waz with the hook out, and Lontar gets gripped out of the Ascension. He's getting swapped too. Massive opportunity here for CHIBAKU, but they can't find the damage, Ven.
Yeah, intimidating shout comes in as Lontar is just getting absolutely pummeled. He's going to be trading out the Guardian Spirit, and that will likely be enough for him to survive. He needs to retreat to the pillar. Looks like he will. They actually gave Raikou just a moment to breathe in the match, but a little bit of a panic situation here for Echo. The Guardian Spirit, the Spirit of the Redeemer, is going to be traded out by Lontar, putting him in Angel form, allowing him to just throw in a ton of healing, including a Master Spell. But right now, Echo has absolutely no pressure. Proto, though, with no anti-magic shell, might have to trade out the anti-magic zone. Likely going to want to hold it for that Arcane Surge, make the standard trade. At the same time, though, we're seeing Proto, they're getting really comfortable going after Lontar, just trying to take down the Priest. I wonder if they're going to be able to, or they really need to focus their attention on Raikou once again, because he's able to get out so much damage in this situation.
Yeah, he's getting out some really good damage, but it's the same story as on Hook Point. The first few minutes, Echo in the driver's seat. Now that dampening has started to kick in and the cooldowns are gone, at least for some extent, the pressure is mounting. CHIBAKU gaining momentum with every passing second, and slowly but surely Echo starts to crumble. Yes, Lontar has the Apoth tossed in, GS rotating back up, but still, the pressure is not going to stop anytime soon. Houston has Spirit Link back after throwing that out earlier in the match, and for the moment, CHIBAKU really looking into a comfortable spot. Raikou has to trinket this Strangulate just to stay alive, is trying to get the Polymorphs out and finds Houston, but Kroto IBFs in response and should be fine here for the moment as Waz gets chopped up once again. A little bit too close to the blender there.
Yeah, big damage here onto Waz and onto Raikou. Mercy and Kroto in hot pursuit, continuing this pressure onto the Mage. Windshear here onto Lontar. It's really rotting down the entire team, but at the same time, Kroto is in danger. He's got the anti-magic shell if he needs it. Beautiful crowd control coming in for Raikou. Kroto needs to be careful. Almost in that barrage execute range. He's still just not trading the shell, opting to allow Houston to trade out the Spirit Link Totem, but now having to use the shell anyways. And I feel like at this point in dampening, with the amount of pressure Echo has, Kroto might just outright die. Houston is able to get out of the fear, but can he get the heals? Kroto's out of line of sight of Raikou. There's no damage incoming. Finally, the Riptides are going to be landing, but Raikou just blinks in, getting as aggressive as possible here. Barrage after barrage, Arcane Missiles comes in. Houston gets gouged, and I think CHIBAKU Tensei may have ran out of time, and Echo is looking to eliminate them right here, right now, on Dalaran Sewers. In desperation, Krotos is going to continue to line of sight, but he's just getting pummeled by Raikou and that Arcane Mage.
Yeah, Tide Totem comes in. Waz is the target now. He's a bit far forward, but of course, you can see Raikou on the outside just going in. Lontar offensive for a double, triple fear is really hammering it home right now as Waz tries to stay out of danger as much as possible because they are down but not out yet, and Mercy is looking to make something happen here. Oh, the grip back in is beautiful. Waz is getting trained right now. They're swapping on to Raikou once again. Houston doing a great job at recovering the HP bars here. Kroto has the AMZ back available. Might need to pop it in immediately. Yeah, there it is. Gets cheap shotted up on the down low here. Nice line of sight, but he's getting executed. It's so over, man. Echo, take this serious and send CHIBAKU to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, things are looking good here for Echo. A very convincing 3-1 victory over CHIBAKU Tensei. There was some close games, so definitely a big shout out to CHIBAKU, but ultimately Echo wins, and it didn't go back and forth all the way to a Game 5. They actually won on CHIBAKU Tensei's map pick and their composition pick with their Arcane Rogue Mage Priest. And that's got to be a good confidence booster here for Echo, as they've had a great performance here today.
Absolutely. Wonderful, wonderful thing, especially considering the open bracket went, I don't want to say horrible for them on RMP, but they definitely were caught off guard a little bit by the burst damage, for example, Windwalker Rogue can bring in general threat of the melee cleave. So seeing Raikou recover from that little off day, I'm just going to call it, and really step up to the plate on tournament day just proves just how good and how experienced of a competitor he is. So no problem for Raikou. He is showing the young kids how it's done, and hey, looking good.
Definitely. Really, really fun series. I like that one. We saw a pretty good showcase of lots of different classes today. Lots of different healers, lots of different DPS. Yeah, it was a fun day.
Yeah, honestly, makes me excited for the rest of the season because I'm pretty sure it's just going to continue to develop as the players find out what's good, what's not, and how to counter the comps. Because I think what we just saw with this series is very much a taste of how this season is going to go. There's going to be counter comps to everything we've seen, basically, and I really think whoever finds the most variety for themselves is going to be one of those teams to reckon with.
I agree.
Excited to see how it all develops.
I think it was someone in this team, CHIBAKU TENSEI, actually, that said multi-classing is the key to win against different teams, beat other teams, basically, when we were interviewing CHIBAKU TENSEI before we headed into this weekend. So you're absolutely correct in that, and it just proves time and time again just how true that is. So that's going to wrap that one up. Unfortunately, though, that is the end of the road here for CHIBAKU TENSEI. I mean, luckily, they're like kind of safe right now in terms of points, but I'm sure that the standings are going to get completely flipped by the end of this season. So Echo and HOOLIBANG, that is going to be the next up series here in the lower bracket. Of course, we're going to have to wait until Sunday. Excuse me, dog. He's very excited about the match, apparently. So I'm really looking forward to that one. And then Bikini Bottom Mafia, Lithy, versus Streamer Zone in the upper bracket.
Oh boy. That is wild.
Yep.
Utterly unexpected and incredibly exciting. I mean, Streamer
those things.
Zone, we've talked about it earlier too already, right? Today already. It's a returning championship team. Tony, Kasu, Relza. They got PMAG in the team as well for that mage variety, and they've already moved up to 95 points just based on the standings as they are right now, and that's still missing out the championship Sunday where they could get even more. And then, of course, Bikini Bottom Mafia, another team, I should rather say, that comes out of nowhere at the tail end of Dragonflight. And this could be so exciting with a bunch of players that have been around for years and years finally finding their stride.
Yeah, in mid-season, too. I mean, it's just, it's cool to see teams that, we haven't really seen before. Players that we've seen, in ladder, of course, but teams that are new to AWC and playing on broadcast fly so high, basically. So they're going to be up against the legends of Streamer Zone. I mean, we've already covered it enough. Those guys have been around for so long, and they're clearly having an incredible weekend. But you guys are going to have to tune in for Championship Sunday before we can finish off the rest of the Europe games, because tomorrow we're heading into North America. We can take a look here at the bracket for what to expect for Saturday's games, tomorrow's games. And it's kind of the same story then. We've got some returning teams, of course, and we've got some new faces.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the upper bracket is loaded with all-stars. You have Team Liquid. They're looking incredible. I mean, I really think that they are the team to beat right now. They're going to be going up against La Pompe, who showed that they are an incredible team as well. That's KZ Fox, Existence, Zhang Bahai, and Dippy running different cleaves, as well as Dippy on the Moonkin, which is really nice. You have the Move, who's brought in Ceralium, which is an absolute huge move. So bringing in that fourth, it's kind of given them an extra option. Like with that Mage, it seems like they're still building up their synergy. They've been putting in a lot of practice. Boy GG is another one of those teams. You do expect them to be in the upper bracket. I would say, for how stacked their roster is, you have Calvish, Kearney, Nick, and Wealthy Man. I think they had a little bit of a slow season last season. I expected a better performance. So I'm curious to see, what they can get done here. Definitely one of those teams you can never count out. And then that lower bracket, like you said, we got some newer teams. Put you on early, Raynor, Avernax, Clapper, and Envion. They're going to be going up against Unitas, which has also made some changes. No longer playing with Chaz. They now have Garbage, who's outstanding on the Evoker.
Despite the name.
Oh, that's such a great sentence out of context, man. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, that's his name. I didn't name. He picked the name, not me. And then Power Frogs, which is one of the teams you wouldn't really expect. You wouldn't expect them to be in the lower bracket, but it kind of has to happen because if you look at the upper bracket and then you look at Power Frogs, I think any of those teams is so capable of winning. that one of them is going to have to be in the lower bracket, you know, pretty much consistently. And then last
it almost
but not least, Fusion, yeah.
So, no, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say last but certainly not least, we have Fusion, which is not necessarily a newer team. That's going to be Naj and Dopamine teaming up. They have Joxy now, as well as Nazem. So really, really capable roster also.
Yeah, it feels to me like, especially a team like Fusion, in general, almost feels like a very classical NA team. A lot of really good players that have come together that should be, on paper, really damn good, but it's just missing something that clicks so they can actually attack the kind of the kings of NA, the Move, Liquid, who quite honestly have been dominating like crazy throughout the entire season. So I'm very curious if for this season finally one of these newer teams has found their stride, have found that one move that makes them click and really take over.
I am curious as well. I mean, you know, we've got the two big dogs kind of right up here, being just absolutely a force to be reckoned with for a couple cups in a row now. And I'm excited to see these teams that, you know, clearly you guys have already covered it, have so much potential. Maybe some of these new faces coming in and making a change. And that's all going to happen tomorrow. So you guys are going to have to stick around and find out just how that day is going to end. And then, of course, the Championship Sunday, which is going to be both regions, and it's going to be a banger. So with that, we will see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's going to be the same time, same place, of course, twitch.tv/Warcraft, or we are on YouTube as well. We'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Have a great night.